Chapter 721. But I heard that he was the one who led the army to conquer Namibia over the past decade. It seems that he's not a useless person. Kisco was slightly puzzled. Namibia has been under the influence of Carthage for decades. How many tribes are willing to submit to Carthage? Moreover, the Namibians have always been in a state of disunity. How could they unite to resist Carthage's army? The Senate can conquer Namibia even if they send a woman as their commander. Hasdrubal said disdainfully. Uncle said that Montenegro is a glutton who can't bear hardship. I heard that when he was commanding the war in Namibia, he was afraid of the hot weather and never went to the front line to command. Instead, he hid in his tent and commanded remotely. Hanno's appointment of him as the commander of the army is a joke. Hanno is also an idiot who knows nothing about military affairs. He only sent 40,000 people from this city to fight against Ionia. He thought that by capturing a few towns and winning a few victories, he could make Ionia yield and gain some benefits. He thinks that war is like a business transaction where you can bargain. Yes, since we've already declared war against Ionia, we should take advantage of the time when Ionia is still weak due to the drought to defeat them. Kisco said with a worried expression, "If we don't change our mindset soon, I'm afraid this expedition will." Isn't that good? Hanno's failure is good for us to return to the center of Carthage. Hasdrubal said with a relaxed expression. But what if Montenegro randomly gives orders to our army? Kisego was a little worried. Hasdrubal glanced at him. Did you forget what Uncle Margot told you? We don't have to listen to Montenegro's command at all. We can control our own army. Kisco thought for a moment and suggested, in that case, it's best if we can lead the army alone. I'll make this request to Montenegro. I'm afraid he doesn't want to stay with us who are always arguing with him and not willing to listen to his orders, Hasdrubal said with a smirk on his face. At this moment, the watchman on the mast shouted, "We're almost at Sicily." Hasdrubal and Kisego's spirits were roused. They hurried to the bow of the ship, gazing at the vague outline of the land in the distance. Hasdrubal looked excited. Kisego, let's do something big together. I didn't expect Carthage to send such a commander. He can win the battle without going to the battlefield personally. This is a kind of ability. The Devers were in a good mood after reading the information about Carthage's army. Make a copy of this information about Carthage's army and send it to Prososus immediately. I believe he will make good use of it. Devers separated a portion of the information on the table and handed it to Aristyrus. Yes, your majesty. Aristyrus, do you think that Hanno only sent 40,000 soldiers? Oh, including the Iberian army, a total of 60,000 soldiers to Sicily? Does he really think that with just 60,000 soldiers, he can defeat our Ionia and completely occupy Sicily? The Devers suddenly asked. Sometimes, when the Devers were thinking about some important national affairs, they would suddenly ask the vassals around them to confirm their own thoughts or broaden their thinking. Aristyrus was already prepared for this. He calmly said, "Perhaps Carthage's Hanno has never thought of completely occupying Sicily or completely defeating our Ionia. He only wants to obtain some victories and force us to sign some agreements that are beneficial to them." Makes sense. The Devers pondered and nodded. After a while, he touched his chin and said in a deep voice, "It's also possible. The people of Carthage don't want to send so many troops at once to increase the pressure on the logistics. Instead, they will wait for the development of the war and increase the number in the future. But no matter what, the ruler of Carthage, Lord Hanno, is good at playing politics, but obviously not as bold as the Maginid clan. Perhaps in his heart, he doesn't see this war as a decisive battle between Ionia and Carthage at all. It should be a good thing for us." As the Dever spoke, his voice gradually became softer, and he fell into deep thought again. Aristyrus stood quietly at the side and did not make sound. After a while, the Devers looked at him again and said, "At the assembly of the protectors yesterday, the protectors from Ugentum, Messania, and Udi all mentioned that there are unfamiliar Misapi people going in and out of the mansions of some of the former Misapi tribal leaders in the towns and villages. Send someone to investigate." "Yes, your majesty. It's best to find out who's supporting them." It seems that some people want to take advantage of the war between us and Carthage to create more trouble for us. The Devers looked ahead with a sharp gaze. In fact, he already had a suspect in his heart. Yes, your majesty, I'll do it immediately. Aristyres looked solemn. At this moment, a palace guard came in and reported, Your Majesty, Lord Sicorian has arrived. Let him in quickly. The Devers said happily. Aristyres immediately took his leave. Sicorian, who was already in his 40s, still had a slender body and vigorous movements. There was no sign of a fat, middle-aged man. He strode into the office and came before the Devers. He quickly and straightforwardly gave a standard military salute. Your Majesty, I'm here. Look at you. It seems that you can't wait any longer, the Devers joked. Isn't that so, Your Majesty? I've been in that small bay in Tarentum for almost 10 years. I've almost forgotten how to pilot a warship. Sicorian also joked. It seems that I'll have to reconsider changing a naval commander, the Devers said seriously. Is there a better naval commander than me in the kingdom? Sicorian immediately replied. Both of them burst into laughter. This time, I'll send you to Sicily to command the 1st and 3rd fleets to fight against Carthage's navy. The commander of the 3rd fleet, Flarios, used to be your subordinate, so it'll be easier for you to command him. Do you have any other requests? The Devers said seriously. Can I command the 2nd fleet as well? Sicorian made his request without hesitation. The Devers shook his head. Middle-Age's fleet needs to pin down the people of Rome on the west coast. Besides, after the 1st fleet of nearly 60,000 people went to Sicily, most of their food supplies will be provided by the kingdom. You also know that the kingdom has just experienced a drought, and the cities in southern Italy are short of food supplies. I've prioritized the food delivered from Egypt to your fleet. If you add another 30,000 to 40,000 people, I'm afraid that most of the navy under your command will have to go hungry. Currently, there were 4 fleets in the kingdom of Dionia. The 1st fleet was mainly stationed in Tarentum, the 2nd fleet was stationed in Trine, the 3rd fleet was stationed in Catanae, and the 4th fleet was stationed in Brindisi. As a large number of people were needed to form a fleet, in principle, they were assigned to the nearest fleet. For example, the main force of the 1st fleet was stationed in the northwest corner of Tarentum, and the land from there to Metapontum was basically allocated to the sailors and helmsmen of the 1st fleet. Some of the sailors came from Tarentum, Metapontum, and Heraclea. Therefore, every time the 1st fleet trained, they could bring enough rations and arrive at the base in time. In addition, the main combat force of the Dionysian fleet was the Raven warship, and the main combat method was to engage in boarding battles, which required a large number of infantrymen to fight on board. During the war in southern Italy, the infantrymen were completely provided by the army. However, after the establishment of the kingdom, Sicorian made a suggestion to the Ministry of Military Affairs. He believed that it would be difficult to coordinate the army's participation in the naval operations every time, because the fleet and the army were not stationed together, and it was impossible to train with every army. And it would be impossible to fully exert the power of the army during the war because they would be transferred to the fleet from time to time. It would be better to let each fleet be equipped with their own infantrymen, so that they could devote themselves to the fighting at sea and the invasion of the enemy's coastline. The Ministry of Military Affairs argued about his suggestion. In the end, the report was passed to the Devers, and the Devers readily signed agreed. This was because he knew very well that the Navy had always been used for attack, and they needed to have their own Marine Corps. For this reason, the naval base needed enough land to accommodate the sailors and infantrymen of the fleet. Therefore, the 2nd fleet was stationed in Trine, where there was the Opimia plain. The 3rd fleet was stationed in Catanae, where there was the fertile Catania plain. The 4th fleet was stationed in Brindisi, and Brindisi itself was a naval base. While the 1st fleet was stationed in Tarentum, there was also a subfleet stationed in the military port in the southern part of the Sabari plain. Therefore, the scale of each fleet was quite large, especially the 1st fleet, whose numbers completely exceeded the sum of the 5 army corps. Once they were far away from their base, the consumption of food was huge. Of course, Sicorian knew the pros and cons of this, so he did not insist. He then raised a sensitive question. When I go to Sicily, who will be in charge of commanding the operations? Will it be me or the newly appointed commander of Sicily, Persosus? The Devers stared at him and said solemnly, in principle, you will be in charge of the navy, and Persosus will be in charge of the army. The navy and the army will work together to defend our territory in Sicily and destroy the invading Carthage army. When you and Persosus discuss the military plan, the governor of Sicily, Cyprilos, will also participate. When the two of you can't come to an agreement, he will make the final decision. Once the plan is established, it must be carried out with full force, without any shirking or delay. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Mobile version. Chapter 722. Your Majesty, don't worry. I'm a senator of the Senate after all. I won't act recklessly without considering the bigger picture. The Devers also smiled. With you in charge of the Southern Sea, I can rest assured. However, after you have complete control of the Sicilian Sea, don't completely seal off the sea passage between Carthage and Sicily. Why? Sicarian blurted out in surprise. Because we need to give Carthage hope. Let them consume their own resources and send the citizens of Carthage to Sicily. The Devers' eyes flashed with a cold light. General, how can you allow Hasdrubal to lead his army to attack the north coast of Sicily alone? Malefio barged into the main tent and loudly questioned Mont. Mont did not reprimand Malefio for his rudeness. He shrugged and helplessly asked, if we don't let him go, what else can we do? Just because he refused to send his troops as the vanguard, he quarreled with me here for 3 days. This has seriously affected my command of the other troops. Can I punish him with military law? Malefio was speechless for a moment. He immediately realized that Hasdrubal was the most important member of the Magonid family. Punishing him just because of a dispute over a military point of view was not something that Mont, who had an ordinary background and strength, would dare to do. If he really carried out the punishment, it might give Magonid an excuse to withdraw the troops. Mont was afraid to take action for fear of breaking the vanguard. Malefio said unwillingly, we can report Hasdrubal's rudeness to the Senate and let them punish him. Mont secretly shook his head. Malefio was still too young. The battle has not even started, and he already suggested that I ask for help from the Senate. Wouldn't this make the senators feel that I'm too incompetent? How can I let Hanno be at ease in handing over the command of the army to me? Thinking of this, he smiled coldly. Actually, it's a good thing that Hasdrubal is leading his army to attack the north coast. If he attacks with all his might, he can distract the attention of the Dionysian army and scatter their forces. If he holds back, he will be seen by the Senate and the populace, and will be a disgrace to the Magonid family when compared to our success. I'm sure Brother Ma, who values his family's reputation a lot, would ask Hasdrubal to attack with all his might. Malefio thought for a moment and smiled. How are the soldiers under your command doing? Monadino asked with concern. They all thirst for battle. Malefio answered. That's good. Monadino nodded in satisfaction. It must be known that the Holy Regiment led by Malefio was the main force of Carthage's army. Go back and get ready. We will soon attack east along the south coast. Yes, General, Malefio said excitedly and left. After sending off Hanno's son-in-law, Monadino heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to ask a servant to bring him a jar of wine, a guard came in and reported, General, the leader of the Sickers, Arcones, has come to see you again. I won't see him. Monadino waved his hand impatiently. How could a leader who had lost his people and was fostered like a stray dog in the city of Lily be worthy of seeing him? Hasdrubal, at the head of his mixed army of 20,000, sailed out of Lilib and sailed northward, landing at Panormus, a coastal city in the northwest of Sicily. This was a city founded by the Phoenicians and had always been ruled by the Carthage. Hasdrubal's family's reputation made him very popular. However, the people were surprised to see that there were not many Phoenicians or Carthage citizens in this huge army. Most of them were foreigners dressed in strange clothing, so they refused to let them get close to the city. Fortunately, the flat land around Panormus was the widest among all the cities on the north coast. Thus, Hasdrubal and Casago led the army to build a temporary camp outside the city. Due to the excellent location and environment, Hasdrubal decided to make it the rear base of his army under Casago's suggestion. He spent a few more days building the camp, stocking up on food supplies, and leaving a small number of soldiers to guard the camp. He led the army eastward. This time, the army traveled by land. In just over 2 hours, they reached another Phoenician town, Sauris. Years ago, Dionysius's army and the Carthage's army, led by Mago, fought fiercely here for months. Not because it was a large city, but because it completely blocked the land passage from the mountains to the coast, making it more difficult to attack. Hasdrubal's army stopped here for a while before continuing on. The road ahead was harder to traverse. On the left was the sea, and on the right was a towering mountain range. The average elevation was about 1,000 meters, and the path by the sea was uneven. The narrowest part was less than 2 miles, and the entire army's speed was slowed down. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally walked out of the narrow coastline and onto soft ground. In front of them were low hills. Hasdrubal was excited. His guide had told him that Himera was just ahead. Hasdrubal immediately ordered the army to rush to the bank of Himera and set up a temporary camp for the night. He and Casago rode fast horses and led the guards to this place, which was of great significance to the Magonid family. Decades ago, his ancestor Hamilcar had led the Carthage army to besiege the largest city on the northern coast of Sicily. In the end, Dylan, the tyrant of Syracuse, arrived with reinforcements and defeated Hamilcar's army. More than 10 years ago, Hasdrubal's father, Similco, once again led the Carthaginian army to Sicily and conquered the city that brought shame to the Magonid family. Similco then built the altar of Baal-Hamon and used thousands of captives as a blood sacrifice to appease the spirits of his ancestors and wash away the shame. By the time Hasdrubal and the others arrived, Himera was no longer in sight. Instead, it was a wasteland overgrown with weeds. Only the river called Himera flowed through the ruins. On the eastern bank of the Himera, there were 1 or 2 Greek villages, and the inhabitants of these villages were fleeing eastward with their families in tow. The guards wanted to chase after them, but Hasdrubal stopped them. "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." He dismounted and paced around the ruins for a while. When the reinforcements arrived at the river, he said to Casago solemnly, "When I win, I will build an altar here. This time, it's our turn to wash away the shame of our family." Casago nodded solemnly as well. The next morning, Hasdrubal gathered his troops and continued their march. He rode at the head of the army. The Himera River was in front of them, and further east was the territory of the Greeks. If Carthage's army crossed the river, it would be a declaration of war against the Greeks in Sicily. Without hesitation, Hasdrubal urged his horse to cross the river. This marked the beginning of the war between the 2 greatest powers in the western Mediterranean, the Kingdom of Ionia and Carthage. At noon, Carthage's army stopped marching along the coastline. In front of them, a Greek town, Cephalidum, blocked their way. Compared to Sauris, Cephalidum's terrain was more dangerous. The side of the town near the sea was a mountain 300 meters above sea level, while the inland side was a continuous chain of mountains that averaged 400 meters above sea level. The narrowest part of the lowlands in the middle was only 400 meters, and Cephalidum was guarded by the city. Seeing that the terrain was dangerous, Hasdrubal immediately ordered his troops to form a dense column in front of the town. Due to the narrow terrain, they could not spread out directly, stretching for several miles. The bugles were blown, and the war drums thundered. The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Then, he sent his men to the city to persuade them to surrender. Otherwise, he threatened to massacre the people in the city, but they refused. So, Hasdrubal ordered his troops to retreat a mile and set up temporary camps. At the same time, he began to prepare siege weapons. When Dionysius attacked Carthage's many towns in Sicily, the people of Carthage had suffered a lot with ballistae, crossbows, and siege towers. Over the years, they had been concentrating on research and development. After all, Carthage was a powerful city-state, and its civilization was not inferior to that of Greece. Apart from the complicated process of building super siege weapons, which required more manpower and were difficult to build, they could already build their own siege weapons, such as ballistae and crossbows. They could also use them to help their allies, such as Rome. The soldiers began to assemble ballistae and crossbows and cut down trees to make ladders and siege vehicles. The people of Cephallidum also sent messengers from the port to Malay, asking for help from Dionia. The next day, Hasdrubal led his troops to attack Ceredium. The people of the city had already been warned by the people of Dionia half a month ago, and under the guidance of the Dionia, they reinforced the city's defenses. The narrow terrain made it impossible for the Iberian troops to display their advantage in numbers, and they could only attack the western wall, which was beneficial for the people of Ceredium. After a day of fierce fighting, they did not even manage to attack the top of the wall, and the Iberian troops had to retreat. The next day, Hasdrubal led his troops to attack again, but the siege was still unsuccessful. It was like this for a few days. 2 days after the Iberian troops left, Montirno led the army of Carthage from Lille, marching east along the road of the south coast. The army reached Mazara in the afternoon. Chapter 723. Mazara was a town built by the Phoenicians and had long been under the jurisdiction of Carthage. It was less than 30 kilometers away from Lille city. However, Carthage's army moved slowly. Not only did they have a large number of supplies, but Monadino also brought some Carthage merchants and even prostitutes. As a result, the army was bloated and their formation was somewhat scattered. Thus, their marching speed was relatively slow. The next day, the army continued to move forward. At dusk, they once again arrived at the city of Serenus, which was about 40 kilometers away from Mazara. Serenus was built by Greek colonists. It was once famous for its rich agriculture and fishing industry in Sicily. During the Peloponnesus War, it had a conflict with Segesta, which was located not far from it and was located to the northwest. As a result, it became the incentive for the Athens army to invade Sicily. Then, during the long battle between Carthage and Syracuse, Serenus and Segesta, which were located in the western part of Sicily and surrounded by the Phoenicians, were repeatedly captured. Most of the Greek residents fled to the eastern part of Sicily. Later on, most of the Phoenicians moved in. Therefore, when Dionia and Carthage signed the agreement, the Devers agreed to put Serenus under the jurisdiction of Carthage. On the third day, Carthage's army once again arrived at another town, Hermes, at dusk. Although the Carthage soldiers were tired, their faces were filled with excitement. Just by looking at the name of this town, one could tell that there were hot springs in this place. Originally, the people of Serenus built a village here because of the hot springs in Mount Calogero. When the people of Carthage occupied this place and strengthened their friendly relations with Dionia, the hot springs in Turiae inspired the people of Carthage who were merchants. Therefore, they vigorously developed this place and built several hot springs similar to those in Turiae. This attracted countless people of Carthage to come and enjoy the sulfurious hot springs. This village also quickly developed into a town. The soldiers built a simple camp and went to take a bath in batches. Monadino even summoned a few women to accompany him in the bath. On the second day, Carthage's army, which had been bathed in the hot spring, was in high spirits, be it the generals or the soldiers. They continued to march eastward with light footsteps. In the afternoon, the army arrived at Heraclea, Minoa city. It was a Greek colony situated in the hills on the eastern shore of the mouth of the Halykis River, overlooking the fertile lowlands on the western shore and encircling the port on the east. For more than a decade, this city-state had close relations with Dionia. Because of its name, it had even established a friendly and close relationship with Heraclea, which was under the jurisdiction of a kingdom. Therefore, the Minoans rejected Carthage's suggestion to surrender without hesitation. Monteardino, who had anticipated this, ordered the army to encamp on the west bank of the Halykis. For the next 3 days, Carthage's men were preparing to attack the city, and the news from the Carthage clippers that were sent to the eastern coast to scout had not found any reinforcement from Dionia advancing towards Minoa. Monteardino immediately made up his mind and decided to launch an all-out attack on Minoa City the next day. What he did not know was that to the northwest of Minoa City, in the center of the inland of Sicily, the Sycamore tribes in the city of Enna had already sent out 1,000 warriors. They were crossing the mountains and trekking through the river valleys towards Minoa City. On the second day, Carthage's army crossed the Halykas River and arrived at the city of Minoa City. They lined up and surrounded Minoa City, then blew the bugle to attack. Minoa City was not large and had a small population. There were less than 4,000 young and strong citizen soldiers in the city who could fight. There was no moat in front of the city, and the hill it was located on was less than 150 meters high, and the slope was gentle. However, the Minoans completely obeyed the instructions of the team officers sent by Dionia. Not only did they set up a large number of traps, but they also cut down all the trees on the hill. They even dug up the rocks that could be used as cover for the attack, and used them as defensive stones to hurt the enemy. Due to the existence of the hill, the large siege equipment made by Carthage not only required more manpower to push to the front of the city, but its movement was bound to be very slow. The accuracy and power of the ballista attacks were also greatly reduced due to the distance. Therefore, the Namibian soldiers who were the main force of the attack carried ladders and rushed to the front. As a result, they were besieged by the traps. Moreover, the Minoans pushed down large stones that had been polished into a round shape toward the place where the attacks of Carthage's army were concentrated. The stones rolled down the hill, crushing many Namibian soldiers along the way and even destroying the siege equipment. In the end, the siege troops were routed and retreated. After Monadino learned of the situation in the main tent, he was not in a hurry. He ordered the troops to reorganize their formation and continue the attack. Seeing that the Namibian soldiers with low morale were slowly advancing toward Minoa City, the anxious Malifio barged into the main tent and asked Monadino to send the Holy Knights led by him to be the main force of the attack. Malifio was rejected by the commander. He advised earnestly, attacking such a strategically located and fortified city is not something that can be achieved in a day or two. We must be patient. Our Sacred Legion troops, Carthage's citizen soldiers, and even the allied Phoenician soldiers are all precious lives. We can't waste them in a long and arduous siege. Not only are there many Namibians, but they're also lowly. If a batch dies, we can just drag another batch over. This is also beneficial to the stability of the Namibian region. Malifio was silent. In the afternoon, the Carthaginian army attacked the city and began to attack the city fiercely. When the battle reached its climax, a horn sounded from outside Minoa City north and behind the battlefield. Thousands of Sicile warriors rushed out of the mountains in the north and charged toward Carthage's army that was engaged in a fierce battle. The careless Monadino was influenced by the news reported by the Clippers. After the siege began, he did not send out scouts to investigate the enemy situation around the battlefield. He also did not set up a reserve force to guard the rear of the siege troops, especially at the north of Minoa City. The Sicile warriors only wore cloth robes and were armed with spears and javelins, so they were fast. In the blink of an eye, they climbed up the hill and ran to the bottom of the city. They attacked the Namibian soldiers who were attacking the city with all their might. The Namibians, who were already low in morale, were instantly defeated. The defeat of the Namibians outside the north of the city quickly affected the troops in other directions. The soldiers shouted in panic, "The enemy's reinforcements are here! The enemy's reinforcements are here!" They scrambled down the hill, their speed even faster than the Sicile warriors who were chasing them. These highland natives watched in shock as tens of thousands of Namibian soldiers fled across the Halykas River. They even dragged along the Carthage troops who came to stop them into the main camp. Malifio led the Holy Knights and infantry, bypassing the fleeing soldiers to stop the enemy's reinforcements. In the end, he realized that the enemies with simple equipment and small numbers did not enter Minoa City. Instead, they quickly ran into the mountains. The mighty Carthage army of tens of thousands was repelled by a mere 1,000 Sicile highland natives. Philomio was extremely ashamed and angry. However, Monadino's expression was calm. In his opinion, even though the Psycheer army's ambush had caused the besieging army to collapse, the number of casualties was not high, less than 1,000. For a siege of such a scale, it was nothing. On the contrary, the Psychile attack had exposed the intentions of the Dionia people. As long as the Carthage army strengthened their defenses, the Psychile army would not be able to cause any more losses to the army. After listening to Monadino's consolation, Malefio returned to the camp. He felt indignant. He vaguely felt that Monadino was not aggressive enough and did not have the ability to command such a large army. So, he immediately wrote to his father-in-law, Hanno, expressing his concerns. 2 days later, a ship from Carthage brought a letter personally written by Hanno. In the letter, Hanno warned Monadino to go all out in this war and quickly achieve some results. This was to let the Senate know that it was the right decision to appoint Monadino as the commander-in-chief of the army. At the same time, he warned Monadino not to be careless and let the army suffer losses. Otherwise, even if some people in the Senate did not impeach him, he would not be able to face the anger of the people. After reading the letter, Monadino felt the pressure. He finally stopped lying drunk in his tent and personally reorganized the army, commanding the soldiers to attack Minoa city. The Minoans seized the 2 to 3 days of rest to rearrange the defensive facilities that were previously destroyed by the Carthage army. Once again, they caused a lot of trouble for the Carthage army. While the Carthage army was attacking the city, the Psychile army wandered around the edge of the battlefield and attacked from time to time. One time, they almost burned Carthage's camp. Although Monadino was already prepared for this and did not cause much damage, they still held up a lot of the Carthage army's energy. In the Carthage army, not only the cavalry, but even the infantry came from the plains and deserts of Africa. There was no way to deal with the Psychile army that could travel through the mountains as if they were walking on flat ground. After much contemplation, Monadino remembered the Sicans, who lived in the mountains west of Sicily and were attached to the Carthaginians. He sent orders to Semimre of Lilibo to raise a force of Sicans and to send them to Minoan. The news of 1,000 Psychile warriors defeating Carthage's 40,000-man army also reached the ears of Leotychides, the Sicilian commander of Dionia, who was closely watching the battle in Catanae, and he was very surprised. After asking about the details of the battle, he stared at the map and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he took out the information about the Carthage army given to him by the intelligence department and read it over and over again. Finally, he made up his mind. Soon, the governor of Sicily, Cypros, hurried over. Lord Prosos, why are you looking for me so urgently? Has there been a change in the battle situation? Chapter 724. Yes, there's been a change. Leotychides' tone was flat and lacked passion. Sycora's harassing troops have defeated Carthage's 40,000 siege troops. Cypros thought he had misheard and asked in surprise, "Is that true? You mean the 1,000 Sycora light infantry with poor equipment?" "I never lie in a war." Leotychides stared at Cypros with bright eyes, but his tone was still calm. "I have decided to change my previous plan. I will lead the 8th Legion to Minoa and face Carthage's men. Good, as expected of the commander favored by his majesty. It's much better than the **TTY plan you came up with before." A voice of praise came from outside the door as Admiral Psycherion strode into the meeting room. Leotychides raised his eyebrows. Cypros asked in surprise, "You want to lead the army to battle Carthage's men? That's too risky. Carthage's army has more than 40,000 men. Are you going to gather all the citizens of Dionia in Sicily? If the battle fails, all the territories of the kingdom in Sicily will be in danger. I think it's safer for you to continue with the previous plan. After all, according to the rules, Governor Cypros had the right to participate in the military meeting and raise objections. Therefore, Leotychides had to explain in detail. The previous plan was based on the assumption that Carthage would send an army of 80,000 to 100,000 men. I didn't expect them to only send 60,000 men and 20,000 of them went to the north coast. From the information they had received, half of the Carthaginian army of 40,000 was made up of Namibians who had been oppressed by Carthage. Their morale was not high, and the attack of 1,000 West Celts was enough to force them to retreat. This showed that the ability of their commander was not good. According to the information we received, Carthage's commander, Montenegro, is greedy and does not like to participate in the battle personally. He does not like to get close to his soldiers, so he cannot make full use of the advantage of having more soldiers. Even if we have fewer soldiers, but the 8th Army and its reserve troops' fighting strength and morale far surpass the enemy, and we can definitely defeat them. Furthermore, we can't just watch as this Carthage army slowly conquers our allies one by relying on their large numbers. Through battles and victories, they can unify the entire army and increase the fighting spirit and combat strength of the Carthage people. When the Carthage army conquers the south coast, it will be very difficult to fight them again. That's the right way to think. The previous plan was to passively take a beating. I just arrived yesterday and heard about your previous plan. I've been wanting to talk to you about it for a long time, said Sikorian in the tone of a commanding officer talking to his subordinate. Although as a senator of the Senate, Sikorian's qualifications and position in the kingdom were indeed higher than Leotychides's, it still made Leotychides feel a little uncomfortable. But then he remembered that he still had to rely on the navy for future military operations, so he suppressed his emotions and said faintly, "I'm also following the military law of Dionia. All military plans must be made according to the actual situation. Since the situation has changed, of course, my plan will have to change accordingly." Cypros was not like Cornelis, who was easily swayed by personal gains and losses. Once he was convinced, he immediately asked, "How many people are you bringing to the battle?" "The entire 8th Army and 4th Cavalry Regiment, as well as some reserve soldiers, should be around 15,000. The rest of the reserve soldiers will be stationed in the main camp. The allied forces of Leontini and Tawnes will not be deployed. They still need to guard against Syracuse." When Leotychides finished, Cypros was once again surprised. "Lord Prosus, isn't 15,000 a little too few?" "Not at all," Leotychides said confidently. "I'll ask Lord Krelu of Hera to organize the Sykir warriors and travel through the mountain roads to Minoa. I'll lead these 15,000 soldiers and disembark at the port of Kamalina by sea. We'll march along the south coast all the way to the west, and along the way, we'll incorporate the armies of the friendly city-states along the way. By the time we reach Minoa, I estimate the number of soldiers to be at least 30,000. I was so anxious just now that I forgot about the friendly city-states like Kamalina, Gela, and Agrigento." Cypros exposed his own shortcomings, but his face showed a relieved smile. "Lord Prososus, you've made the right decision. Through this direct battle with Carthage, we can show the kingdom's protection to the cities that are close to us. Through this battle, we can deepen our friendship with them." Leotychides did not think as much as Cypros. He only wanted to win, so he turned to Sikorian and said, "I hope that the transport fleet, as well as the transport of food and supplies, can receive the protection of your fleet, Lord Sikorian. That's the duty of a navy." Sikorian replied readily, but what he said next revealed his true intention. "I can use this opportunity to lure Carthage's fleet into a decisive battle with us." When the news that Carthage's army had landed in Sicily and begun to march towards Dionia reached Rome, the senators were excited. Dictator Camillus thought that the time had come and immediately issued the order to march towards the Hernisae. Soon, he led an army of more than 40,000 people, consisting of the militia of Rome and the soldiers of the Latin Alliance, out of the city of Rome and marched straight southeast. The Hernisae were the ancient aborigines of central Italy. They mainly lived in the lowlands between Mount Hernisae and Mount Lepini, which was a strip of hills and lowlands about 150 miles long and only about 20 miles wide, with the Terius River flowing in the middle. To the west and south of their living area were the Volsci, who lived next to Mount Lepini, and to the east were the Marsi and Aqui, who lived deep in the mountains. To the north were some Latin city-states, mainly Pelinister. The Roman army passed through the Latin city of Gabii, and at dusk they camped outside the city of Puniest. When the Hernici heard the news that the Roman army was coming, they panicked and hurriedly sent people to ask for help from the Volsci. The next morning, the Roman army continued to march south, passing through Tolerum, Telerium of the Latin Alliance, and soon arrived at Signia, a town adjacent to the Hernici in Latin. This was a small town at the foot of Mount Lepini. It had a small population, but the terrain was relatively dangerous, and it was an important passage for the Hernici tribe who lived in Mount Lepini. Camillus immediately sent 5,000 men to surround the town and began to build siege equipment. Once everything was ready, they would attack the town. At the same time, he led 35,000 men across the Terius River and arrived at another important Hernici town, Anagnia, on the east bank of the Terius River, near the Latin region. Another 10,000 men were sent to surround it. He led the remaining 25,000 men around the city of Anagnia and began to build a camp a few miles south of it, eyeing the central town of the Helniki, Forenum. Previously, the Hernici suffered a crushing defeat in the war with the Volsci against the Latin alliance of Rome. Not long after that, their strength had not recovered, and they did not have the ability to organize enough soldiers to rescue the besieged towns. They could only hole up in their respective towns and fortify their defenses while waiting for the Volsci to rescue them. When the news of the Roman army attacking the territory of the Hernici reached Polevernham, the high-ranking officials of the Volsci alliance who had gathered there were very nervous. They had just defeated the Romans and were still discussing how to recapture Annium, Valette, and other towns that had been captured by the Romans. They did not expect that the Romans would launch another war to the east of the Volsci so soon. Amyntas, who was invited to the meeting, was puzzled. He asked in surprise, "According to the information we received, the Romans stationed 10,000 men in Antium, Valette, and Saturnicum respectively? How can the Romans have so many soldiers to attack the Hernici?" Polfenham's consul, Catamonalos, said helplessly, "The Romans do not have so many young citizens, but they still have many Latin alliance states and many Etrurian cities that have been conquered by Rome. They are fully capable of launching another war against us. This is the scary thing about the Romans. I'm afraid that the Romans are going to concentrate all their strength to fight a big war." But our Dionia, Amyntas thought of the First Legion that he had just replenished and sighed to himself. With the combat power of the Roman army, the First Legion with less than 10,000 men was not enough to help the Hernici to repel the attack of the Romans. Printos saw the troubled look on Amyntas' face and quickly asked, "Why don't you contact the Equus and the Maxi to deal with the Romans together? I heard that these two races are next to the Hernici. I think if the Hernici are destroyed by the Romans, these two races that are also at odds with Rome will also face the threat of the Romans." Self's consul, Tullus, replied, "The Hernici must have contacted the Equus and the Maxi. The question now is whether we should rescue the Hernici." "Of course we should rescue them," Catamonalos said loudly without hesitation. "Our Fabriteria and Frusinum are just south of the Hernici's territory. If the Hernici are destroyed, then they will be attacked by the Romans later. It is better to rescue the Hernici now than then." Chapter 725. Catamontalos' words were agreed with by everyone. After a discussion, they decided to send 10,000 men to assist the Hernici in defending Furinum. 10,000 soldiers. This was the largest force that the Walshes could send. After the departure of these 10,000 people, the defense of the Walshes' territory would inevitably be empty, so they entrusted the heavy responsibility of defending the Walshes' territory to Amyntas. This showed that the previous bloody battle of the First Legion of Dionia had won the full trust of the Walshes. After receiving a hint from the Walshes, the Hernici emissary privately sought out Amyntas, hoping to form an alliance with Dionia and obtain the support of this powerful southern country. Topyrus, who had been authorized by the king of Devers, took over the negotiations. Under the pressure of the situation, the Hernici quickly drew up a draft of an alliance with Dionia. However, Topyrus reminded the other party that Dionia could not send troops to support Hernike in a short time due to the lack of food. The news of Carthage's army landing in Sicily and attacking the territory of Dionia also reached the Samni Mountains, and the Samni tribal alliance was also in high spirits. Although Lesgok believed that the war in Sicily had just begun and the situation was not clear yet, they should wait and see. However, the leaders of the other tribes could not wait any longer. In the end, the decision to send troops to Dionia was passed at the meeting, but there were some disputes over the direction of the attack. Chief Uzabek, who represented Kautini at the meeting, insisted that they should attack the Campania region, attack the weaker Campania alliance, rescue the more than 2,000 Kautini warriors who had been captured, and thus increase the strength of the Samni coalition. Lesgok objected to this. He believed that the Samni tribal alliance's attack this time was a declaration of war against Dionia. So the biggest enemy of the Samni was the kingdom of Dionia. How to deal the greatest blow to the Dionia, weaken the strength of Dionia, and make it suffer a defeat in this large-scale war so that it could no longer fight back against the Samni was the primary problem for the leaders to consider. Then, facing Uzabek's furious gaze, Lesgok said loudly, "My suggestion is to attack the Downey district." After that, he calmly analyzed. First of all, the Downey region is adjacent to the tribes of Kautini and Pentni, so it's easy for us to send troops. You have to know that the number of soldiers we will be leading this time will not be small, so the consumption of food will be a big problem. The closer the distance, the less food consumption will be on the road. Moreover, the border between Downey and us is large, which means that we have more places to attack. This will catch the Dionia people off guard. Pentni's great leader Bardani and Carasini's great leader Kontruk nodded thoughtfully. Secondly, the Downey region was newly occupied by the people of Dionia 2 years ago. As far as I know, the Downey people haven't completely submitted to Dionia, and the Dionysian army in the Dori region has just been formed. Therefore, it will be easier for us to attack them, and we may even cause chaos in the region. Moreover, the people of Dionia are currently at war with the people of Rome because of the Volsi. As the war between both sides escalates, it is very likely that Dionia will send more reinforcements. If we attack Campania, it will be very convenient for Dionia to mobilize their troops nearby. But if we attack Downey, the people of Dionia will be faced with a difficult choice: to save the Volsi or Downey. Do you even need to ask? The people of Dionia will definitely send their army to Downey. We are helping the people of Rome, but we will bring an army to ourselves. Uzabek questioned angrily. That doesn't matter. We can just retreat to the mountains. It's very convenient anyway. Lesgok smiled. But for the people of Dionia, it will be inconvenient to mobilize their army back and forth. This will give the people of Rome more time to eliminate the Volsi. Once the people of Rome completely conquer the Latin region, we can even make way for them to attack Campania. Do you think the people of Rome will listen to you? Uzabek sneered. As long as the people of Rome don't want the people of Dionia to take revenge on them in the future, they must step up their attack now. I heard that the newly elected dictator of Rome, Camillus, is a smart man, the customer said patiently. Once the army of Dionia is mobilized to deal with the people of Rome and Carthage, we can attack Downey again, or even Pachetti to the south. Also, Lesgok looked at Uzabek and said in a serious tone, "We need to capture as many captives as possible in Downey, and then ask the people of Dionia to exchange the captives for the warriors of Kautini." Uzabek's eyes brightened. "Will the people of Dionia agree?" he asked urgently. According to the way the Devers treated their people in the past, they will most likely agree. And if they want the people of Downey to submit to them, they must also agree. Lesgok said with certainty. At this time, Kontruk asked, "Why don't we attack the region of Potentia first and take back the land that the people of Hilpini lost?" Referring to Capusa, Lesgok was already prepared. He said, "The mountains in the region of Potentia are rugged. It will take a long time to completely conquer it, and it will be enough for the people of Dionia to mobilize their army for a counterattack. The defeat of the old leader Villani is a lesson. What's more, the Abenalum is blocking in front of the region of Potentia, If our army passes through it, it will definitely cause a strong reaction from Gurney, which is likely to lead to a war. This will go against the ancient tradition of the Samanai people. Leskirk's words were reasonable, and the conservative Kintruk nodded repeatedly. He finally said, "This was originally an internal matter of the Hilpini tribe, but now Gurney has become an important issue that seriously affects the survival of the entire Samanai people. So I suggest that after this war, the entire alliance will do its best to force the tribes of Abenelum to expel Gurney, and you will send a new leader. If the tribes of Abenelum refuse to do so, we will work with the priests of the Samanai priest group to pray to God Savone and announce that we do not recognize the Abenelum as Samanai people, and we will wage war against them." I also agree with this proposal. Uzabik immediately agreed. Then, Bardani also nodded in agreement. Leskirk hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He breathed a sigh of relief. The thorn in his throat was finally going to be removed. In the military conference room of the Royal Palace of Dionia, the Devers and several key officers of the Ministry of Military Affairs have been studying the ongoing war for several days. Chief of Staff Felicius stood in the middle of the conference room, leaning against the huge topographic map of the Italian peninsula and Sicily, which was carefully carved out of mud and cement. He held the position of Minoa with a wooden stick and explained, "Your Majesty, the commander of Sicily, Lord Prososus, wrote a letter saying that he will lead 15,000 soldiers and join forces with the militia of friendly cities to take the initiative to attack Minoa and face the main forces of Carthage. After our analysis, he has a higher chance of winning. Prososus is very courageous and determined. Let him do it." The Devers nodded approvingly. He had already understood the situation. At this moment, he even teased, "I'm afraid that the action of the 8th Legion has stimulated Durian." "Yes, Your Majesty. The clippers of the 1st and 2nd Fleets have explored the south and north coasts of Sicily many times, but they have not found any traces of the enemy fleet. This has prevented Lord Therian's wish to fight the Carthage fleet to the end," Felicius replied. The Devers frowned and bent down to look at the entire map. He muttered, "The strength of Carthage's navy is not much different from ours, and they have never fought with us before. Logically speaking, it is impossible for them to avoid a battle. We must be careful. The Carthage navy will bypass Sicily and launch a surprise attack on our coast of Italy. The General Staff has also considered this. We have already informed the 3rd and 4th Fleets to be on high alert. Also, the merchant ships coming and going from various ports have not reported any traces of the Carthage fleet." Tormod continued. "Continue to explore carefully. Don't let your guard down. Also, remind Durian not to be too rash. We must first ensure the victory of the 8th Legion and Carthage's army in this battle." The Devers warned. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will immediately send a clipper to inform Durian," Felicius replied. The Devers turned to look at the quartermaster Alpines. "Can the food supply for the Sicilian fleet still cope?" "Your Majesty, with the food delivered from Egypt, and Cadenai also bearing a part of it. It can barely last for about 20 days, Alpines answered seriously, enunciating each word. The original quartermaster Alpines was Capus, but due to the new 11th Legion in the Downey region and the bad relationship between Dionia and the Simonians this year, the Downey region urgently needed a commander with high prestige, rich battlefield experience, and strong administrative abilities. The Devers thought about it and finally decided to send Capus to temporarily serve as the commander of the 11th Legion. Changing from quartermaster Alpines to the commander of the 11th Legion was actually a demotion. Therefore, the Devers did not ask him to resign from his position as quartermaster Alpines. However, it was now a time of war, and the position of quartermaster Alpines was very important. Not only did this job have to be done, it had to be done well. Therefore, Capus recommended his assistant, Alpines, to take over. Alpines was a senior officer who had also returned from Persia with the Devers. Compared to his other colleagues, whether it was in the Senate or in the Legion, he had always been inconspicuous and ordinary. After the war in southern Italy, he was transferred to the Ministry of Military Affairs as a light infantry captain. However, With his diligent and down-to-earth work style, he quickly gained a foothold and even won the attention of several chief officers. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Chapter 726. After a series of fights, Capus transferred him to the military department as the adjutant. He had taken on a lot of work over the past few years and had lightened the burden on Capus a lot. Ever since he became the acting chief, Alpines had been as steady as usual and had not made any mistakes. Only then did the Devers feel relieved. At this time, the Devers comforted him. Don't worry, the food problem will be greatly improved soon. The Turii merchants organized by Sostatus and the Lygium merchants organized by Senator Alcibiades have purchased a large amount of grain from the Yoke Galaxy in Egypt. The grain will arrive soon. In addition, the second batch of grain provided by the Pharaoh of Egypt will also arrive soon. These grains will be used as rations for the military. That's great. Alpines finally smiled. What do you think about Rome's attack on the Helnici? The Devers turned to the Minister of Military Affairs, Helos. Helos, Hieronymus, Felicius, and Alpines looked at each other and said with a serious expression, Your Majesty, after some discussion, the Ministry of Military Affairs felt that although Rome is our enemy, they have changed the direction of their attack this time. They have shrunk the defense line on the side of the sea and attacked the Helnici inland. This is indeed a good strategy. It has rendered our third fleet useless. At the same time, the Romans also stationed a lot of soldiers in several towns near the sea. This made the allied forces of us and the Wersi not dare to attack them forcefully. That would cause more casualties to the already small number of soldiers in the allied forces. This way, the Rome can attack the weak Helnici with all their strength. Even with the help of the Walsi, we believe that they will not be able to resist the attack of the Rome. Unless the Aquis and the Massi send reinforcements, the Helnici will be in danger. Therefore, Amyntas has written a letter to request for reinforcements. Your Majesty, we have just signed an alliance agreement with the Helnici, Felicius interrupted. The Devers nodded and stared at the area where the Helnici lived on the map. They did not speak for a while. The others kept quiet and waited for the Devers to make a decision. Just then, Aristyras, the herald, pushed open the door and rushed into the meeting room. Your Majesty, a report from the Latin region. Devers took a look at the scroll, and his eyelids twitched. He then passed the scroll to Syros. Helos hurriedly took it, and after reading it, he was shocked. The Aquis and Maxi organized a coalition of more than 10,000 people to attack the Latin city-state, Boli, in an attempt to attract the Roman army that was attacking Helnici to return. In the end, they were ambushed by more than 20,000 troops of the Roman army that quickly departed from Rome and suffered a crushing defeat. How did Rome get another 20,000 soldiers? The others were also shocked when they heard that. Aristyras replied calmly, It's probably the army from the Rome colony city and the Etruscan allies north of the Tiber River. It seems that this time, the Rome had planned this. The Devers sighed and said, Camillus's trick of baiting the enemy is good. The others in the meeting room were all veterans, and they understood what the Devers meant. Camillus had placed the Roman army at the front line and deliberately left the rear undefended. In fact, he had already hidden his army in Rome. The coalition of the Aquis and Maxi did not dare to confront the Roman army head-on, so they used the method of ambushing the rear in an attempt to force the Roman army to return. In the end, they were ambushed by the well-prepared Roman army. After all, Rome was only 50 miles away from Boli. Felicius leaned over the map again and carefully studied it again. His brows furrowed together. Your Majesty, the Aquis and Maxi have suffered a crushing defeat this time. I'm afraid they will no longer be able to rescue the Hernici. The Rome can rest assured and attack them boldly. Here, Felicius pointed to the camp of the Roman army and said in a deep voice, There were already more than 40,000 Roman soldiers, and with the addition of more than 20,000 soldiers, the reinforcements of the Hernici and Wolsey are far from being able to resist. I believe that the Romans will soon destroy the Hernici forces and then attack the Wolsey towns in the east, or Felicius drew a long wooden stick on the low ground between Mount Lepini and Mount Ausoni, his face full of worry. then lead the army west and attack the Wolsey in the coastal plain from the east. At that time, even the First Legion will not be able to stop so many Roman soldiers. If the defenders of the Roman colonial towns in the southwest also attack, I believe that the Wolsey will soon be destroyed and the Rome will completely conquer the Latin region. At this moment, Helos also interrupted. Your Majesty, you asked us to pay attention to Rome before, but to be honest, we did not pay much attention to it. But now, it seems that its military potential is amazing. You see, it attacked the Hernici with more than 40,000 soldiers and defeated the allied forces of the Aquis and Maxi with more than 20,000 soldiers. It is reported that Antium, Valette, and Saturnicum each have about 10,000 soldiers. This means that it can at least organize a huge army of 100,000 soldiers. Assuming that these troops are not as strong as the Roman army that fought against the First Legion, it will still cause us a lot of trouble. The other officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs also expressed their agreement with Helos. The huge army of Rome is indeed a big problem. The Devers looked around at them and said in a deep voice, "But the biggest problem is their dictator, Camillus. Although Carthage is powerful, their ruler, Hanno, obviously has no experience in war, and he does not understand the meaning of this war. The generals and troops that he sent out are like playing games. But Camillus obviously knows that the war with us is related to the life and death of Rome. So he has used all his strength from the beginning. I have received information that he has even proposed and passed the proposal in the Senate of Rome to distribute the newly conquered land to the landless poor and to actively absorb the refugees of Latin and Etruria as Rome citizens. In this way, not only will it be possible to alleviate the fierce conflict between the nobles and the civilians in Rome, but the number of Rome soldiers that can be gathered will also increase rapidly. Everyone, Rome is not creating a big problem for us, but a real threat to our kingdom of Dionia." The words of the Devers made everyone's face turn gloomy. Even Hieronymus, who usually did not like to talk, could not help but scold. This Rome, not only did they steal our military system, but they also copied our political system from Dionia. Whether Rome's military system was created by itself or learned from Dionia was a topic that the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs would occasionally talk about when they were free. But at this moment, no one present was in the mood to discuss this issue. Everyone stood next to the three-dimensional map, staring cautiously at the city that was both familiar and strange at the same time on the bank of the middle reaches of the Tiber River. Suddenly, Tormid said, "Your Majesty, I have an idea. If the people of Rome destroy Helniki and attack the towns in the mountains to the east of Wolsey, then their sphere of influence will be bordering the Simonians. Based on the habits of the Simonians, will they live in peace with such a powerful new neighbor? As long as we think of a way, maybe we can make these two forces have a fierce conflict, and then the Simonians can't be that stupid, right?" Felicius questioned. "They have just finished a war with us, and now the people of Rome are fighting a war with us. Don't they know that the enemy of their enemy is their friend?" Of course the leaders of the Simonians know, but the warriors and people of the Simonians living on the border of Rome may not necessarily listen to them for the sake of their own interests. Once the conflict gets out of hand, it will not be something that the leaders can control. Tormid argued. As he was speaking, Aristyras, who had just left not long ago, entered the conference room again. He said to the Devers in a hurry, "Your Majesty, there's an urgent military report from the Downey region." The Devers opened a report and looked up at the curious eyes of the people. He said slowly, "There is no need to discuss the possible conflict between the Simonians and Rome anymore. This morning, the Simonians invaded our Downey region." "What?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. Helos hurriedly took the report from the Devers' hands, and a few of them rushed to read it. "The Simonians have successively raided the cities of Osculum, Vabinum, and Gerunum in the Downey region. Only Gerunum is located at the border of Vrentani, and because the Vrentani have always been on good terms with us, Dionia, they did not take any precautions and were captured. The citizens of the other two cities have repelled the enemy's raid, but they are now surrounded. Your Majesty, The Simonians have declared war on us. Felicius said hoarsely as he read the report. Isn't that great? We don't have to worry about when the Simonians will betray the kingdom every day. Since they are stupid enough to leave the mountains that give us a headache and come to the plains to fight, it will give us a chance to completely eliminate the big problem that is the Simonians. The Dever's calmness was not an act. The attack of the Simonians more than 10 years ago had made him nervous, but the powerful strength of the kingdom of Dionia had given him enough confidence. Even if there was a drought, he was confident that he could completely defeat the evil wolf that was blocking the path of Dionia's expansion in the north. It could even be said that the betrayal of the Simonians was the result of his deliberate manipulation. The relaxed attitude and confident words of the Devers were like a cup of cool water for the people in the room, calming them down. Chapter 7:27. Alpines was the first to agree. Your Majesty is right. At least in the Downey region, our consumption of rations will be minimal. But, Your Majesty, according to the battle report, the number of Samanai attacking our 3 cities is no less than 10,000. Based on this, it is very likely that the Samanai have gathered the people of 4 tribes to attack us. This is not something that Capus 11th Legion can defend against alone. We must send them reinforcements, Helos suggested worriedly. Although the Samanai have a lot of people, most of them are light infantry. They cannot pose a real threat to the 11th Legion in a frontal battle. Hieronymus comforted. Don't be careless against the Samanai, Felix reminded solemnly. The Ministry of Military Affairs has received news that the Hilpini tribe once tried to buy armor from our weapons merchants. Although they did not succeed, it also shows that the Hilpini leader, Leskok, who has fought with us before, is very clear about the shortcomings of the Samanai warriors and is looking for a change. Once they contact Carthage, when the others heard this, their hearts tightened again. At this time, Devers thought about it and said, the 11th Legion is indeed not enough. How about this? Appoint Alexis as the commander of the eastern part of Dionia. She will be in charge of the 9th Legion, the 10th Legion, the 11th Legion, as well as the 2nd Cavalry Legion and the reserve soldiers of these legions. She will be in charge of the war against the Samanai. However, remind her not to transfer all the troops to the Downey region. She must leave enough troops to guard against some enemies that may exist in the east, as well as some sabotage activities that they carry out to destroy the stability of the Pachetti, Masapi, and Downey regions. Although Alexis and Prososus were both appointed as regional commanders, Alexis could command much more troops than Prososus. The officers of the Ministry of Military Affairs did not express any objections. Alexis was their old comrade. Whether it was in terms of experience or battle record, she was incomparable to Prososus. Furthermore, the Downey region was closer to the core of the kingdom. An enemy invasion would have a greater psychological impact on the people. In addition, it was indeed more convenient for logistics. However, the last sentence of Devers shocked them again. Felix asked in a slightly panicked manner, Your Majesty, does the kingdom have a new enemy? The more politically sensitive Helos asked directly, Your Majesty, does this enemy refer to Sparta? As soon as the word Sparta came out, the faces of Felix, Hieronymus, and Tormid all changed. But the Devers still looked calm. Instead, he looked at them and said, half jokingly and half discontentedly, You are all veterans who have defeated countless strong enemies with me. Why are you all so afraid when you hear that the enemy is Sparta? Your Majesty, we are not afraid. We're just a little surprised, Felix hurriedly explained. What's there to be surprised about? The Devers said in a slightly reprimanding tone. We all know very well that Sparta was forced to sign a friendly agreement with us back then. With the overbearing nature of the people of Sparta, how could they allow other forces to share the hegemony of Greece with them? I'm afraid that they have already secretly regarded Dionia as their enemy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken in some of the fugitives from Masapi and Pachetti. This time we, Dionia, are at war with several forces. I'm afraid that Sparta will think that their opportunity has come. The Ministry of Military Affairs is not an ordinary kingdom's institution. It has to command the entire kingdom's army to deal with the threats that the kingdom faces now and in the future. Therefore, as senior officials of this department, you have to stand on a higher level and analyze the various countries and forces in the Mediterranean Sea. Not only do you have to deal with the present, but you also have to predict and prepare for the future. The words of the Devers were a little tactful, but it made the people present feel ashamed. For a moment, the hall was a little silent. The Devers threw out a timely topic. If Sparta wants to intervene in this war, what will they do? And how should we deal with it? Go back and think about it carefully, then write a plan for me. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5 people said goodbye and left. The Devers walked in front of the map and pressed the icon of Rome with his hand. He looked at the Helniki region, where the army might have gathered, and then moved his eyes to the towns that had just become the colony of Rome in the southwest of the Latin region. Finally, his eyes returned to the city of Rome. He pondered for a long time, and a bold plan was brewing in his mind. The news of the Samni invading the Daranay region quickly spread throughout Turia. The people did not show much panic. After all, the thrilling war in southern Italy had happened more than 10 years ago, and the Samni people were defeated by the Dionysian army. They firmly believed that the brave and large army was enough to repel the invading enemy. So the pace of life of the people was still the same as usual. The merchants, on the other hand, smelled a business opportunity. Whether it was the purchase of war materials, transportation, weapon maintenance, or even the sale of spoils of war and captives, there was a lot of profit to be made. However, in an emergency Senate meeting, the senators from the Daranay region urgently requested that the king of the Devers immediately take military action to save the people of Daranay who were suffering from a war. Not only must they repel the Samni people who tore up the alliance and brazenly invaded, but they must also teach them a terrible lesson. The proposal of the Daranay senator was supported by Senator Pchetti and Senator Cullum of Galagusso. After all, the city of Galagusso was located in the mountains to the north, adjacent to the Samni people. The same was true for Pchetti. The city of Arosa in the north had been invaded by the Samni people several times in the past, and was even captured once. In fact, the Devers were very happy to see such a situation happen. A strong foreign enemy would force these newly attached regions to unite against a common enemy, so that some of the conflicts between them could be resolved more quickly and the speed of integration would be faster. The Devers announced the news that the Ministry of Military Affairs has appointed Alexis as the commander of the Eastern region. She will be in charge of commanding the 9th, 10th, and 11th legions, as well as the 2nd Cavalry Legion, to encircle the Samni people. This was because in the hearts of many of the senators, Alexis was a famous general in Daionia, second only to the Devers. Moreover, the Daranay region was originally conquered by him, so he should be more familiar with the situation there. After calming the emotions of the senators, the Devers proposed that the Licinian governor, Antonio, be appointed as the wartime governor of the Daranay region. He would be in charge of all the towns in the Daranay region and assist Alexis in dealing with the invasion of the Samni people. Regarding this, there was not much of an objection from the Devers. Although Antonio had been neglected a few years ago because of the Laodigian incident, he had performed well in the past 2 years after he became the governor of Lusnia. Lusnia was once the central town of the Daranay people, and under his management, it had always been harmonious. Moreover, he was also the hero who conquered the eastern part of Sicily in the southern Italian War. It could be said that he had a strong alliance with Alexis, which made the senators even more confident in defeating the Samni people. In addition, Antarcticus proposed that they should send an envoy to the Flintani region to inquire about their views on the Samni people's invasion of Daionia. This way, they could judge their stance and decide whether the kingdom should treat them as enemies or not. After all, from the current situation of the war, the town of Gorum, near the border of Flintani, was attacked by the Samni people and fell. It would have been impossible without the cooperation of Flintani. Furthermore, Antarcticus also proposed that they should send the 4th Fleet to strengthen the patrols along the coast of Flintani. As long as they discovered any abnormal ships docking at the ports of any town in Flintani, they should immediately sink them. This was actually because they were worried that the people of Carthage would transport war resources, such as armor and food, to the Samni, people who did not have ports. Their proposals were all approved. Compared to the Carthage army that landed in Sicily, facing the invasion of the Samni people, the reaction of the elders was more intense. Moreover, their opinions were unanimous, and they were full of fighting spirit. This might be because the Daurnay region was too close to Thurii, and it would be easy for the war to spread to other regions around it. Unlike Sicily, which was far to the south and separated by the strait, although Carthage's national strength was stronger, the army was still slowly marching outside the territory of the Kingdom of Ionia from the declaration of war until now. The long preparation time had already dissipated the excessive worry of the elders. Of course, at the same time, this also had something to do with the Laodicean case that caused many Sicilian elders to fall from power, resulting in there being not many Sicilian elders left in the Senate. At night, the moonlight poured into Christoia's bedroom through the wooden window like water. The Devers had been busy all day and only returned home in the evening. They hurriedly ate dinner, washed up, and entered Christoia's bedroom. They fell onto the soft bed and did not want to move. Christoia, who had lived with the Devers for nearly 20 years, knew that it was the incident of the Samni people invading the Daurnay region that caused her husband to be so tired today. She was already used to it, so that she could let her husband have a good sleep as usual, so that he could recover his energy and better face the heavy tasks of the kingdom in the future. But today, she had to shake the sleepy Devers awake. "Your Majesty, don't sleep yet. There's something I need you to make a decision on. It's already so late. What else do you need to do?" The Devers opened his eyes in a daze, and he looked a little upset. In the eyes of outsiders, the King of Devers was a serious person. In fact, he rarely got angry at home. This kind of mood was already the worst performance. Chapter 728. She pretended to be aggrieved and said, "I know you've been busy with the affairs of the kingdom all day and are tired, but there's no other way. But there's no other way, because as the head of the family, you have to make the decisions for the big things that happen in the family." "What's going on?" Devers was at a loss. Usually, Christoia took care of everything in the family, and he rarely asked about it. "Your son, Adoris. He's already 21, and someone has come to propose marriage," Christoia said seriously. "Propose marriage? Adoris is still very young." Devers didn't think much of it, but when he saw Christoia's serious expression, he suddenly realized something and asked, "Who's proposing marriage?" Alcibiades asked for his daughter's hand in marriage. He told Agnes about it, but Agnes asked for my opinion, Christoia said calmly. However, Devers was no longer sleepy and thought about it seriously. He then said, "Agnes still respects you as a sister." "Of course I know that. I've always treated Agnes as my own sister. There's nothing wrong with us sisters, but I'm afraid that some outsiders will think too much," Christoia reminded. Devers sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He would rather face an army than deal with these trivial family matters, but he knew that if he didn't handle it well, it might affect the harmony of the family. He thought about it and said, "I'm afraid it won't be good to directly reject Alcibiades. After all, he played an important role in allowing Lygium to completely merge with the kingdom. He also organized the Lygium merchants to buy food for the kingdom in Yo Galaxy, and he's also a relative of our family. How about this? Tell Adoris and see if he's willing. After all, he's only my adopted son, and even his name has been changed. If he doesn't agree, I can't force him to marry me, right? At the very least, letting them meet could be considered as a response to Alcibiades' request. I wonder if Alcibiades can adapt to the marriage customs of the Kingdom of Ionia. The traditional marriage customs of Greece do not allow the man to see the woman before marriage, but Ionia is much more open. Not only do they have the practice of blind dates, but most of the children of the citizens of the same town go to the same school since childhood. Although the boys and girls are in different classes, they see each other every day. There are many couples who get married because of this. At this point, Devers asked, "Have you seen Alcibiades' daughter?" "Agnes brought her here for me to meet. She's a beautiful lady and seems to have received traditional noble education. She's very polite." Christonia emphasized. With Adoris's temperament, I'm afraid he won't like traditional Greek girls, Devers muttered. But what if he falls in love? Christonia was still a little worried. After all, there was a gem like Agnes, and that girl did not seem to be too bad. Devers was stunned and said hesitantly, if that's the case, there's no other way. You can't go back on your word. Why don't we arrange a few more blind dates for Adoris? Actually, Alcibiades isn't the only one who has come to propose marriage. Myron's wife, Strompoli's wife, Bacchus's wife. They've all mentioned it at the gathering. If Adoris still chooses Alcibiades' daughter, it means that this is indeed a marriage bestowed by Hera, and we should also give our blessings, Christonia suggested. Devers knew that the gathering Christonia was talking about was a small banquet she had organized in the mansion a few years ago. At first, the participants were only Andrea, Asuna, and occasionally Agnes. As time went on, it became bigger and bigger. At its peak, there were nearly 50 participants, most of whom were the wives of the elders. It was also nicknamed the Madam Senate by the meddlesome tourists, as it did not hinder the Devers' administration, and on the contrary, it gave them another channel to understand the thoughts and movements of the elders. Sometimes, Christonia could even help them resolve family disputes, so the Devers did not stop it. Instead, to avoid arousing suspicion, they built a banquet hall next to the mansion for their gatherings. At the same time, they sent guards to guard it and did not allow men to enter. At this moment, the Devers said rather proudly, even if Adoris is an adopted son, he's still my adopted son. It's impossible for him not to be welcomed. With so many good girls for him to choose from, I believe he'll find a good wife. I reckon that when it's Clotho's turn, the door of my house will probably be broken by matchmakers. You want Clotho to go on a blind date as well? Christonia looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. It's just a joke, the Devers hurriedly said with a straight face. Clotho is different from Adoris. His marriage cannot be decided by himself. It must be beneficial to the rule of our family and the stability of the kingdom. Christonia was not angry at the Devers for not giving Clotho Catax the freedom to marry. Instead, she smiled like a flower. She knew that the Devers' words meant that he had always regarded his eldest son as his heir. Christonia stretched out her snow-white and slender hands and took the initiative to massage the Devers' body. After being woken up, the Devers couldn't sleep anymore. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed his wife's gentle service. He murmured to himself, it's about time to find a wife for Adoris. Let him settle down as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'll be yelling about going to the Latin region to fight every day. You're not going to send him to the battlefield again? Christonia asked casually. That's impossible. When it's time to send the 2nd Division to fight, of course, he'll go. Otherwise, what will the other soldiers think? The Devers said without hesitation. What about Clotho? He's not even 19 yet. He's still a reserve soldier. Christonia asked casually. Of course, he'll go too. As soon as the Devers finished this sentence, the hands that were massaging his body immediately stopped moving. He turned to look at the worried Christonia, who was about to say something. He's just following me. He's already an adult. It's time for him to understand what a real war is like. In this era, it's very difficult to become a good king if you don't understand military affairs and war. Hey, don't stop. The left side of my back is a little sore. Give me a good massage. Christonia let go of her worry and smiled as she continued to massage her husband. Are you going to the battlefield again this time? I haven't decided yet. It depends on how the war develops. The Devers closed his eyes slightly and said faintly. He was immersed in his thoughts again. After so many years, Christonia had gotten used to her husband's victory after victory, so she wasn't worried about his safety. Your Majesty, are you still awake? Christonia asked softly after a while. The Devers responded. I want to start a new business. Can you give me some advice on what to do? The Devers was stunned. He turned to look at Christonia, who was bending over and massaging his back. He asked in confusion, what's the problem? The kingdom's business is becoming more and more prosperous, and there are more and more merchants. Whether it's restaurants, school supplies, or ball games, there are many new shops and restaurants competing with us. Although, according to what you said, The commercial products we've established. The brand is already well known and loved by the people of the kingdom, but our income has been slowly declining for the past 2 years. We need a new business to quickly increase our profits. Christonia complained to the Devers. Don't you still have a monopoly on the deposits and loans of the entire kingdom? The Devers said disapprovingly. Just one bank isn't enough. We have so many children. We need to prepare more for them in the future. Christonia said resolutely. In reality, this was an idea she'd come up with on the spur of the moment. She'd been stimulated by what the Devers had said about Agnes's brother, Alcibiades, organizing the merchants of Lygium to buy food. She needed to be richer and have more influence in the kingdom's business. Christonia's words of concern for the children's future had moved the Devers. At the same time, the drought had made him feel that he was in a financial predicament. Opening up a new source of income for Christonia would naturally lead to a new business for the kingdom. He searched his mind for ideas from his previous life that would be suitable for the kingdom's trade, but his eyes couldn't help but be attracted to the 2 snow-white lumps of Christonia's loose nightgown as she bent over him. They swayed like water droplets as she moved her delicate body. A thought flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "Christonia, you can make women's underwear." Underwear? Christonia muttered the new word that the Devers had come up with. She said with slight disappointment, "You mean the underwear? We make them at home and wear them ourselves. No one will buy them from the market." "No, I'm not talking about the underwear." The Devers shook his head. "Do you still remember that you wear Aphrodite's brassiere when you get married?" "I didn't wear it when I married you." Christonia didn't forget to grumble coquettishly at this time. The Devers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "This underwear is somewhat similar to brassiere, but it's more complicated to make than brassiere. It's more comfortable to wear, and it accentuates the beauty of a woman's figure, increasing the temptation for men." Christonia immediately became interested and asked, "What does this underwear look like?" The Devers wanted to describe it, but didn't know where to start. He simply let Christonia lie down and took off her light nightgown. Chapter 729. Christonia was almost 40 years old. As a mother of 3 children, her skin was not as tight and elastic as it was when she was young, but it was still white and smooth, and her figure was well maintained. Devers could even smell the faint rose fragrance coming from her body. He knew that Christonia had been learning from the Egyptians over the past few years. Every time she took a bath, she would mix a little milk in the hot water, sprinkle rose petals, and stir before using it. It seemed that the effect was obvious now. First of all, let me talk about the bra." Divers swallowed his saliva, stretched out his hands, and formed a bowl shape, gently covering Christonia's full and soft breasts. "First of all, according to the size of each woman's breasts, make a cloth cover in the shape of my hand. Then connect it with thin strips of cloth, extend to the armpits and shoulders, then fasten it on the back with thin buckles," Divers said as he gently stroked Christonia's skin with his fingers. Although the tickling sensation made Christonia smile, she tried her best to focus on listening to Roland. Devers was also controlling the slowly rising desire in his heart. He swallowed again and reached his hand between Christonia's legs. Christonia could not help but tremble, but she heard Devers say softly, "And the bra." Devers's fingers moved from the front to the bottom, drawing the shape of the underwear in this mysterious, forbidden area. Christonia's eyes shone with shrewdness. Temporarily forgetting the burning desire in her body, she said excitedly, "This is really a gift from Aphrodite to us women. I can't wait to make them and promote them to my friends at my party. I believe that they will soon become popular in the kingdom." Devers praised Christonia in his heart. After years of honing, Christonia's business sense was very keen. These noble women in the kingdom could easily become the standard of fashion. He added, "You could try to modify the shape, color, and material of these underwear to meet the needs of different people. I'll let people try it slowly. Your Majesty, I want to be the first one to wear it when it's ready." Christonia's cheeks were flushed. Devers stared at her slim and delicate body and imagined the beautiful scene of her wearing underwear. His heart was filled with lust. Just as he was about to press down on his wife, Kristoia stretched out her jade-like arms and pressed him down on the bed. She whispered into his ear, "Your Majesty, you've given me such a good idea. I'll serve you well tonight." After Alexis received the Dever's appointment and the Dever's instructions and reminders, she hurriedly went to the Ministry of Military Affairs and once again chose Mathesius as her adjutant. As he was in a hurry, he did not go home to say goodbye, nor did any of his colleagues come to see him off. Only his son-in-law, Stephos, heard the news and hurried to the quay of the port of Turiae to see him off, but he had already boarded a fast ship bound for the port of Tarentum. More than an hour later, the fast ship docked at the military port of Tarentum. This military port, where the main force of the First Fleet of Dionia was stationed, was usually very lively. It was completely a prosperous small city, but the start of the Sicilian War caused the fleet to leave, so it became a little deserted. Alexis was not in the mood to pay attention to this. With a warrant from the Ministry of Military Affairs, he exchanged for 2 war horses in the military port, then galloped east with Mathesius in the direction of Brindisi. Their destination was the station of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. As the soldiers of the 4th Cavalry Regiment were from the Pacetti and Messapi, the barracks of the 4th Cavalry Regiment were set up in Brindisi, which was located between these 2 regions. This was also to make it convenient for the soldiers to come and train. At the same time, the stationing of the 4th Cavalry Regiment was beneficial to the defense of Brindisi. In the afternoon, Alexis arrived at Brindisi. Brindisi was the only town in the Kingdom of Dionia that was designated as a military port, which meant that the entire city was built around the military port. The people in the city were mainly sailors and their families of the 4th Fleet, with a small number of soldiers and their families of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. Of course, it also had a governor, but this governor was not a senator, but a middle-level administrator appointed by the Senate. When there were some important or thorny problems in the city, the governor had to discuss with the commander of the 4th Fleet and the commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment to solve them. The port of Brindisi was an excellent deep-water port, and the area of the port was vast, able to accommodate thousands of ships at the same time. The Devers actually had their own strategic considerations in assigning it to the military, but now that the strategic center of the kingdom was in the north and south, the port of Brindisi did not receive much support from the kingdom, so the 4th Fleet was also the weakest of the 4 major fleets of Dionia. There were only 63 oared warships, and the total number of warships in the Adriatic Sea was only 100. Their main task was to patrol the Adriatic Sea every day, mainly to fight against pirates. But although the military port of Brindisi was small, it had everything. Alexis went straight to the station of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. In the commander's residence, he saw the commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment, Plegulus, and the commander of the 4th Fleet, Miltias, who had heard the news and rushed over. Before Alexis arrived, the Ministry of Military Affairs had already sent messengers to quickly inform the commanders and fleet commanders in the east of the kingdom of Alexis' appointment. So when the 2 saw Alexis, they were very respectful. "Commander Alexis." The commander of the 4th Fleet, Miltias, and the commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment, Plegulus, both stood up and saluted him. After Alexis returned the salute, he did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Commander Plegulus, the military situation is urgent. Has your cavalry regiment assembled?" Plegulus' original name was Plegulus, and he was a Messapi. 10 years ago, during the decisive battle between the Devers and the Messapi alliance, he had led the Messapi cavalry to create a lot of trouble for the Dionysian army. After the Messapi region was conquered, and when the 4th Cavalry Regiment was formed, he was the first to lead his people to respond to the conscription. Because of his reputation, the Pacetti and Messapi people enthusiastically signed up. Soon, the cavalry regiment was filled to the brim, and there was still a lot of surplus, so it attracted the attention of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Devers. As a result, Plegulus, a foreigner who had just joined the Dionysian army and put on the uniform of the Legion of Dionysia, was appointed as the commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. A few years later, he took over the position of commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. The speed of his promotion was unprecedented in the Dionia army. On one hand, because the 4th Cavalry Regiment was made up of Misapi and Pachetti people, it was more convenient to have a Misapi as the commander. On the other hand, he was also a role model for the Misapi and Pachetti people in the Dionysian army, showing that the Kingdom of Dionia treated all races as equal. The Devers personally announced the appointment to Plegulus, and they treated him with great hospitality in the palace. They had high expectations of him. Plegulus did not disappoint the Devers. Not long after returning to Brindisi, he changed his name to Plegulus, which was similar to a Greek name, to show his loyalty to the kingdom. They have already been assembled, waiting for your order, Plegulus replied confidently. As soon as the Samnite people invaded, he received the news. Because in the previous plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the 10th Cavalry Regiment and the 4th Cavalry Regiment stationed in the Pachetti region had the task of defending the Downey region. He immediately began to gather the cavalry under his command. Very good, Alexis praised, and then gave an order. Legion Commander Plegulus, immediately gather your cavalry and prepare to head north. Also, send your cavalry guards to deliver this order to the Udier barracks and hand it over to Legion Commander Tagtilos. As she spoke, Alexis handed over the paper order she had written before they set off to Plegulus. The content of this paper order was for Tagetilos to gather the 9th Legion and head north. At the same time, he was to gather his reserve soldiers and station them in the barracks to ensure the safety of the Misapi region. Before Plegulus left the hall, Miltiades asked impatiently, "Commander, what is the mission of the 4th Fleet?" 2 years ago, when Alexis led the army to attack Downey, he had close cooperation with the 4th Fleet. He had a good relationship with Miltiades, so he smiled and said, "The war has just begun. You don't have to be so anxious." "How can I not be anxious? The 1st and 2nd Fleets are fighting with Carthage's people in the south, and the 3rd Fleet is assisting the 1st Legion in the north. We, Legio IV, cannot be idle and be a spectator," Miltiades said anxiously. This time, it's impossible for the 4th Fleet to be a spectator, Alexis said with a smile, and handed him an order from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Miltiades took a look and was surprised. "The Ministry of Military Affairs wants us, the 4th Fleet, to patrol the entire coastline from Misapi to Forentani, intercept any suspicious ships, and if necessary, sink them. I originally thought that the 4th Fleet would only be responsible for transporting supplies and troops and protecting the coast of the Downey region. I didn't expect that the Ministry of Military Affairs would let the 4th Fleet control such a long coastline. Isn't this what you hoped for? Samnite is not the only enemy in Dionia. I took the 9th and 10th Legions with me, and the Misapi and Pachetti regions are empty. I will have to rely on your 4th Fleet to ensure the safety of the sea behind me," Alexis said solemnly. Chapter 730. Miltiades was deep in thought after hearing this. "One more thing. You'd better arrange a few fast ships at the port of Cypentum. If I need the 4th Fleet's assistance, I'll be able to notify you immediately." After hearing this, Miltiades shouted in dissatisfaction, "Our 4th Fleet only has 100 warships. To patrol such a long coastline, stop any hostile forces from attacking from the sea, and help you in battle. My warships and sailors are completely insufficient. If the 4th Fleet performs well in this war, I think the Ministry of Military Affairs will definitely consider increasing the size of the 4th Fleet." Alexis could only encourage him in this way. Plegulus quickly assembled the 4th Cavalry Legion. Alexis immediately led the 2,000 cavalrymen out of Brindisi and quickly headed north into the Pachetti region. In the evening, they finally arrived at the military camp near Silvestra city. When the commander of Legio IV, Melishanda, personally welcomed Alexis into the military camp, Alexis, who had been running around for a day without rest, was so tired that he was staggering. After all, he was over 50 years old and did not have the exuberant energy of a young man. However, he still asked with concern, "Has the 10th Legion been assembled? Our brothers are all in the military camp." The youngest commander said in a loud voice, "We're just waiting for the commander's order, and we'll immediately rush to the battlefield. Arrange the accommodation for the cavalry legion, and also arrange a place for me to sleep. Let me have a good sleep. Drowsiness overwhelmed her, and Alexis couldn't help but yawn. Tomorrow, early in the morning, we'll leave. The surrounding soldiers who heard this were all excited. Early in the morning the next day, the camp's bugle sounded. The soldiers of the 10th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion did not wrap up their armor and weapons and carry them on their shoulders. Instead, they hurriedly put them on, walked out of the barracks, and rushed to the field. In the camp's conference room, Alexis, Melisande, and Pruglis urgently held a short military meeting. "What's the situation like in the Downey area?" Alexis asked. As the commander of the 10th Legion that was close to Downey, Melisande naturally knew the most about the situation. According to the report from yesterday's scouts, the Samnian army is still surrounding Ascurum and Vibenrum, he replied immediately. The enemy occupying Gruum has not left, but a small number of Samnian soldiers have rushed into the hinterland of Downey to loot. Melisande's eyes widened. In fact, it had only been 2 days since the Samniad invaded. It was impossible for the Samniad to attack a new target so quickly. Alexis then asked, "Where is the 11th Corps?" "He's still guarding the barracks," Melisande replied. When they conquered the Downey area 2 years ago, Alexis was already familiar with the terrain there. The central city of Downey, Lusnia, was not located in the center of the Downey area. Instead, it was more to the northwest, closer to the Samni Mountains. Moreover, there were no large cities to the west that acted as barriers. If the Samnian attacked from the mountains, they could reach the city in half a day if they were fast enough. Therefore, after the Downey area was conquered and Antonios became the chief administrator of Lusnia, this chief administrator wrote a letter to the Devers suggesting that the barracks of the Downey area should be set up on the west side of Lusnia as a fortress to protect the safety of the city. This suggestion was approved by the Devers. Therefore, with Ascurum, Vibenrum, and Gruum under attack, and Lusnia possibly under attack from 3 sides, it was the safest way to station the new 11th Corps in the barracks and wait for reinforcements. Alexis pondered for a while and made a decision. The 10th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion will cross the Orfanto River upstream and go directly to Ascurum. Yes. Both Pleclis and Melisande were excited. "Commander, we don't know how many enemies there are in Ascrom," Matthias reminded him. "Commander, we don't know how many enemies there are in Ascrom. Is there an ambush? Isn't it too risky to just rely on one legion and cavalry to attack? We need to be wary of the 1st Legion. I believe in the combat power of the 10th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion. I also believe that the Samnian people will not expect our reinforcements to attack them so soon. This will make them unprepared." Alexis raised her head slightly and said confidently, "Even if Ascurum really has a large Samnian army that can surround us, as long as we can hold on, I believe that Capys, Antonios, and Tegatilos will definitely come to our rescue. We can defeat the main force of the Samnian army in one fell swoop." Alexis had seen the battle report of the 1st Legion. He knew very well that although the forces and types of troops he was leading now were very similar to those of Amintas who had rescued Wolsey not long ago, it was different from Amintas who was fighting alone. He was fighting within the borders of his country. He firmly believed that if there were any abnormalities, Capys, Antonios, these old comrades would definitely do their best to rescue him, even if he and Antonios had some small conflicts before. The ones who besieged Ascurum were mainly the Pentni tribe. It should be said that their attack was very sudden. When they killed their way into Ascurum's territory, the people of Ascurum were still herding cattle and sheep or farming. They were completely unprepared. Knowing that the Samnian had invaded, many people panicked and ran into the city. The Samnian warriors followed closely behind, trying to take the opportunity to rush into the city. However, the governor of Ascurum was Hesitis. This former leader of the Siren tribe had bravely resisted the oppression of the Briti alliance and started the War of Dionia to conquer the Briti. Later, he helped Helos participate in the Southern Italian War. For more than 10 years, he served as the city governor of the Briti region, the Messapi region, and the Pacetti region. Until the year before last, he was transferred to the Downey region. It could be said that not only was his administrative experience rich, but he was also no stranger to military affairs. A few months ago, he received a warning from the Ministry of Military Affairs. All towns in Downey were asked to strengthen their security. Beware of the Samnian attack. He did not take it lightly. Not only did he mobilize the people to strengthen the city's defenses, but he also increased the number of patrols to strengthen the patrols at the top of the city. At the same time, every few days, citizens who had participated in military training would gather in the city square to practice formations and fighting for an hour or two. He also organized the citizens who had horses into a small team and took turns to patrol at the foot of the mountain in the west every day. Dozens of days passed, and everything in the Samnian Mountains was as usual. There were no traces of war, due to the repeated advice of his subordinates. After all, frequent military training was not conducive to the upcoming spring sowing. He slightly relaxed his guard and reduced the training. He did not expect that at this time, the Samnian would attack. The Escurum scouts who were patrolling outside the city quickly discovered the enemy. They shouted, "The Samnian are attacking," to inform the people in the villages that they passed by to evacuate while they rushed into the city. When Hegesidas received the news, he did not panic too much. He ordered to close the city gates, pull up the drawbridge, and sound the alarm at the same time. He asked the young citizens who were still in the city to pick up their shields and spears and go up to the city to defend. At the same time, he also asked the soldiers at the top of the city wall to shout at the people who were fleeing outside the city, advising them to escape to Hidorum in the east. The city gates of Escurum would never be opened under the enemy's attack. It was because of these measures that when the Samnian army, which was mainly made up of the Pentni soldiers, rushed to the city, they saw that the city of Escurum was already on guard. Although there were not many citizens in the city who could fight due to the Samnian sudden attack, Escurum was still a large city in the Downey region with an 8-meter-high city wall. The Samnian came rushing, but they did not bring any siege equipment. Bardani could only let tens of thousands of soldiers line up onto the city wall and roar in unison, trying to intimidate the Escurum people into opening the city and surrendering. How could Hegesidas be intimidated by such a formation? Bardani had no choice but to set up camp outside the city. In the next day or so, Bardani ordered the soldiers to cut down trees and make a large number of scaling ladders and black logs. He launched an attack on the city of Escurum, trying to use the advantage of numbers to take down this important city in the southwest of the Downey region. He wanted to restore the prestige of the Pentni tribe and his great leader. Therefore, at the beginning, Bardani ordered the troops to launch a fierce attack. The Samnian soldiers carried scaling ladders and black logs, braving the danger of being hit by javelins and arrows, and attacked the city from the north, west, and south. As the chief executive, Hegesidas personally went to the city wall and led the citizens to fight bravely. The Samnian attacks were like a tide. After one wave of setbacks, another wave of attacks came. The continuous attacks gradually made the Escurum militia, who were lacking in military strength, unable to resist. In the afternoon, the Samni army managed to reach the top of the west city wall several times. Hegesidas hurriedly gathered the few remaining reserve soldiers and finally managed to drive them off the city wall with great difficulty. Another soldier hurriedly rushed over from the south city wall. "Lord Hegesidas, the enemy has reached the top of the city wall. Inspector Kopikas is requesting help from you. How can I have any reinforcements here?" With a bitter smile on his face, Hegesidas reached out his hand to wipe away the blood that was splashing on his face and blocking his sight. Looking at the militiamen beside him who were so tired that they could barely move, and hearing the deafening roars of the Samoan warriors, Hegesidas' timidity disappeared in a flash. Resolutely, he turned around and said to the adjutant, "Go to the city immediately and gather the old people to reinforce the southern city. Hold on. Tell Kopikas to hold on. As long as we hold on today, reinforcements will arrive tomorrow." Chapter 731. At this moment, Hegesidas heard the urgent sound of a horn coming from below the city. He could not help but feel nervous. Were the Simonians going to step up their attack? But just as he reminded the soldiers on the city wall to prepare for the enemy's next attack, he saw the Simonians slowly retreating amidst the cries of dissatisfaction. After all, the Simonians had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Dionia. Now that they were fighting with the Dionia again, the leaders of the various tribes were on high alert. When Bardani attacked the city, he still sent scouts to the southeast and northeast. At this time, he had just received an urgent report from the scout. In the southeast, there are many Dionia cavalry marching quickly towards Asculum. Their vanguard is not far from here. Dionia's reinforcements are coming so fast. It had only been more than 3 days since the Simonians declared war. Based on Bardani's experience in previous battles against the Greeks, the central town of Dionia, Thurii, had probably just received the news. Perhaps they were debating the war in the Senate, or perhaps they were in a hurry to mobilize their citizens to participate in the war. It would probably take a few more days. Therefore, he felt that there should be enough time to take down Asculum. However, he did not expect the situation to suddenly take a turn for the worse. He was at a loss because at this time, other than more than 100 guard around him, the rest of the warriors were involved in the siege, trying to take down the city in one fell swoop. Fortunately, it's only cavalry. Great leader, quickly withdraw some of the warriors who are attacking the city and organize the defense. The tribal leader next to him reminded, "Withdraw? How?" Bardani looked at the warriors who were fighting bravely under the city wall anxiously. In his anxiety, he remembered his father's warning before he died. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, "I'm afraid that the Dionia will not only send cavalry. We must retreat. Retreat immediately." Seeing Bardani's resolute attitude, even if the leaders were unwilling, they knew that even if victory was in sight, they could not attack the city anymore. Otherwise, if the Dionia's reinforcements really came, their army would be attacked from all sides and would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The retreat horn was blown, and the attacking army began to retreat, seeing several Samoyed warriors jumping down from the top of the city wall. The leaders sighed sorrowfully. "Woo! Woo!" A loud bugle sounded from the south, and Bardani immediately shivered in fright. Very soon, the ground began to tremble, as if countless wooden hammers were beating a giant drum, emitting rumbling sounds accompanied by a sky full of dust. "The Dionia cavalry is here," a penitent leader beside Bardani exclaimed. Countless cavalrymen in black helmets and armor galloped out of the cloud of dust. Among them, a large flag was raised high in the air, fluttering in the wind. On the flag was a picture of a Pegasus and a large Greek number for embroidered below it. "My lord, reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements are here." On top of the city wall, the citizens cheered. Hephaestus finally heaved a sigh of relief. The 4th Cavalry Legion did not directly attack the middle section of the retreating Simonians. Instead, they circled to the south wall, quickly spread out their formation, and began to attack the rear of the retreating Simonians. Taking advantage of the Simonians' lack of effective organization as they were busy retreating, and the fact that they were afraid of the Dionia cavalry's sudden attack, they ignored the danger of being attacked by the enemy's javelins and boldly approached within a distance of 10 meters. Then, they used their short javelins, which were almost 100% accurate. They instantly caused a large number of casualties, causing chaos. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, the cavalrymen drove their horses and finally caused the Simonians to be routed. Then, they skillfully drove the defeated soldiers to charge at the Samnite soldiers in front of them. When panic spread rapidly in the army, even the brave Simonians could not help but flee with their comrades around them. The routed army was like snow rolling down the mountaintop, getting bigger and bigger. Even the team sent by Bardani to stop the Dionia cavalry was wrapped up in the fleeing crowd. Bardani finally gave up and led his personal guards to flee first, leading the routed soldiers behind him in the direction of their escape. The 4th Cavalry Legion's pursuit of the Simonians did not last long. It was not because the cavalrymen did not want to achieve greater results, but because the city of Asculum was located on the south bank of the upper reaches of the Carapel River. It was originally located at the foot of the mountain, less than 6 to 7 miles away from the vast mountains. Moreover, the terrain along the way was uneven, so the routed Simonians quickly fled into the mountains. No matter how brave the Daionia cavalry was, they could not ride on war horses to chase after the enemy in the mountains. They could only return resentfully. This short rescue battle ended just like that. The Simonians suffered more than 2,000 casualties in the siege battle and the surprise attack by the Daionia 4th Cavalry Legion, while the 4th Cavalry Legion only suffered slightly more than 100 casualties. The Eastern Theater of Operations of Daionia obtained their first victory in the rescue of the Downey region. It was not until evening that Alexis and the 10th Cavalry Legion finally arrived at Asculum. After all, marching with infantry was different from riding on horseback. The army set off from Pachetti's barracks, crossed the Ofanto River, and rushed to the Carapel River. Following the flat road along the river, they sped up and finally arrived at Asculum after almost a day. If it was not for the cavalry legions' fast march and timely rescue, the city would have changed hands by the time the 10th Cavalry Legion arrived. Hephaestus opened the city gate to welcome the arrival of the reinforcements and expressed his gratitude to Alexis. However, that was all there was to it. The Samnite attack had caused a lot of casualties to the people of Ascrom. Hephaestus was busy dealing with the aftermath of the battle that night. It was impossible for him to have the mood to hold a banquet to welcome their savior. Of course, Alexis did not care about that. On the contrary, he ordered the soldiers of the 10th Cavalry Legion to help clean up the battlefield, burn the corpses, and even send the medical camp to treat the injured. The next day, Alexis led the army to continue north. As he was worried that the Simonians who escaped into the mountains would come back after he left a brigade of the 10th Cavalry Legion to defend the defenseless Asculum. What Hephaestus needed to do now was to send the cavalry to the east and quickly recall the large number of Asculum citizens who did not manage to escape into the city to strengthen the defense of the city. Alexis led the army to the previously besieged city of Vibenrum in the afternoon. The Simonians who were originally besieging the city had obviously received news of the arrival of Daonia's reinforcements, so they retreated into the mountains. 2 days later, the reinforcements arrived at the central city of the Downey region, Lusnia City. Antonios, the wartime governor of the Downey region and the governor of Lusnia, Capys, the acting commander of the 11th Legion, as well as the middle and high-ranking officials of Lusnia City and a large number of citizens, came out of the city to welcome them. Thank you, Commander Alexis, for leading the army to rescue us in time. Our Downey is finally saved, Antonios said with a smile. The appointment of a wartime governor and the trust of the Devers had swept away the haze in his heart. Even though the Simonians were pressuring the city, he was still in a good mood these few days. During the war, you brought so many people out of the city. If you were to be ambushed by the Simonians, it doesn't matter if you're captured or captured. The order of the Downey region will fall into chaos, Alexis said half jokingly, half seriously. Antonios laughed and said, with a famous commander like you, the Simonians will only hide far away. You haven't even arrived yet, but you have already brought us victory. Alexis said modestly, in this land, only Her Majesty's fame will spread far and wide. You and I are just doing our best to fulfill our duties. You are right. Antonios nodded casually, then went forward and gave Alexis a strong hug. My brother, thank you very much for your timely rescue. Alexis was stunned for a moment, then immediately returned the warm hug. The small grudges between the two of them in the past few years completely disappeared in this hug. At this moment, Capys, who was at the side, gave a military salute and said jokingly, Commander Alexis, 11th Legion Commander Capys reporting for duty. I say, Sir Capys, don't scare me. Legion Commander is only your part-time job. You are the quartermaster of the Ministry of Military Affairs. We all have to listen to your command, or we will have to starve. Alexis said, using her fist to lightly hit Capys' chest. The awkwardness of commanding and being commanded was dispelled in the laughter. Looking at the three influential figures of the kingdom of Daionia chatting and laughing without restraint, Pleclus couldn't help but feel happy and envious. Seeing this, Melishanda explained. Antonios, Alexis, and Capys fought side by side in the mercenary army when they were young. They even helped His Majesty successfully retreat from Persia. They have been friends for decades. Pleclus looked at him and asked in stiff Greek, I heard that your father was also their comrade. It's my adoptive father. Melishanda corrected him solemnly. He didn't want others to think that he relied on his father to get to where he was today. At this moment, Alexis pointed at the two of them. This is the 4th Cavalry Legion commander, Pleclus. I don't need you to introduce me. Pleclus. I am very familiar with him. I was the one who drafted his appointment as the Cavalry Legion commander, Antonios said with a smile. After all, he was once the Minister of Military Affairs. Then, he praised loudly. However, Led's always praised you, Pleclus. He always said that there's a powerful figure in the cavalry, and I didn't really believe it. But now, it seems that he didn't lie. You led the 4th Cavalry Legion and won the Battle of Asculum by yourself. You defeated tens of thousands of Samnite soldiers. Amazing. Amazing. Chapter 732. After hearing Antonio's words, Plegulus stepped forward and saluted. He replied loudly, when the 4th Cavalry Division arrived at Asculum, the Samnite were attacking the city with all their might. Therefore, it was relatively easy to defeat them. This is all thanks to Commander Alexis. He decisively ordered us to march towards Asculum. That's why we had such an opportunity. Look, this is one of your good subordinates. Antonius turned around and smiled at Alexis. Capys also saluted Plegulus. As an important member of the Ministry of Military Affairs, he of course knew Plegulus. Plegulus hurriedly returned the salute. I don't think I need to introduce this one, Alexis said, pointing at Melisande. Melisande, I don't even want to see you. Antonios put on a pained expression and said something shocking. He then changed the topic. As soon as I saw you, I realized that the kingdom is now the world of the young. The kingdom now belongs to the young, and we are all old. Uncle Antonios, you can't be old. Auntie Doris still needs you to raise him. Melisande immediately replied. Antonios stared at him. I'm just old. I'm not dead. Everyone laughed. The shadow of war created by the Samnite seemed to have been dispersed by their laughter. The soldiers of the 10th Cavalry Division and the 4th Cavalry Division went directly to the Donny Barracks. Alexis, Antonios, Capys, Plegulus, and Melisande went directly to the Lusnia City Hall for a military meeting. After everyone sat down, Alexis asked directly, Now, what's the situation of the 11th Cavalry Division? Capys didn't mind and replied seriously, because the Samnite's invasion was very sudden. The barracks were undergoing rotation training at that time. There were only about 2,000 soldiers. These days, more and more soldiers have come to report. There are already more than 6,000 soldiers. Because Asculum and Vibenrum are surrounded and Grum is occupied, some soldiers can't come. I've already replaced them with reserve soldiers from Lusnia. Now, the 11th Cavalry Division has 6 heavy infantry battalions, 1 light infantry battalion, and 1 light armor battalion. There are a total of 8,000 soldiers. As for whether we should recruit more reserve soldiers from the Downey area, it's up to you, the commander, to decide. Alexis nodded to show that he understood. He then asked, how many Samnite soldiers are invading right now? Previously, the scouts made a rough survey of the 3 Samnite armies besieging Asculum, Vibenrum, and Gellium. Each of them has more than 10,000 men, including some scattered tribal warriors. I estimate that they have more than 30,000 men. But so far, we haven't found any of Cautini's warriors. Antonius said, It seems that Legio III's victory in Campania has caused the Caudini tribe to suffer heavy losses. Alexis said with a gratified expression. Then, he asked with concern, How's the situation in Gellium? According to the report of the scouts, the Samnite people there have already retreated to the mountains yesterday, but the people in the city have been captured by them. Antonius said angrily and painfully. These towns were now under his jurisdiction, and he had the responsibility to protect the lives of Downey citizens. Retreated, Alexis was a little surprised, and he fell into deep thought at this moment. Antonios said with a solemn expression. Yesterday, when the Samanai people were retreating, they even sent a messenger, requesting to exchange the thousands of Downey captives they had captured for all the Kiyutini people that they had captured. The Samanai people are dreaming. We can't agree to their arrogant request. Let those Kaudini people go back, command to strengthen the Samanai army, and continue to plunder and kill our people. Melishanda interrupted angrily. Antonius frowned. Melishanda, whether or not to agree to the request of the Samanai messenger is not up to you to decide. Alexis looked at him and said seriously, this matter concerns the lives and freedom of thousands of Downey people. Only Her Majesty can make the final decision. Yes, I'm sorry. Melisande lowered his head and admitted his mistake. He had been too quick with his words. After Alexis's reminder, he realized that he had only been thinking about the impact on the war and had not considered the lives of the captives. Furthermore, the governor of the Downey region was sitting right in front of him. Antonius nodded at him, forgiving his momentary impetuousness. He then said, I have already sent a messenger to Turii to report this matter to Her Majesty. I believe we will receive a reply in 2 days. Alexis nodded. This matter was not something he could worry about. He looked at the map of the Downey region on the wooden table in the middle of the conference room and said slowly, Our reinforcements have just arrived, and the Samanai people have begun to retreat. It seems like they're afraid of us, but I don't think they will stop attacking Dionia just because of this. I agree with you. The Samanai people have been with us for so many years. They should be very clear that they have broken the alliance and started a war against us. Even if they want to stop the war now, Her Majesty will not let them off easily. However, from the current situation, it seems like the Samanai people do not want to have a direct battle with us. Capys also expressed his opinion. Right now, the 10th Legion, the 11th Legion, and the 4th Cavalry Legion have gathered in the Downey region. In a day or two, the 9th Legion will also arrive. At that time, we will have a strong military force of more than 30,000 people. Even if the Samanai people and the Kiyutini tribe have more than 40,000 people, we can completely defeat them in a direct battle. So, for the time being, there is no need to recruit reserve soldiers. However, most of the Samanai army is light infantry, and they move quickly. It is very likely that they will avoid us and attack the east of the Downey region. So, Antonius. Alexis pondered for a while and said, I plan to gather the reserve soldiers of the towns in the Downey region. They will temporarily be under the command of the governor of the town to strengthen the town's defense. If they are attacked by the Samanai people, they will be able to hold on until our reinforcements arrive. So, this may affect the spring sowing in the Downey region. Don't worry about the spring sowing. I will make the appropriate arrangements. Antonius waved his hand and made a confident promise. Pleclus, send out your cavalry to closely monitor the border of the Downey region. If there is any movement of the enemy, report immediately. Yes, Lord Commander. Now, let us wait for the arrival of the 9th Legion. At the same time, observe the movements of the Samanai people and determine what they will do next. Just as Alexis finished speaking, Melishanda continued. Lord Commander, I think that the reserve soldiers of the towns in Pacheti should also gather and strengthen the defense of the towns because the Samanai people are very likely to be worried that they will be surrounded by our heavy troops in the Downey region. So they will turn to attack the Pacheti region, which has no military strength. Melishanda actually had his own selfish reasons for saying this. Because his 10th Legion's camp was in Pacheti, most of his soldiers also came from there. Of course, he did not want Pacheti to be attacked and affect the morale of his soldiers. Melishanda's words woke Alexis up. Just as he was about to reply, he heard this young commander who had been stationed in the Pacheti region for many years and was very familiar with the terrain there continue to say, especially the territory of Erosa, which needs to be heavily defended because it is adjacent to the Samanai Mountains. In the past, it has a history of being attacked by the Samanai people. Alexis quickly moved closer to the map, her eyes fixed on the northwest corner of the Pacheti region, the area that broke into the mountains. 2 days later, the 9th Legion led by Tagetalos arrived at the city of Lusnia and met with the main force. At the same time, the foreign minister Ansitanos also arrived. He brought the decree of the king of Devers and quickly held a meeting with the Samani emissary in Lusnia. Ansitanos said to the Samani emissary solemnly, "His Majesty the Devers is very concerned about the captured people of Downey." He once said, "The life of every person of Dionia is incomparably precious and cannot be compared to the people of other Mediterranean city-states and countries." Therefore, he did not hesitate to agree to exchange all the Chiutini captives for all the people of Downey who have been plundered by the Samani people. If the Samani people believe in the promise of His Majesty the Devers, please immediately release all the people of Downey who have been plundered, and Dionia will also release all the Chiutini captives in Campania. The reputation of the Devers of Dionia for keeping their promises was well known throughout the whole of southern Italy. How could the Samani emissary not agree to his promise? However, Ansitanos, who had received a clear response from the emissary, looked at him again and said solemnly, "Since the agreement has been reached, Dionia will guarantee that all the released Chiutini captives will be healthy. I hope the Samani people will make the same promise and guarantee that the people of Downey who have been captured will not be harmed in any way." The Samani emissary hesitated. He knew very well that these ferocious and uncontrollable warriors would scold and beat the captives, and they would not suppress their exuberant energy towards the women. Therefore, he said reluctantly, "We will do our best to ensure the safety of the captives." Ansitanos stared at him with bright eyes and said sharply, "Before we came, His Majesty the Devers once said, 'The lives of the people of Dionia are much more precious than the lives of the Samani people.' If one person is injured, and we capture the Samani captives in the future, one life will be needed to repay. If one person dies, 3 lives will be needed to repay." Chapter 733. Ansitanos continued. "In addition, His Majesty the Devers also asked me to remind you, the war between Dionia and Samani is a contest between brave warriors. No matter how many casualties there are, Dionia will not complain. But if the Samani people dare to point their spears at the unarmed people of Dionia and kill them wantonly, then Dionia will do everything in its power to vent its anger on the Samani region and let the Samani people taste a more cruel revenge. Please think about the tragic end of Dionysius and his mercenary cavalry of Syracuse in Sicily." On the surface, the Samani emissary did not seem to take Ansitanos' warning and threat seriously, but his heart was shrouded in shadow. At the same time, Ansitanos also brought the Devers' apology to Alexis. After all, the Devers' agreement would increase the number of Samani soldiers by a few thousand, which would inevitably cause more trouble for the Dionysian army in the Downey region. However, Alexis asked Ansitanos to bring a message to the king of Devers, telling him that this move would not have any impact on the army. On the contrary, he was confident that he would be able to capture more Samani prisoners in the future. With the help of Ansitanos, the words of the Devers quickly spread throughout the Downey region. Not long after, the captured people of Downey were released one after another. The people of Downey were even more grateful to the king of Devers, and they were even more proud of being Dionia. They were even more loyal to the kingdom of Dionia, and at the same time, they were even more united against the Samani people. And this incident did not only affect the people of Downey, but also the neighboring Pacetti and Masapi people. Just as Alexis's army gathered in Downey, Leotychides in Sicily also led his army to the Minoan region. Along the way, the Dionysian army was warmly welcomed by many Greek city-states such as Camillina, Gela, Paxenus, Agrigento, etc. They were delighted with the brave move of Dionia to change its previous battle plan and take the initiative to confront the approaching Carthage army. Therefore, not only did they provide a large amount of food supplies, but they also sent their own militia. When the army arrived in Minoan, it had rapidly expanded from 15,000 soldiers to more than 32,000. As the Dionysian army advanced along the coast with great fanfare, their movements had long been discovered by the Carthage people. Therefore, these days, the Carthage army did not go all out to attack the city. Instead, they focused on strengthening the camp. At the same time, as the Dionysian army approached, Montenegro began to feel uneasy. He sent messengers back to Lilibo several times, requesting the Lord of Lilibo, Carthage's colony city, and the Phoenician city-states to immediately organize the young and middle-aged citizens of Sicily, the more the better, and immediately send them to the Carthage camp in Minoan. At the same time, do not forget to send the Sycan army as well. When the Dionysian army arrived in Minoan, Montenegro had already withdrawn the Carthage army to the camp on the west bank of the Platara River. On the other hand, Leotychides did not attack rashly. He refused the invitation of the Minoans. After inspecting the surrounding environment, he began to build a camp on a few hills not far from the north of Minoan city. The two camps were about 4 miles apart, separated by the Platara River. They confronted each other for a few days and remained calm. Because of this, Leotychides' subordinates and allied generals were puzzled by the fact that he did not allow the army to attack. In order to unify their understanding, he specially made an explanation. We have fewer soldiers, but the Carthage army has more soldiers. Moreover, the defense of the Carthage camp is quite tight. If we attack rashly, the casualties will be high, and the chance of victory is too small. We should wait for the Carthage army to attack, so that we can use the advantage of defense, kill a large number of the enemy, and finally defeat them. But the Carthage army has not attacked us yet. Mycodames, the commander of the Agrigento army, said doubtfully. Leotychides smiled and said confidently, "Our king Devers once said, 'This war with the Carthage will be a long war.' The longer it drags on, the more Dionia will be able to get rid of the impact of the drought and restore the country's normal food supply. At that time, we will be able to send more troops to Sicily to fight the decisive battle with the Carthage. So we don't have to be anxious. Let the ignorant Carthage continue to consume the time that is beneficial to them." There was another point that Leotychides did not mention. Most of the food supply for his tens of thousands of soldiers was provided by the Greek city-states on the south coast, which greatly reduced the pressure on the food supply of Dionia's Sicily territory. Of course, he had a reason to leisurely defend in Minoa. But the Carthage army may continue to increase their forces, and in the end, launch a fierce attack on us. Polyard, the Minoan general who came to attend the military meeting, said worriedly, "That's why I asked you to strictly and carefully arrange the defense facilities according to the standards of Dionia when you build your camp, so that you can resist the attack of the Carthage army." Leotychides said with a serious expression, "Moreover, the Carthage army has concentrated in Minoa, so the defense at their rear must be relatively weak, which will be advantageous for the Dionysian fleet to attack and harass them. And the more enemies there are, the greater their demand for food, so the transportation of food will be more frequent. This will be advantageous for the Sycir army to attack their supply team and cut off their supply lines. Once such a large army runs out of food, they will collapse without us even having to attack." Leotychides' explanation temporarily dispelled the worries of the allied generals. In the main tent of Carthage's camp, Mont, who had also not participated in the battle, explained to Malefio, "The reason I'm not participating in the battle is because, according to the intelligence, the Dionia army has more than 30,000 soldiers, and most of them are heavy infantry. We only have 10,000 more soldiers than them, and half of them are lowly Namibians. You've seen their performance in the siege. I don't think they can withstand the attack of the Greek heavy infantry, even if they have the advantage in numbers. So, we need more soldiers, the truly brave and noble Carthage soldiers or Phoenician soldiers, but you still have 10,000 paladins under your command. We are more than enough to repel the Greek heavy infantry. There's nothing to be afraid of." Malefio said proudly. "You're right." Mont went along with Malefio's tone and said, "The paladin's ability and courage are unquestionable. I have full confidence that you can repel the Dionia, but putting the heavy responsibility of the attack on your shoulders will only increase your casualties. The infantrymen of the Holy Knights are the cream of the Carthaginian citizens. Because we are not only focusing on this battle, we are also going to occupy the Sicilian islands and even go on an expedition to Greece. Therefore, I must protect the best troops of the Carthaginians and make good use of them." That's why I'm urging Samiri to organize more Carthage and Phoenician soldiers to strengthen our forces so that we could defeat the Dionia. Malefio was immediately convinced. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe we can call back Hasdrubal's army." Hearing this, Mont shook his head like a rattle. No, no, no. Malefio, don't you understand? It was Hasdrubal who refused to listen to orders and insisted on acting independently. Now, if we ask him to come back, wouldn't that make him think that we can't do anything without the Iberian army? Wouldn't that make him even more arrogant? When the time comes, it won't be us commanding him, but him commanding us. Before I set off, Lord Hanno had repeatedly warned me that the commander-in-chief of the Carthaginian army could only belong to Hanno and not Maginot. Moreover, the glory of obtaining victory in this war could only be shared by us and had nothing to do with Iberia. In fact, Malefio regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. How could he not know what Mont said? At this moment, he could only remain silent. Mont continued, "What we urgently need now is not Hasdrubal's army, but our Carthage navy. I don't know what happened to our fleet. Why are we only seeing Dionia's warships on the sea these days? Where is our navy? Malefio, I suggest you write a letter immediately and urge Lord Hanno. We need a strong Carthage navy to protect our empty rear, or even defeat the enemy's fleet and harass their rear. Let Dionia be attacked from both sides." Malefio obviously realized the importance of this problem and agreed without hesitation. Both the Dionia and Carthage armies were trying to delay the battle as much as possible in order to make adequate preparations. However, the two huge camps stretched for 7 to 8 miles from north to south, and only 3 to 4 miles from east to west. Standing on the highest hill where the Dionia camp was located, one could even see the central tent of Carthage's camp. With so many soldiers gathered at such a close distance, with the characteristics of the city-state army, the generals could not completely control these citizen soldiers. Often, a small conflict or friction would lead the battle in an unexpected direction. It was already February 14th of the Kingdom of Dionia, 379 BC. Although it was still spring, the weather in some seaside towns on the Mediterranean Sea had begun to heat up. Especially on this day, the temperature in Minoa suddenly rose by several degrees. By noon, the ground was scorching from the scorching sun. Whether it was the soldiers of Dionia or the soldiers of Carthage, many of them could not bear the discomfort and thirst brought about by the high temperature. They ran out of the camp and went to the Politura River not far from the camp to get water or even bathe. The Politura River was not a large river. Except for the part near the sea, which was more than 30 meters wide, the average width of the river was less than 20 meters, and some parts were even only 10 meters wide. Moreover, the lower part of the river flowed on flat land. The water was gentle, and the depth of the water did not exceed the knees. Therefore, the soldiers on both sides of the river were less than 10 meters apart. They could even hear each other's faces and words clearly. Of course, they did not necessarily understand. Chapter 734. At first, both sides were at peace with each other, enjoying the coolness and comfort brought by the river. However, on the upper part of the lower reaches of the Plutula River, the river was relatively narrow, with the widest being no more than 10 meters. Agrigento's soldiers were drawing water from the east bank. Their camp was nearby, while Carthage's paladins were on the other side. Because the upper end of the Plutula River was close to the mountains, the Cycles often harassed the Carthage camp from the north. The Namibian troops, originally stationed in the north, were attacked once, causing chaos. In the end, Monadino had no choice but to transfer his most trusted paladins here. The full name of the paladins was Carthage's Sacred Legion. They were called the Hammer of Baal by the people of Carthage. Most of the soldiers were elites selected from the oldest noble families in the city of Carthage. They were outstanding in terms of equipment and training. These noble and wealthy geniuses used clean white cloth to wipe their strong bodies. They let their accompanying Namibian slaves go further upstream to drink from the pure river water. At the same time, they looked at the Greek soldiers on the other side of the river. Some of them were soaking in the river, while some were directly lying on the riverbank drinking water. They suddenly showed a look of contempt and laughed at each other with their companions. The Greeks on the other side of the river did not care about hygiene. They were all poor. But what they did not know was that the Greek soldiers on the other side of the river were citizens from Agrigento. Agrigento was once the second most powerful Greek state in Sicily, second only to Syracuse. Their history was even older than Syracuse. Decades ago, the reason why Syracuse was able to develop and grow was because of Agrigento's support and immigration. Even Dylan, who contributed greatly to the prosperity of Syracuse, was an Agrigento. He borrowed the power of Agrigento to sit on the throne of Syracuse. But nearly 20 years ago, the Sicilian expedition of Athens weakened the power of the Greek city-states on the island. The people of Carthage took the opportunity to let Hannibal, the patriarch of the Maganid family, become the commander and launched an attack on the eastern part of Sicily. Hannibal massacred Cimera to avenge his ancestors, but Dionysius's father-in-law, General Hermocrates of Syracuse, led the coalition of the Greek city-states of Sicily and repelled Carthage's army. But not long after, the Syracuse Democrats incited the people to kill him on the grounds that he wanted to be a dictator. Not long after, the Carthaginians launched another attack. This time, the new patriarch of the Maganid family, Hannibal's cousin, Hamilco, became the commander. This was the first time he served as the commander of the army of Carthage. His first target was Agrigento, the second largest Greek city-state in Sicily. Agrigento faced the attack of Hamilco's army. Although the number of soldiers was far less than the other side, they were not afraid. The people of Agrigento had always respected Sparta, and the military training of their citizens was much stricter than that of the average Greek city-state. Moreover, they also employed a Sparta army in the city. The Carthaginian siege lasted for more than 8 months. During this period, Agrigento won several small victories, but the Carthaginians had too much advantage. Through money and threats, Agrigento's reinforcements and mercenaries either gave up or changed sides, including Syracuse and Sparta. The people of Agrigento finally lost hope. Most of them fled to Gela under the cover of the night. The people of Carthage attacked the city, killed all the people left in the city, looted the whole city, burned the temple, and even decided to completely destroy it and rebuild the city of Carthage. But the failure of the war made Hamilco's wish come true. When Dionysius led the army to attack the western part of Sicily, these exiles of Agrigento were finally able to return home. In 20 years, the former generation of children who escaped had grown into the pillars of the city-state. Not only did their hatred not disappear with time, but it grew stronger. Although they could not understand the Carthage language spoken on the other side of the river, from the wanton laughter and contemptuous eyes of the other side, they could understand that the other side was humiliating them. So, anger burned in their hearts. When an Agrigento soldier picked up a pebble from the river and threw it at the soldiers of Carthage on the other side of the river, the Agrigento people around him followed suit. The Carthage people who were attacked immediately fought back with stones. Although the stones would not cause fatal injuries, they still hurt when they hit the body. Moreover, most people were only wearing undershirts or naked. The severe pain stimulated the anger of these young and energetic soldiers. So, some people simply stopped throwing stones and directly rushed across the river, clenched their fists, and punched the other side. The conflict between the two sides quickly changed from stone throwing to physical combat, and the scope of the conflict was rapidly expanding. The soldiers of both sides near the river were also affected and joined in the fight. At this time, the clever Namibian slaves ran back to the camp and asked for help from other holy knights. They even brought the weapons and equipment left in the tents by their masters to the river. The participation of the heavily armed Carthage holy knights pushed the expanding conflict to a new stage. A few Agrigento soldiers who were watching from the river and did not join the battle saw the arrival of the heavily armed enemy. Although their chests were burning with anger, they were unarmed and would not be stupid enough to fight against the heavily armed Carthage people. So, they shouted for their comrades to retreat, but the scene was too chaotic and no one listened for a while. However, the conflict was started by the Agrigento soldiers, and it was not so easy to end the conflict. The arrogant soldiers of the Carthaginian sacred regiment were not willing to give up. Furthermore, they had sharp weapons in their hands, while their enemies were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered not far away. This was simply a fat piece of meat in their hands. How could they not eat it? They waved the shields and spears in their hands and stepped into the Plutala River. The comrades who were fighting before took the initiative to make a gap for them, and they squeezed at the front and stabbed the Agrigento soldiers who wanted to escape. At this time, in the upper section of the Plutala River downstream, nearly 1,000 soldiers from both sides were piled up to fight. The Agrigento soldiers at the front saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but the people at the back did not know what was going on and did not get out of the way in time. The spears of the Carthage soldiers easily pierced the almost naked bodies of the Agrigento soldiers. When the screams continued, blood dyed the surface of the Plutala River red, and fear overwhelmed the anger in their hearts. The Agrigento soldiers began to flee in panic. In the midst of pushing and shoving each other, some people lost their footing and fell. They were either stabbed to death or drowned. At this time, Malefio had just returned to the central tent and reported to Monordano what he learned in the past 2 days about why the Carthaginian fleet did not appear to escort. On the way back to his camp, he learned from his adjutant what happened on the Politara River. He immediately rode to the Plutala River, just in time to see the heavily armed holy knights had rushed to the other side of the river and were slaughtering the fleeing Greeks. The young and hot-blooded Malefio did not blow the horn to retreat and order the soldiers who violated the military order to immediately retreat to the west bank. Instead, he sent messengers to inform the remaining holy knights and holy knights in the camp to immediately rush to the Plutala River. At the same time, he ordered the naked soldiers to immediately put on their armor, pick up their weapons, and get into formation. After everything was arranged, Malefio said to the messenger next to him, "Go to the central camp and report to Lord Monadino that the Greeks took the initiative to provoke the holy knights, and as a result, a battle broke out. Now the entire holy knights and holy knights are in full combat with the Greeks." The messenger turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Malefio and emphasized, "Slow down, don't go too fast." The messenger immediately expressed that he understood, and then slowly walked toward the main camp. The reason why the young and hot-blooded Malefio lied about the military situation was because he was dissatisfied with Monadino's conservative cowardice. At such a young age, he was able to become the commander of the most elite holy knights in Carthage, and he did not want others to think that it was his father-in-law, Hanno's credit. He needed to use brilliant military achievements to prove his ability, and now he thought that this was a good opportunity. After crossing the river, the holy knights chased after the fleeing Agrigento soldiers along the riverbank. The Agrigento soldiers who noticed that the situation was not good had already run back to the camp to call for reinforcements. Not long after, the heavily armed Agrigento soldiers arrived, along with some soldiers from other cities. The massacre of the Carthaginian holy knights was stopped, and with the arrival of more Greek soldiers, the Carthaginians who were fighting on the east coast quickly changed from attacking to defending due to the small number of Greek soldiers. They began to gradually retreat. Although the soldiers of the Carthaginian sacred regiment were arrogant because of their origins, they were indeed well trained. Not long after Malefio issued the order, they had already lined up in a square formation about a mile long and 7 to 8 rows thick on the western shore. They wore open helmets similar to those worn by the Dionysian heavy infantry, with no visor and only cheek guards, crowned with long red or white tassels. They wore thick linen breastplates, which could have been covered with fine chainmail, but these soldiers would rather wear a layer of leather armor with gorgeous colors and beautiful patterns over the linen breastplates than wear heavy black chainmail, which would ruin the aesthetics. They wore polished bronze armor on their calves, and they wore fine leather sandals on their feet. They held sharp spears more than 2 meters long in their right hands, and large copper shields more than 1 meter in diameter in their left hands. Each of the shields was painted with exquisite lace and patterns, which were often used by the soldiers to show off or compare their beauty. On top of that, these soldiers had enough property to provide rich nutrition to train their bodies. They were all tall and strong, and the square formation they formed was both majestic and colorful. On the right flank of the infantry phalanx were 1,000 holy knights. Their real name was the Carthaginian Noble Cavalry, and they were also formed by the children of the Carthaginian nobles. These cavalrymen were also wearing the best armor, wielding long lances that were more than 3 meters long, with high-quality short swords hanging from their waists. Their mounts were chosen from the toughest war horses in Iberia. Attack! Malefio impatiently gave the order. Chapter 735. The bugle sounded. Baal Hammon bless. The soldiers chanted the name of the guardian of Carthage. The elite Carthage army, known as the Hammer of Baal, crossed the Pletala River in a dense formation and aggressively charged towards the Greeks on the other side of the river. What did you say? The Holy Knights are already fighting the Greeks. Ardno was shocked. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "This Malefio doesn't listen to my orders. I told him not to engage the Greeks in battle at this time of the year. My lord, this battle was initiated by the Greeks. At that time, General Malefio was still in your tent discussing matters. By the time he arrived at the Pletala River, the battle had already escalated." The messenger explained, "I don't care what the situation is like now. Go and tell him to withdraw his troops immediately." Ardno said sternly, "I can't convince him." The reason why the messenger dared to speak to the commander of the Carthage army in such a manner was because he was Malefio's cousin and was also born in a noble family of Carthage. In a fit of anger, Ardno decided to personally call back Malefio. But before he left, he cautiously sent someone to inform the other generals to gather the soldiers back to the camp and await further orders. On the way down the Pletala River, Ardno heard the deafening battle cries. When he arrived at his destination, he stood on the west bank and looked east. The Holy Knights had already rushed past the east bank and were advancing forward at a faster speed. After all, when the Greeks discovered the intention of the Carthage army to attack, they hurriedly gathered their soldiers and organized an army in an attempt to stop the attack of the Carthage army. However, they lacked a unified command, and the soldiers came from different cities, so they lacked tacit understanding and tacit cooperation. In addition, they were outnumbered by the Holy Knights, so under the fierce attack of the Holy Knights, they were gradually losing ground. Just as Ardno was hesitating whether he should recall the Holy Knights under such an advantageous situation, the battlefield in front of him suddenly became even noisier. The Greeks were routed. They fled to the east in a panic. Then, an even louder voice rang out behind them. "Follow us and flee this way. Follow us and run this way." The Holy Knights began to take large strides in pursuit. The right-wing cavalry that had been hiding behind the phalanx rushed out at this moment, using their long lances to stab the fleeing soldiers. The tall Iberian war horse used its 4 powerful hooves to trample the fallen Greeks. Looking at the pursuing Holy Knights in front of him, Monadino no longer hesitated. He immediately sent a messenger to inform the Phoenician troops, Limebian troops, and Limebian cavalrymen who were on standby in the camp to rush here at top speed. They were to cooperate with the Holy Knights and completely defeat the Daionia coalition on the other side of the river. Where are the soldiers of Daionia at this critical moment? It all started when the Daionia coalition army built a camp next to Minoa city. The east bank of the lower Pletala River was not as flat as the west bank. Instead, it was undulating hills. The Daonian coalition army chose to build their camp on the north side of Minoa city. There were 3 relatively large hills here, all of which were more than 100 meters above sea level. Moreover, each of them was about a mile apart, facing the river bank in an inverted triangle. Considering that the number of Carthaginian troops far exceeded the allied forces, in order to be able to defend against the enemy's attack, Leotizides and the allied generals discussed and decided to build the military camp on these 3 hills. Since the Daionia soldiers were the most numerous and the most powerful, their camp was set on the largest hill in the middle. The northern hill was garrisoned by the soldiers of Agrigento and Economes, while the southern hill was garrisoned by the soldiers of Gela, Camillina, and Paxenus. At the foot of the northern hill where the Dionysian army was stationed, there was a relatively large, nearly rectangular lake called Lake Gorgo. When the Allied soldiers ran to the Pletala River in search of cool air, the Dionia soldiers certainly had the same need. For safety's sake, Leotychides let the soldiers cool off at Lake Gorgo, which was closer to the camp. Leotychides was not Monteardino. Although he was in charge of the camp, his mountain scouts and cavalry were always monitoring the surrounding area and reporting any unusual movements to him. When Agrigento's soldiers clashed with Carthage's men at the Pletala River, he quickly received the news. He keenly felt that something was wrong and immediately sent messengers to the foot of the mountain to order the Dionia soldiers to quickly return to the camp. At the same time, he also sent messengers to other camps to order the Allied generals to immediately withdraw their soldiers on the riverbank, especially the Agrigento soldiers. But the situation developed very quickly. After the soldiers of the Dionia coalition army, who originally lacked discipline, became really angry, how could the Allied generals, who originally had no authority, restrain them? The expansion of the conflict and the appearance of Carthage's heavily armed soldiers meant that it had turned into a battle. When Leotychides heard from the cavalry that Carthage's holy army has been fully mobilized and is rushing to the river bank, he was very anxious. He ordered the troops to get ready and go to the rescue, while staring at the map of the camp that had just been drawn and thinking about the battle plan for the rescue. At this time, the adjutant next to him said, "Commander, we actually don't need to rescue them at all. If they are defeated, they can directly escape into the camp. After all, the camp is only 2 miles away from them." Leotychides shook his head and said, "Carthage's men will chase after them. If that happens, they may even lose their camp." The adjutant thought for a moment and said, "Then don't let them escape into the camp. Lead them to escape from here," he said as he pointed at the map a few times. Leotychides looked at the place that the adjutant had drawn. It was the lowland between the southern and northern camps. The 3 camps of the Dionia coalition army were arranged in an inverted triangle. The southern and northern camps were closer to the riverbank, while the middle camp was closer to the east. The lowland between the 3 camps was about 2 miles long, which happened to face the riverbank where the conflict occurred. If the coalition army turned around and fled, they could quickly pass through the lowland and then go around the hill where the Dionia coalition army was located. If they ran into the mountains, Carthage's men would probably not dare to chase after them. It was only a distance of 3 to 4 miles, but most of the defeated soldiers would instinctively escape to their own camps. That was why the adjutant said that they needed to be guided. However, the adjutant's words flashed in Leotychides' mind like a ray of light. He suddenly crouched down and stared at the arrangement of the 3 camps in the section of the river in front of them. At the same time, he asked, "How many people does Carthage's holy army have?" "According to the intelligence, about 10,000. "Has the entire army been mobilized?" "That's what the scouts said." "How many coalition soldiers are fighting with Carthage's men on the river?" "The situation there is too chaotic. The scouts can't give a detailed number, but they estimate that there are at least 2,000, and the number is still increasing." Leotychides pondered for a moment, then slammed his hand on the map and shouted, "Order!" The 6 heavy infantry battalions of the 8th Legion, as well as the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th heavy infantry battalions of the reserves, immediately go to the foot of the hill in front of the camp and form a formation facing the riverbank. Let the 8th Battalion, the light infantry battalion, rush to the river bank and disperse to the back of the coalition army's formation. Once they are defeated, immediately lead them to the direction of our main force. Let the 5th Heavy Infantry Battalion of the reserves rush to the northern camp and help them defend against the enemy's attack. This is because the northern camp is guarded by the soldiers of Agrigento and Ecnomus, and more than half of the soldiers fighting on the river bank are Agrigento. That's why Leotychides is worried that the northern camp does not have enough soldiers to defend it. Let the 7th Battalion, the light infantry battalion, go to the northern camp as well. The light infantry of the reserves should all go to the southern camp and face the low ground. When you see the enemy, don't attack first. Let them pass. When the heavy infantry start fighting, then attack their flanks and rear. Also, send someone to inform the generals of the two camps that the Dionysian army is preparing to fight with Carthage's men. Tell them to defend their camps no matter what. The aide who had undergone strict training in the general staff picked up the wooden board that had just been recorded and quickly and accurately repeated Leotychides' order. He then asked curiously, "Commander, are you planning to lure the holy knights of Carthage deep into our camp, and then wait for them to completely defeat them?" Leotychides nodded slightly. "Go inform them immediately." When the adjutant was about to leave excitedly, Leotychides suddenly thought of something and called out to him, "Wait a minute. One more thing. Immediately send someone to inform the cycles in the mountains. Tell them to harass the rear of Carthage's army after the battle to reduce the pressure on our defenses." "Yes. Right, what's your name?" Leotychides suddenly asked. Ever since Leotychides' original aide, Stephos, left, there had been more than 10 aides in the 8th Legion over the past 2 years. On one hand, the aides felt that Leotychides' temperament was strange and difficult to get along with, so they took the initiative to transfer him. On the other hand, Leotychides was strict and always felt that the younger ones were not capable enough. That was why the aides were constantly changing. Before preparing for this war, he specifically requested from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Due to the scale and difficulty of this war, he hoped that they could send a capable adjutant. Chapter 736. But this adjutant had been here for almost 2 months, and he had spent so much time with him that he couldn't even remember his name. Fortunately, the adjutant had a better understanding of Leotychides' character through this period of interaction. He didn't mind it and replied seriously, "Sir, my name is Mukalu." "You're from the Brity?" Leotychides asked, looking at his appearance that was different from that of a Greek. "Yes, I'm from the Brity Kazensa." Leotychides nodded and waved his hand. "Go and pass the order." "Yes." The adjutant hurriedly turned and left the tent, but there was a smile on his face. Based on his understanding of this commander, he knew that he was recognized by his colleagues in the Ministry of Military Affairs as the strictest Legion commander. In fact, the adjutant Mukalu's identity was not simple. When he was 18, he had followed Hieronymus to participate in the Great Battle of Crotone and was injured. After the battle, he was even consoled by the King of Devers. Later, he officially joined the 5th Legion and participated in all the kingdom's wars for more than 10 years. He made many contributions and was about to be promoted to a captain, but he requested to further his studies in the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs. For the senior officers of Dionia, it was rare for them to take the initiative to further their studies. Therefore, even though he was already over 30 years old, Felicius made an exception and transferred him to the staff office. After Mukalu was transferred to the staff office, he won the praise of his colleagues for his consistent diligence. This time, due to the importance of this war, Felicius reluctantly sent this capable and reliable right-hand man. Now, it seemed that he had finally satisfied the requirements of the hard-to-please Leotychides. This time, Leotychides led 15,000 soldiers, including 8,000 official soldiers of the 8th Legion, 5,000 reserve heavy infantry, nearly 1,000 reserve light infantry, and 1,000 cavalry from the 4th Cavalry Legion. The 4th Cavalry Legion had always been vacant due to the population of a Sicilian territory and the lack of warhorse. When the soldiers of the 8th Division heard that there was going to be a war, they were all very excited. 2 years ago, the soldiers had been rewarded handsomely for their victory over the Saikir tribe. They had always desired to make new contributions, and now their chance had come. On the other hand, the soldiers of the reserve forces were looking forward to performing well in the upcoming battle, adding a strong stroke to their military resumes so that they could smoothly become official soldiers. Under the leadership of the team officers, the soldiers ran to the foot of the mountain in an orderly manner and began to form a chessboard formation. Just as they finished setting up the formation, the soldiers heard a loud noise coming from the front. The disorderly and thunderous footsteps grew louder. Very soon, they saw the black mass of defeated soldiers in front of them pouring down like a mountain torrent in a storm. They roared and surged towards them. Some of the Dionia recruits gulped nervously. Order all squads to get into formation. 2 years ago, Diacasis was still the inspector of Naxos, but now he was the captain of the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade of the 8th Legion. He calmly gave the order. The other team officers also gave similar orders. This time, the Dionia's shield formation was different from the past. Not only did the soldiers erect their shields at the front, back, left, and right periphery of the small square formation, but their spears were also placed horizontally at the front, back, left, and right like a hedgehog with its spikes erected. At the same time, the soldiers continued to shout, "Go through the gaps! Go through the gaps!" In order to facilitate the retreat of the defeated soldiers, the distance between the small square formations of the 8th Division was much wider than during the training. If one was not an idiot, he or she would not take the initiative to charge at the densely packed spears. Moreover, there was a voice to remind the defeated soldiers, and the light armored soldiers at the front were guiding them. The defeated soldiers naturally split into thin streams in front of the Dionia formation and ran through the gaps between the small square formations to the rear. Of course, there were some defeated soldiers who ran into the shield wall due to the chaos and were stabbed by the spears. They screamed in pain, but the Dionia soldiers did not withdraw their spears to rescue the wounded soldiers. They stood their ground and did not move. The screams of their comrades would also warn the others to stop in front of the shield formation and not to run into them. Chase them. Don't let them escape. Malefio, who was riding on his horse, followed the holy knights and rushed forward. He shouted excitedly, not caring whether the soldiers around him could hear him or not. Sitting high up on his horse, he could see that the soldiers of the Holy Regiment were indeed well trained. Even in the pursuit of victory, they were still able to maintain a relatively complete formation, like a red tide pushing forward. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that most of the enemy had directly fled backwards when they were routed and did not scatter in all directions. Whether it was Mont Adeno or Malefio, they only knew that the Dionia allied army had built a camp on the hill on the east bank of the Plutala River. But what was the specific layout? What kind of terrain was this? They were not very clear about it. On the one hand, it was because they did not have the strong consciousness to actively obtain information about the surroundings of the battlefield and the enemy. On the other hand, Leotychides had the initiative to protect the military secrets of his army from being leaked under the influence of the military law of Dionia. Therefore, when he built the camp, he sent out all the scouts and mountain scouts, and even some of the light armored soldiers to patrol around the camp to drive away the scouts of Carthage and conceal the information about the area around the camp. Therefore, when Malefio was in the middle of the battlefield, chasing after the enemy, he was not very clear that there was a hill a mile to his left and right, with the enemy's camp on top of it. What he did not know even more was that there was an even bigger hill 3 miles ahead, blocking their way forward. The real enemy of Carthage, the army of Dionia, was stationed on this hill. Now, these 3 hills were like giant crabs with their claws open, waiting for the routed soldiers to lead the ignorant Carthage soldiers into their hungry mouths. The company led by Diacasis was divided into 4 small phalanxes, with 2 at the front and 2 at the back. Diacasis stood in the middle of the phalanx at the back, focusing on the situation of the routed soldiers through the gaps between the phalanxes in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Through the gaps between the allied soldiers who had thrown away their armor, he saw the Carthaginians in gorgeous armor. According to the usual tactical principles of the Legion of Dionysia, the small phalanxes at the back should quickly move forward and fill in the gaps in the front, forming a complete and dense phalanx. However, by doing so, the routed soldiers at the back would be intercepted in front of the rapidly forming phalanx of the Dionysian army, sandwiched between the armies of Dionia and Carthage, becoming the victims of the confrontation between the 2 armies. However, the small phalanxes of the 8th Legion did not move. The soldiers stuck their long shields closer to their bodies and held their spears tighter. However, they still stood in the same place and did not move. This was not because they had to care about the pitiful soldiers of the 8th Legion, but because this was the strategy of their commander, Leotychides. Some of the pursuing Holy Legion soldiers saw the dense phalanxes in front of them and stopped in their tracks in shock. However, their comrades behind them pushed them forward involuntarily. Hence, they could only use their shields to protect themselves and thrust their spears at the enemies that appeared. Some of the Holy Legion soldiers followed the routed soldiers into the gaps between the phalanxes. However, they were blocked by the next phalanx. Some of the Holy Legion soldiers blindly followed the routed soldiers into the gaps between the phalanxes. There are enemies in front. It's the soldiers of Dionia. The panicked shouts of the Dionia soldiers reached Malefio's ears. He had a clearer view of the situation as he rode on his horse. The soldiers of Dionia, clad in black armor, had gathered into small phalanxes. Under the assault of the routed soldiers and the Holy Legion soldiers, the phalanxes were like small islands in the middle of a raging torrent. Even though he knew that he had lost control of the Holy Legion, Malefio still waved his spear and shouted, "Warriors of Carthage, charge! Crush the soldiers of Dionia." However, in the eyes of Leotychides, who was halfway up the mountain and looking down at the battlefield, the chessboard formation of the 8th Legion had divided the soldiers of Carthage into countless thin streams. Without organization and command, the soldiers of Carthage, who could not form a cohesive force, could not shake the solid phalanxes of the Dionia. "Gather the reserves," Leotychides ordered. His adjutant, Muculu, hesitated for a moment. "Should we wait? After the soldiers of the Alliance have escaped?" Leotychides' gaze was cold. "The current situation is that the soldiers of the Alliance have escaped, and some of the soldiers of Carthage will run to the back of the formation. It will cause unnecessary trouble for our soldiers. I have already given them a chance. If they want to blame something, they can only blame themselves for not running fast enough." "Yes." Muculu said no more and immediately accepted the order. "Also, inform the generals of the Alliance to hurry up and gather the routed soldiers. Quickly lead them back to their camps to defend against the enemy's upcoming attack." Woo! A loud bugle sounded from the middle of the mountain. The officers of the reserves, who had been repeatedly instructed by their commander, began to command the small phalanxes at the back of the formation. The phalanxes slowly moved forward and inwards. The torrent formed by the defeated soldiers and the pursuing soldiers turned through many gaps and flowed to the rear. By then, the impact on the small phalanx formation had already weakened. With bayonets opening the way and long shields defending, along with the screams of the enemy and friendly soldiers, the reserve soldiers at the rear of the formation, relying on the dense formation of 50 people, smoothly entered the gap in the front without much hindrance. Together with the small phalanx formation in the front, they formed a dam that was only 4 rows thick but about 2 miles long, completely cutting off the torrent. Literary Hall. Chapter 737. It was a relatively easy task for the reserve soldiers who were intercepting the enemy's advance. Although they had to injure some allied soldiers by mistake and were cursed by the enemy, few of them were injured or killed. But for the various units of the 8th Legion at the forefront, they were in a relatively difficult situation. Because once the torrent was intercepted, Carthage's men would stop in between the gaps of the phalanx. When they realized that the situation was not good, they would attack the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. The units of the 8th Legion at the forefront would naturally be attacked from all directions. The legionnaires had to hide behind their shields, shoulder to shoulder and back to back. The tight formation became even tighter due to the pressure from all directions, making it harder for them to be overwhelmed. But the narrow space made it difficult for them to swing their spears. So the soldiers in the 2 outermost rows of the phalanx had thrown away their long weapons and pulled out their short swords. In such a narrow and crowded space, they had the advantage of killing the enemy. The platoon leader in the center of the phalanx kept shouting, "Brothers, hold on! Hold on! Our counterattack is about to begin." Yes, while the phalanxes of the Dionysia were attacked from all directions, the Holy Legion soldiers in the gaps were also attacked from all directions. But compared to the 8th Legion, who had a premeditated and well-prepared defense and the unique division system of the Dionysia military system, the Holy Legion was able to command each and every one of its soldiers. The Carthage's Sacred Legion had been implementing tactics similar to the traditional Greek phalanx. Since the beginning of the pursuit, their formation had been completely scattered. The Holy Legion soldiers who had lost their organization were like a plate of loose sand. Although they felt that something was wrong and launched a fierce attack on the 8th Legion, their attacks were disorderly and could not deal effective damage to the unified Dionysia units. On the contrary, they could not form effective coordination. After blocking the attacks from the opponents in front, they could not defend against the stabbing swords and spears from the sides and back. Their casualty rate was far higher than that of the 8th Legion. To make matters worse, the second phase of Leotychides' plan had already begun. The bugle sounded again. The various units of the 8th Legion of Dionia began to advance and converge inwards, while the reserve troops at the rear slowly pressed forward. The entire Dionia formation was like a wet cloth, squeezing out the moisture contained in the cloth. However, it was difficult for the Holy Knights who were squeezed into the gaps of the Dionia formation, because there were more Holy Knights outside. While they fought against the Dionia soldiers, they also blocked the retreat of their comrades who were trapped in the formation. But with the current situation, it was almost impossible. First of all, they had not yet been attacked fiercely by the Dionysian army. The phalanxes of Dionia, which were at the forefront of contact with the enemy, were still in a defensive position. Secondly, they lacked a unified command and could not retreat of their own accord. Therefore, if the 8th Legion wanted to transform from a checkerboard formation to a complete phalanx, it meant that the Carthage Holy Knights in the formation had to be eliminated. Since then, the bugle was like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper, and the battle in the lowlands had suddenly entered a white-hot state of either you die or I live. Monadino, who had always liked to command from behind the scenes, rode across the Platani River and slowly followed behind the pursuing Holy Knights. After all, the identity and status of the Holy Knights among the Carthage people was different from that of the ordinary Carthage army. It was something that the Phoenician army, mercenary army, and Namibian army could not compare to, so he must pay more attention to it. Not long after, the scout he sent out to investigate the situation returned from the front. "My lord, the Holy Knights have been intercepted by the Dionysian army." The Dionysian army? Monadino was surprised. He had thought that there were many Dionia soldiers among the retreating enemy. It's impossible for the Dionia to organize reinforcements so quickly. And aren't they afraid that their formation will be broken by the retreating enemy? "Yes, my lord, it is indeed the Dionysian army. They are dressed in full black armor and arranged in small phalanxes." Monadino had not studied the Dionysian army in detail before. After listening to the description of the scout, he was even more puzzled. Did the Dionia fail to form a phalanx in a hurry? Or did they deliberately do so to make it easier for the retreating enemy to escape? But as the scouts reported back, the doubts in his heart began to turn into uneasiness. After all, the Dionia were able to form a similar formation over an area of more than 2 miles wide, completely blocking the entire lowlands. This was obviously not something that could be done in a hurry. Were the Dionia not afraid that their strange and loose formation would be broken by the Holy Knights? But when he thought about it, he understood something. After all, the information brought back by the scouts gave him a quick understanding of the terrain here. The Holy Knights were deep in the lowlands, with hills on both sides and the barracks of the Dionia coalition army on top. The Greeks could come down from the hills and attack the rear of the Holy Knights. At the thought of this, Monadino became nervous. He turned around and looked behind him. There were only 3,000 Namibian cavalrymen who had just arrived. He immediately asked his adjutant, "Where are the other troops?" "My lord, they are on their way." "Tell them to hurry up." Monadino snapped. "Yes, my lord." "Wait." "Immediately inform the Namibian troops not to come here. Go straight across the river and attack the Dionia barracks." Monadino pointed to the hill in the distance on his right and said firmly. He then pointed to the slightly smaller hill in the distance on his left. "Let Raguca lead the militia to attack the enemy camp." The reason Monadino made such a choice was that the coalition camp in the south was very close to Minoa City. In fact, they were at the north and south ends of the same hill. It would be more difficult to attack it because they also had to guard against a surprise attack from the army in Minoa City. So, he handed this difficult task to the Namibians. According to the intelligence they just received, the area of the hill to the north was much smaller. Correspondingly, the barracks on it were also smaller, and the number of Greek soldiers stationed there were definitely not that many. Therefore, Monadino handed over this relatively easy target to his own people. The adjutant rode away with the messenger. Monadino divided the Namibian cavalrymen into two parts, positioned on both sides of the entrance to the lowlands, and spread out their formation. Once they found the enemy coming down from the hill, they would rush up and attack them with javelins and rams, delaying their attack on the Holy Knights and buying time for the arrival of reinforcements. After making these arrangements, Monadino was still a little worried. After a while, the adjutant rushed back to report the Namibian troops had begun to attack the enemy camp. After a while, the 12,000 soldiers of the militia of the Duke of Carthage ran behind him, and the enemy camps on both sides did not show any obvious signs of an attack. Only the enemy's light infantry were throwing arrows and javelins down the hill. While he was relieved, he also sternly ordered all troops to speed up the attack on the enemy barracks and dispel any attempt by the enemy to besiege the Holy Knights. All the deployments were already in progress. Monadino quietly waited for the Sacred Legion to defeat the Dionysian army in front of them. But for such a long time, the Holy Knights in front had been stagnant in place and did not move a step forward. On the battlefield, which was about 2 miles long and dozens of meters thick, neither the Holy Knights of Carthage nor the Legion of Dionysia had encountered such a battle before. It was like a kind of stuffed bread in Christoya's restaurant. The front and back were still clear, but the two sides in the middle were intertwined and completely mixed together. But the Dionia soldiers were deliberately doing so, and the Holy Knights were forced to do so. Amidst the sound of the bugle, as the Dionia formation continued to move forward and inward, the space between the soldiers on both sides was further compressed, so much so that even turning around and waving their arms became a little difficult. Spears and spears could not be used anymore, so the Holy Knights had to draw their swords. Some of them felt that their swords were too long, so they simply swung their fists. With only 2 shields between them and such a close distance, the Holy Knights even head-butted their opponents and tore their enemies apart with their bare hands. They glared and bared their fangs and roared. The arrogance and elegance of the nobles had long disappeared. The only reason they behaved so valiantly was because they were fighting for survival in a hopeless situation. At this time, the small phalanx of Dionia could not maintain its integrity. The desperate fighting of the Holy Knights had caused many cracks to appear in the formation. But the structure of the phalanx was still there, and its core organization was still there. The soldiers were still able to unite, cooperate with each other, and continue to carry out the plan. The soldiers of the 8th Legion hid their entire bodies behind their shields, almost not using their eyes to observe their opponents. The short swords in their right hands kept stabbing forward, but almost every stab did not miss. If the short swords hit a hard object and could not move an inch, then it must have hit the opponent's round shield. If the short swords hit an obstacle, the opponent would let out a muffled grunt and thrust forward, then it must have hit the chest armor. If the short swords hit a slight obstacle, but could continue to thrust forward smoothly, and the opponent would let out a cry of agony, then it must have hit an unguarded part of the body, such as the arm or thigh. When the opponent fell to the ground, the soldiers of the 8th Legion carefully squeezed forward. At the same time, they had to prevent themselves from being tripped by the enemy on the ground. Otherwise, if their comrades could not pull them up in time, they would be repeatedly trampled by the crowd and die tragically. That was the most terrifying thing in this chaotic battle. Although it was difficult for the 8th Legion to regroup, they were still pushing forward slowly. Chapter 738. During the construction of the camp, Leotychides had requested that the camp of his allies be built in the same style as Dionia's camp. This made it much more difficult for the Carthage army to attack, especially the Namibian army. When they attacked Minoa's city previously, they had suffered many losses and suffered many casualties. Their morale was low, and their movements were cautious. Therefore, even though they had the advantage in numbers, they did not put much pressure on the southern camp. However, The situation was not optimistic for the northern camp. The hill was not large, and the terrain was rather short. Therefore, the area of the camp was smaller, making it easier to attack. The 12,000 soldiers that Carthage was in charge of attacking the northern camp were mainly made up of Carthage civilians. A small portion of them were citizens of the neighboring Phoenician states, such as Utica. Compared to the Namibians, this army was much more enthusiastic and well-equipped. Most of them were heavy infantry. At this time, the main defensive force of the northern camp, the Agrigento, was not in the camp. They did not have enough troops to send out to attack the Carthage army, who were doing their best to dismantle the traps. They could only ask the Dionia light infantry, who were sent to the hill to attack the Holy Knights, to retreat to the camp to assist in the battle. However, the arrows and javelins they threw were not enough to cover the Carthage army that surrounded the camp. Just as the Carthaginian army was about to reach the trench, a few thousand Sycamore warriors suddenly rushed out from the northern mountains and threw a large number of javelins at the rearguard of the Carthaginian army. Although the Carthaginians had anticipated the appearance of the Sycamores and made some preparations, they didn't expect that there would be so many Sycamores that came to harass them. As a result, they were caught unprepared. What did you say? For 5,000 Sycamore appeared in the north. Monadino was shocked. Yes, my lord. The attack of the Sycamore caused many casualties to Lord Raguca's army, making it impossible for them to attack the Dionia camp, the scout reported. Damn barbarian, Monadino cursed. After thinking for a moment, he turned to his adjutant and said, "Inform the Namibian cavalry that has nothing better to do to hurry to the north and attack the Sycamore army. Chase them back into the mountains so that Raguca can attack the enemy camp with all his might. Also, I want you to personally go to the south and bring 6,000 Namibians here." The adjutant left after receiving the order. Soon, 3,000 Namibian cavalrymen kicked up a cloud of dust as they galloped north. Monadino, on the other hand, was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He frowned and stared straight ahead. Although the scouts were unable to penetrate deep into the formation and could not understand the true situation, they could tell from the deafening battle cries and the incessant screams that the battle was quite intense. Up until now, the battle had already lasted for more than half an hour, but the Holy Knights were still unable to advance an inch. This made Monadino very uneasy. He wished that he could replace the Sacred Legion with the Namibian troops, but that was impossible. Therefore, he could only mobilize the Namibians to strengthen the Holy Legion's formation and provide them with more strength and support. As the small phalanxes of the 8th Legion of Dionia gradually approached each other, the speed at which the Holy Knights were slaughtering each other increased. This was because the Holy Knights were facing enemies from all directions. The formation of the 8th Legion finally closed up, and the sounds of battle gradually faded away. Even the screams were silenced as the Holy Knights fell to the ground and were trampled by countless feet. Although the 4 divisions under Diocletian's command had finally merged into one, he did not feel relaxed. This was because each division had lost some soldiers, especially the 2 divisions at the front. Moreover, the soldiers who fell in such a fierce melee battle were either seriously injured or dead when the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle. Very few of them could recover. How could he be happy? But now was not the time to be sad. There were still enemies fighting in front of them. At the beginning of the battle, the attack of the Carthage people at the front was a little messy due to the lack of effective command. Now, it was even more chaotic. This was because many of the Holy Knights who were pushed out did not want to fight anymore and only wanted to escape. Although they had performed very bravely in the battle, it was for the sake of survival. As the children of the Carthage aristocrats, although they had undergone strict training and had strong bodies, they had never experienced such a fierce battle. Seeing their comrades falling to the ground one by one and being trampled into meat paste, this tragic scene frightened them, making them want to escape from this hell-like place. Therefore, they pushed and shoved the Holy Knights who blocked their way, and even clashed with them. Brothers, attack! Attack! Completely destroy the Carthage people. Diocletian shouted loudly, encouraging the soldiers to continue fighting. The shouts of the team officers rose and fell. Leotychides, who had been closely observing the battle from the mountainside, would not let go of such a good opportunity. Woo! The sonorous sound of a bugle rang through the battlefield. When the reserve troops heard the bugle, they immediately took large strides forward. The entire formation behind them stuck to the formation of the 8th Legion in front of them. The two forces merged into one. The powerful forward force of tens of thousands of people was not something that the Holy Knights, who had lost nearly half of their men and whose formation was extremely chaotic, could resist. They retreated continuously and finally collapsed. Malefio, who was originally at the rear of the Holy Knights, was still riding back and forth tirelessly when his army was obstructed by the Dionysian army. He found familiar team officers among the disorderly soldiers and encouraged them to reorganize the soldiers. After a long period of hard work, it seemed that the Holy Knights had regained some order in the midst of battle. However, it suddenly became even more chaotic, and soon, the Holy Knights were routed. Malefio was muddle-headed as he was dragged along by the retreating soldiers. His mind was blank as he fled. He could not understand how such an elite Holy Knight army could be so inexplicably defeated. The Legion of Dionysia, who had been fighting fiercely for nearly an hour, did not care about their fatigue and continued their pursuit. They did not give the retreating Carthage Holy Knights any chance to rest and regroup. At the same time, Leotychides also sent out the 4th Cavalry Regiment and the Light Infantry Brigade. These two troops, who were already fast and had been recuperating, charged out of the tunnels on both sides of the Dionia formation. They quickly ran in front of the heavy infantry and pursued the retreating Holy Knights fiercely and continuously. The 6,000 Namibian troops had just entered the lowlands when they were surprised to see the Carthage Holy Knights, who usually flaunted their prowess and wore colorful armor, had now thrown away their beautiful shields and beautiful helmets. Their hair was disheveled as they screamed at them in panic. "Help! Help! The Dionia Holy Knights are coming. Quick! Hurry up and stop them! Quick!" Thousands of Namibians charged at them like stray dogs. The morale of the Namibians was not high to begin with, and they made a rare unified movement. Turn and run. Tens of thousands of routed soldiers ran out of the lowlands in a terrifying manner. Monadino was stunned when he saw the scene. His adjutant tried to persuade him. "Sir, we have lost. Let's retreat to the camp dash." Before he could finish, Monadino turned his war horse around and clamped his legs on it. The war horse whinnied as it carried him across the Platani River. Although the Namibians were fleeing, they were not too panicked because there were still Holy Knights running behind them. However, when some of the 4th Cavalry Regiment's cavalry rushed into their rear, panic quickly spread through the entire army, forcing the Namibians to flee. The originally shallow and narrow Platani River became the biggest obstacle on their way. Some people slipped and fell on the mud at the bottom of the river due to panic. They grabbed each other in panic and dragged more people down with them. This blocked the escape of the Holy Knights behind them. They angrily pushed and shoved, and the routed soldiers were in a mess in the river. Then, the pursuing Dionia cavalry and infantry stabbed them with their spears and bayonets. Screams rang out, and corpses floated on the surface of the river. Blood dyed the Platani River red. The routed soldiers fled across the river and headed straight for the main camp. The Dionia soldiers were hot on their heels. Due to the previous battle, Monadino had almost emptied the camp of his soldiers. The main camp had no defense at all. The routed soldiers did not dare to stay in the camp for long and continued to flee west. The sudden collapse of the Sacred Legion was beyond the expectations of the two Carthage armies that were attacking the allied armies' camp on both sides. When the Namibian army in the south received the news, they immediately turned around and ran down the mountain. When the Namibian cavalry in the north received the news, they immediately stopped fighting with the cycles and turned their horses to flee west. As a result, they were the ones who fled to the front. On the other hand, the general who led the Carthaginian militia, Raguca, was shocked when he heard the news of the collapse in the middle. He immediately withdrew the troops that were attacking the barracks and reorganized their formation. He wanted to lead them to attack the pursuing Dionian army from the flank in an attempt to reverse the situation and save the fleeing soldiers. However, many of the Carthage soldiers saw the ferocious momentum of the Dionysian army in front of them and felt diffident. They all advised, "General, we'd better retreat. The Sacred Legion has been defeated, and the Namibian cavalry has fled. The Namibians will never stay and fight. If we don't escape now, we may be surrounded by the Greeks." Leguka was still a little hesitant. Bugles sounded in the barracks on the mountain. The Dionysian Heavy Infantry Reserve Battalion that Leotizides had sent to the barracks, as well as the Agrigento soldiers who had rushed back to the barracks after regrouping, totaling more than 3,000 people, rushed out of the barracks together towards the Carthaginian army at the foot of the mountain. The thousands of Sycorae soldiers also rushed towards the Carthaginian army from the north. Chapter 739. Even if they were attacked from two sides, with the number and strength of the Carthaginian militia, they were confident that they could block or even counterattack. However, some of the citizen soldiers could not suppress the fear in their hearts. They turned around and fled. Their escape completely took away the courage of the entire army. The soldiers immediately scattered and fled west like a swarm of bees. When they fled across the Platani River and ran toward the camp, they were horrified to find that the camp had already been occupied by the enemy. At this time, they did not have the courage to retake the camp, as the camp blocked their way through the coastal road to escape back to the west of Sicily. They had no choice but to flee into the mountains not far away. However, they had forgotten that the cycles were not far behind them, and the mountains were their territory. After occupying the Carthaginian main camp, the Dionysian allied army did not stop there. The cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry, who were still full of energy, continued to pursue the routed soldiers westward along the road along the coast. They occupied the small town of Hermes at dusk before stopping their westward march. The messenger sent by Leotychides arrived shortly after. He ordered the troops to temporarily station in Hermes and monitor the enemy's movements in the west. In the evening, the Dionia cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry took turns to enjoy a hot spring bath in the Calogero Valley. This battle was triggered by the soldiers of both sides bathing in the river. In the end, it turned into a decisive battle between the two armies. In the end, the Carthage army suffered a crushing defeat. More than half of the 46,000 soldiers were lost. The Sacred Regiment suffered the heaviest losses. Out of the 10,000 soldiers, only about 2,000 managed to escape back to Serenus. Most of the soldiers were either seriously injured or killed in battle. Next was the Carthage militia. They did not suffer too many casualties when they attacked the camp. However, as they fled across the mountains, they were constantly attacked by the cycles. Injuries, disorientation, and surrender became the norm. In the end, less than half of the soldiers managed to escape back to Serenus. Next was the 6,000 Namibian soldiers who were prepared to reinforce the Sacred Regiment. The chaos on the Platani River was a painful memory for them. The Namibian cavalry suffered the least losses. The Namibian troops who attacked the south camp only suffered some losses during their escape. Most of them managed to escape back to Serenus. The Dionia coalition army suffered less than 3,000 casualties. Among them, the 8th Legion and the reserve forces suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. Most of them were either seriously injured or dead. Therefore, even though the total number of casualties was not high, Leotychides still felt a heartache. In any case, this was a glorious victory. Not only did it exceed Leotychides' expectations, but it also exceeded the expectations of the Sicilian allies. Therefore, when the news spread, it greatly boosted the confidence of the people in the Sicilian territory of Dionia. It also boosted the confidence of the people in Dionia's alliance and friendly city-states. At the same time, it dealt a blow to the confidence of the people in Carthage's army in the war and shocked the surrounding hostile forces. When the news of the war between Carthage and Dionia reached the mainland of Greece, the people who were the happiest about it were the people of Sparta. At this time, Sparta had a firm grip on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. In northern Greece, Macedonia obeyed Sparta's orders obediently. After being taught a lesson by Sparta, The city-states of Chalcidia also became obedient. Sparta gradually began to increase its control over central Greece. Even the former enemies of Sparta, Athens, Argos, and Corinth, were quiet, which was rare. The people of Sparta thought that they had once again controlled the mainland of Greece. However, there was one thing that stuck in their throats. The secret visit of the priests of Delphi to the kingdom of Dionia had been secretly revealed to Sparta by the priests of Delphi who were close to Sparta. Although the priests of Delphi could not make any waves, and Dionia had also rejected the proposal of the priests of Delphi, it made the people of Delphi wary of the kingdom of Dionia's involvement in the affairs of the mainland of Greece. Thinking back to the time when they were threatened by Dionia, they were forced to sign a friendly agreement with Dionia, which was then reluctantly renewed. This was a great humiliation to the arrogant people of Sparta. Therefore, when they heard that the kingdom of Dionia was at war, and that they had even started a war with Carthage, who was no weaker than them, the people of Sparta were overjoyed. The elders, including King Agesilaus, felt that this was a great opportunity to take revenge. The Council of Elders held meetings for several days. They discussed whether they should break the agreement with Dionia and send troops to the Missapi region not far from the Peloponnese, instigate the independence of the nobles of Missapi, Pacheti, and Doni. Just like Carthage did, Sparta had taken in some fugitives from these two races. Then, they should break the agreement with Dionia and send troops to the Missapi region not far from the Peloponnese Peninsula to incite the independence of the nobles of Missapi, Pacheti, and Doni. Everyone finally reached an agreement on this issue, but there was a heated debate on the issue of when to send the troops. Some elders, led by King Agesilaus, believed that they should send the troops immediately and not give the people of Dionia time to breathe. Other elders, led by King Agesilaus, believed that the war had just begun and Sparta should patiently observe the development of the situation before making a decision. Otherwise, if they intervened too early, they would become the focus of the attack of the Dionysian army. At this time, something big happened in the north, shocking Sparta, forcing the elders of Sparta to stop arguing and focus their attention on Thebes. At night, in the city of Thebes, Philotas prepared a grand banquet, inviting the two elected military governors, Asias and Philips, to attend. He also told them that he would introduce them to some beautiful women of noble birth. The two military governors had always been single and longed for love, so they gladly went. Philotas also invited some friends, so the banquet was very lively, and everyone drank to their heart's content. In the middle of the banquet, a messenger barged in, holding a letter written by an official in the city to Asias, saying that it was a matter of great importance, and that he must read it immediately. Philotas felt uneasy when he heard this. He gave a look to a friend beside Asias, who immediately understood and said with dissatisfaction, "It's rare to have a moment of fun, and you still have to discuss official business. Aren't you annoyed, Asias?" The others also joined in. Asias couldn't open the letter immediately, and he was still looking forward to meeting the beautiful women, so he waved the messenger away and said, "We'll talk about official business tomorrow." He stuffed the letter under his pillow, then asked in a slightly tipsy tone, "Philotas, where are the beautiful women you mentioned?" Philotas glanced around, pretending to be troubled, and said in a low voice, "They're in the room next door, but there are too many people here. They won't dare to show themselves until all the guests have left." Philip smiled ambiguously. "So they know how to be shy." Philotas deliberately said in a low voice with a straight face, "Of course they're real, cultured girls of the city. They're not some random woman from a brothel." Hearing this, Asias couldn't help but feel itchy and urged the banquet to end. The other guests jeered in dissatisfaction. After drinking for a while, the guests left one after another, leaving only the two drunken military archons behind. At this moment, the girls walked in. They were wearing white robes, himishun, and veils, and they moved cautiously to the side of the two archons. When the two archons couldn't wait to remove their veils, these girls pulled out daggers hidden at their waists and stabbed them in the chest. Asias and Philips died on the spot. The girl, in the lead, took off her veil, and it turned out to be Pelopidas. It turned out that after the exiles of the Thebes fled to Athens, they were indeed kindly supported by Athens, who stationed them at the border and even provided them with food and weapons. The exiles of the Thebes decided to learn from the famous democratic leader of Athens, Thrasybulus, who had overthrown the 30 tyrants of Athens. They quickly organized an army in Athens, then entered the Boeotia region and marched against the Thebes, attempting to overthrow the oppressive rule of the Sparta faction and regain independence. However, they forgot that the Thebes at this time were not the same as the situation in Athens. They were not only facing the reactionary army organized by their opponents, but also the Sparta army that occupied the Acropolis of the Thebes. Even several city-states in the Boeotia region, such as Praedia and Thespeia, were puppets supported by Sparta. Therefore, this army was defeated before it could reach the city of Thebes. After that, the exiles of the Thebes organized 2 more military operations, but they still failed miserably. The exiles paid a lot of casualties, and what was more frightening was that they had lost their confidence. After discussion, everyone agreed that the current Sparta was too strong and had already controlled the Boeotia region. They were not strong enough to recapture the city of Thebes, so they could only lie low, accumulate strength, and wait for a better opportunity. Most people agreed, except for the young Pelopidas. He firmly believed that they could not expect favorable changes in the external situation, because the future was unpredictable, so they should take the initiative to control their own fate. Therefore, he also suggested that they should not take open military action, but use a strategy to recapture the Thebes, such as sending someone to assassinate the leader of the Sparta faction in the city, causing them to lose control of the situation in the city, thus causing chaos. This would be the opportunity for the exiles. However, his proposal was opposed by many because they thought it was too risky, so it was not adopted. Chapter 740. For more than a year after that, the exiles laid low. Although the troops continued to grow, they did not train for war. Instead, their fighting spirit was worn down by time. More and more people sighed, but fewer and fewer were determined to take revenge. Pelopidas, however, had been paying attention to the situation in the west. With the support of the Sparta, the rulers of Thebes were oppressing the city-states. The people were suffering and complaining. The other city-states in Boeotia were also surrendering to Sparta. The strong sense of responsibility made Pelopidas unable to bear it any longer. He decided to take action immediately. Fearing that the secret would be leaked, he did not discuss it with the other leaders of the exiles. Instead, he found 6 like-minded friends in private to help him carry out the plan to recover Thebes that he had been thinking about for a long time. They disguised themselves as hunters and set off from the border of Athens early in the morning. They traveled through the mountains without stopping to rest. When they arrived outside Thebes, it was almost night. So they mixed in with the farmers who were returning to the city from their fields and successfully passed through the city gate. Then they hid in the house of their good friend Sharon and asked Sharon to send a slave to summon another good friend of his, Philetus, the clerk under the military governor. After some discussion, they decided on the next night's banquet. Now that they had successfully killed the 2 pro-Spartan military governors, Pelopidas had just breathed a sigh of relief when Philetus anxiously raised the letter in his hand. Pelopidas, the situation is not good. Someone found out about our plan and wrote a letter to inform us. Pelopidas hurriedly took the letter and read it. The content of the letter was a warning to Archias. Some exiles have sneaked into the city and are trying to assassinate the pro-Sparta leaders. Remind him to be careful. Pelopidas's expression changed. He quickly asked who wrote this. Philetus shook his head. There is no signature on the letter. The messenger left immediately after delivering the letter. It seems that this person is not a good friend of Thebes. Perhaps he is just an ordinary city official who accidentally saw you in the city. After all, although Pelopidas was young, he still had some reputation among the people of Thebes. What should we do now? The others looked at Pelopidas nervously. Pelopidas calmed down and said with a firm expression, "Didn't we make a wish to Zeus when we set off? We were ready to sacrifice ourselves. Things had already progressed to this point. Could it be that they were going to retreat midway? We should hurry up and complete our plan before the enemy understands the situation. Pelopidas's words gave the others a boost of confidence. They quickly reached a consensus and left the mansion under the cover of the night. They went to the home of the two real leaders of the Propatha faction, Leontiadas and Zapatas. The lecherous Zapatas was spending the night in a high-class brothel in the city. Sharon had already bribed the people in the brothel. The exiles easily entered the bedroom and stabbed him to death. Leontiadas was not as careless as his colleagues. He never went out at night, and there were guards in the mansion, so the security was tight. However, Pelopidas had already planned the assassination. He had not been idle for more than a year at the border of Athens. He asked Sharon in Thebes to find an opportunity to contact these guards. In the end, he persuaded some of the guards who hated Sparta to drink their colleagues and quietly opened the door for Pelopidas. When Pelopidas entered the bedroom, Leontiadas was still asleep. Pelopidas covered his mouth with his hand and stabbed a sharp dagger into his heart. Leontiadas, the cunning Propatha leader who caused the fall of Thebes and countless deaths and injuries, died a violent death. Then Pelopidas rushed to the prison with some guards. They pretended to be Leontiadas's followers and used his personal token to trick the door open. Then, when they were unprepared, they killed all the jailers and released all the Antipatha people who were imprisoned. They thanked Pelopidas, but Pelopidas asked them to go to the city immediately and contact all the people who were dissatisfied with Sparta. Everyone was happy to accept the order. So in the middle of the night, the city of Thebes became restless. The Propatha people noticed the abnormality, but they could not contact their leaders at all, so they could not respond in time. The Sparta people in Acropolis did not know what was going on in the city because no one had informed them. They did not dare to act rashly in the dark and could only guard the city. At the break of dawn, the whole city of Thebes was in an uproar. Most of the people in the city rushed to the square, including Epaminondas. When Pelopidas secretly told him his plan in a letter, Epaminondas, like some of Pelopidas's friends, was against such a risky plan. But now, when he saw Pelopidas standing on the central platform of the square and showing the corpses of Leontiadas and his companions to the people, he could not help but be amazed by Pelopidas's resolute and courageous action. Such a seemingly difficult thing had actually been done by him. Pelopidas bitterly told the people about the crimes committed by Sparta and Propatha Sparta in Thebes, so that the people in the square could empathize with him. Then he made an impassioned appeal to the people of Thebes to take up arms, unite, and bravely fight the traitors and the invaders. Avenge the dead compatriots and let Thebes regain freedom and independence. The people's blood boiled. They chanted Pelopidas' name, excitedly crowning the instigators who participated in the assassination led by Pelopidas. At the same time, they unanimously elected Pelopidas and Philetas as military governors. The two accepted the appointment without hesitation and announced the establishment of the Council of 100 of Thebes, whose members would be rotated by the citizens of Thebes every month. The Council of 100 was established as the highest authority in the city. The people cheered and celebrated the establishment of a democratic government in Thebes. Then, Pelopidas immediately issued an order to the people: pick up shields and spears, form an army, capture all pro-Spartan people, and take back the Acropolis occupied by the Spartan army. At the same time, they had to defend against the Spartan army that might come to intervene. The people of Thebes immediately took action. The Propatha Sparta members were either killed or imprisoned. Only a few managed to escape from Thebes. When the heavily armed militia gathered in the square again, Pelopidas did not immediately lead the army. He requested that Epaminondas be appointed as the commander of the army to fight side by side with him. Many of the soldiers did not even know who Epaminondas was, but at this time, Pelopidas's prestige was very high, and most of the people chose to agree out of trust. When they saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a scholarly air walking on the platform, they could not help but regret the choice they had just made. But Pelopidas was overjoyed. He knew Epaminondas' ability, so he excitedly said to him, "Epaminondas, we can finally fight together again." Epaminondas looked calm on the surface, but he was very excited in his heart. He was a modest and low-key man. Because of his aversion to factional warfare, he did not participate in the series of political adventures undertaken by Pelopidas. He spent most of his time reading books, playing music, and exercising. But when the people shouted victory, the rising revolutionary enthusiasm also infected him. Moreover, his close friend trusted him so much that even though he knew the difficult situation that the new government of Thebes would face, he did not hesitate to say, "I will do my best to defend Thebes with the people." Epaminondas was now 41 years old, and this was the first time he held a public office in a city-state, but it was an important position related to the rise and fall of the city-state. At this time, the soldier guarding the south gate hurriedly reported a small group of Spartans came out of Acropolis and broke through their blockade, escaping the city. It turned out that a member of the pro-Spartan faction had run into the Acropolis and secretly reported the shocking news to the Spartan commander that there was a riot in the city. The pro-Spartan government had been overthrown and the leader had been killed. When the commander heard this, he was shocked. However, he only had 400 soldiers under him, which was too little. Without the cooperation of the Thebans, he didn't dare send them out to quell the rebellion. Even if the soldiers were all very brave and fierce, they couldn't possibly be a match for a few thousand angry Thebans. Thus, he quickly made a decision. Taking advantage of the fact that there had just been a riot in Thebes and the rioters hadn't completely taken control of the city, he quickly sent people to force their way out of the city and asked for help from the Spartan garrison in the neighboring cities of Plataea and Thespia. The news brought by the city guard made the rebels nervous. At this time, Epaminondas, who had just been appointed commander of the army, volunteered, "Pero, please let me lead a unit to the south gate to stop the incoming Sparta reinforcements, while you go and take back Acropolis." Pelopidas saw the determination in Epaminondas' eyes and answered without hesitation, "Okay." Then he immediately assigned 3,500 men to Epaminondas, leaving only 2,000 soldiers for himself. The generals assigned to Epaminondas were all his close friends, and they were also familiar with Epaminondas, so that it would be easier for Epaminondas to command them. Epaminondas did not have time to thank him and hurried to the south gate with the army. At this time, another military governor, Philetus, asked worriedly, "Can Epaminondas stop the Sparta reinforcements? Shouldn't we be more prepared?" Library of Literature. Chapter 741. Pelopidas immediately replied, "If even Epaminondas can't stop the enemy, then no one can defeat the Spartans." The people around them didn't understand why Pelopidas had so much confidence in Epaminondas. As far as they knew, although Epaminondas had participated in many battles before, he had always been a soldier or an officer. He had never commanded an army in battle. However, Pelopidas' confidence had infected them. Other than that, they didn't have any better ideas. So, they could only suppress their worries and lead the rest of the militia towards the citadel with Pelopidas. On the way to the south gate, Epaminondas had already come up with a strategy to deal with the enemy. Having lived in the city of Thebes for decades, he was familiar with the surrounding terrain. He knew that the main city of Thebes was located in the lowlands between the mountains, especially the south gate. Both sides of the citadel were protruding mountains, forming a trumpet-shaped terrain. Therefore, when they arrived at the south gate, he told the others his plan to hide 800 people in the mountains on both sides of the south gate. When the enemy's reinforcements arrived, he would lead the rest of the civilian soldiers out of the citadel. Once the two sides met, the soldiers in ambush on both sides would immediately attack the enemy's flanks. Some people objected that it was too risky to fight outside the citadel, especially against the Sparta army. It was better to rely on the citadel for defense. Epaminondas immediately refuted this conservative idea. He said calmly, "The new government of Thebes has just been established, and it is not stable yet. Moreover, the citadel is still occupied by the enemy. If we allow the Sparta army to gather outside the citadel and attack the Thebes, then the battle will become very long. When the Sparta army arrives, the battle will become even more difficult. In the long run, the mentality of the people may change. So, We must take advantage of the time when the enemy arrives at Thebes and take the initiative to defeat them one by one. This is the only way to buy time for the revival of Thebes." Everyone was convinced by him. They didn't expect that this usually taciturn person could say such touching words. Of course, there were also people who asked, "What if Sparta didn't take the bait and didn't attack us?" Epaminondas replied calmly, "Then we'll go back to the city. It won't do us any harm. Even if they discover our army ambushing in the mountains, they won't dare to chase after them, because we are the most familiar with the terrain here. However, I believe that the arrogant Sparta will immediately attack us, hoping to recapture Thebes as soon as possible. Damn Sparta! We won't let them succeed." Everyone loudly expressed their anger and determination toward Sparta. Epaminondas said in a low voice, "Everyone, let us work together and make this battle a nightmare for Sparta." Thus, the high-spirited crowd began to deploy according to Epaminondas' plan. The messengers requesting for help were the first to arrive at Plataea, which was closest to Thebes. When the general of the Sparta garrison received the news that there was a riot in Thebes and the pro-Sparta government had been overthrown, he was shocked. He knew that if they lost Thebes, Sparta's control over the Boeotia region would be in big trouble. Therefore, without hesitation, he led 2,000 garrison soldiers, most of whom were soldiers of the Peloponnesus alliance, and quickly marched towards Thebes. They arrived outside the city of Thebes at dusk. Then, he was surprised to see that the Thebes actually came out of the city and formed a battle formation. They even hit their round shields with their spears, provoking the advancing Sparta army. How could the general of Sparta allow the defeated army of Sparta to be so arrogant? Moreover, the number of Thebes was only a little more than his own army. Therefore, regardless of the fatigue of his soldiers, he immediately arranged his army into a battle formation of the same length as the opponent and blew the bugle to attack. At the same time, Epaminondas also gave the order to attack. He himself was at the forefront of the battle formation, raising his shield and spear high. He took the lead and charged towards the enemy. The morale of the Thebes was high. The Sparta army, after a long journey, was slightly exhausted. At the beginning of the battle, they were at a disadvantage. When they recovered, they began to rely on their rich combat experience and stronger killing skills to slowly turn the tide of the battle. Then, the ambush of Thebes suddenly attacked from both sides, fiercely attacking the flanks and rear of the Sparta army. The Sparta army was caught off guard and was immediately routed. The soldiers scattered in all directions. The entire battle lasted for less than half an hour. The Thebes won the final victory. While they cheered, they also looked at the mastermind of this battle, the previously unknown Epaminondas, with admiration. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man had won their trust with just this battle alone. Another Sparta garrison from Thespeia, which was about to reach the city of Thebes, was shocked when they heard the news of the crushing defeat of the Thracian army. The commander of the army, Svodilas, thought that he did not have enough troops and did not dare to advance. Instead, he retreated west to a small town halfway between Thespeia and Thebes. When Epaminondas learned that the enemy had retreated, he immediately led his army back into the city. He stationed himself at the top of the city wall and sent someone to report the good news of victory to the two military governors. At this time, Peropidas and Philotas were leading the citizen soldiers to attack the Acropolis for a day, but they were unable to take it down. After all, although the Acropolis was small, the walls were very strong. Moreover, it was located on a hill, and there was only one path, which made it impossible for the Thebes to deploy their superior forces. Moreover, the Sparta army was surrounded on all sides and had no way to retreat. Therefore, they fought desperately, causing the Thebes to fail to attack the city many times. Both the generals and the soldiers felt a little discouraged. At this time, the good news of the Southgate army defeating the Sparta reinforcements came, lifting everyone's spirits and raising their morale. The generals also talked about Epaminondas with smiles on their faces. Philotas even praised him repeatedly. "Peropidas, you are right. Epaminondas is indeed an excellent general." The next day, The news of the Thebes coup d'état spread throughout central Greece. Countless Thebes exiles began to rush back to their motherland from all directions to defend the new Thebes government. The exiles from Athens were the largest force among them. For the citizens of Athens, this was something they were very happy to see. Although the council did not express any opinion on this matter, many volunteers from Athens followed the exiles to the Thebes and prepared to fight side by side with the Thebes. This included two newly elected generals this year, who joined the volunteer team as private individuals. The group of exiles marched west excitedly. Along the way, they also fought several battles with the Sparta allies who were also rushing to the Thebes and were stationed in some of the cities in the Boeotia region. They won all of the battles. The Thebes continued to receive reinforcements, and their strength skyrocketed. The Sparta reinforcements of the Thebes could only retreat. On this day, the attack of the Thebes on the Acropolis failed again. However, the general of Sparta did not feel happy. He stood at the top of the Acropolis and looked down. He could clearly see the increasing number of enemies at the foot of the hill. It was obvious that the Thebes had received reinforcements from outside. At the same time, this also meant that the attack of the Sparta reinforcements against the Thebes had failed. This not only made him, but also the Sparta soldiers in the Acropolis, feel a little hopeless. At this time, Peropides sent an envoy to negotiate with the general of Sparta in the Acropolis. He proposed a condition: let the Sparta return the Acropolis, and the Thebes will let them leave safely. The two sides finally reached an agreement. The return of the Acropolis allowed the new government led by Peropides and Philetus to completely liberate the Thebes. While the people in the city cheered, the leaders led by Peropides still looked solemn. This was because they knew that the test for the Thebes had just begun. The people of Sparta would not give up so easily. On the third day, the news finally reached Sparta and shocked the Council of Elders. They no longer had the mood to cause trouble for Dionia. Instead, they had to quickly gather all their strength to put out the fire caused by the Thebes. After some discussion, the Council of Elders decided to let Aegisaporus, who had been the king of Sparta for less than 2 years, lead the army. Therefore, Sparta began to recruit soldiers from the alliance of Peloponnesus. Just as Leotychides led the Dionia coalition army to defeat Carthage's army, intercepting a large number of supplies, the outer city of Therodium on the north coast was breached by the Iberian army. How did the city, which had been steadily defending for nearly 10 days and which had caused Hasdrubal's army to fail many times, suddenly fall? It turned out that after several failed attacks, Hasdrubal realized that a frontal attack would be too costly and difficult to break through, so he used the Iberian infantry. The Iberian infantry under Hasdrubal came from the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, all recruited from the native tribes conquered by the Magrids. There were a total of 4,000 of them, and almost all of them wore ethnic clothing made of white linen with purple edges. They did not wear any armor, and instead wore thick leather hats. They were equipped with large oval shields, javelins, and the most common yet terrifying short sword hung from their waists. The style and length of a short sword were very similar to the short sword Dionia, and they were also extremely sharp. The only difference was that the front of the sword was slightly curved. These Iberians were not only brave and valiant, they were also good at fighting in the mountains. This was something that the Carthage people who had always lived on the flat coast of northern Africa could not compare to. Chapter 742. After receiving Hasdrubal's order, the Iberian infantrymen carried rations and weapons and began to cross the mountains to the south. Hasdrubal, on the other hand, continued to attack Therodium to attract the attention of the defenders. The Iberian infantrymen crossed the mountains and took a big detour, appearing at the mountain pass behind Therodium in the early hours of the third day. The Therodium camp at the mountain pass was not well prepared and quickly fell under the fierce attack of the Iberian infantrymen. The Iberians then quickly approached the east side of Therodium. The Therodians quickly received the news that the enemy had appeared at their rear and panicked. After receiving the reminder from the Dionians, the Carthaginians only focused on reinforcing the western wall within a limited period of time. As for the eastern wall, they only had time to make simple repairs. Not only were the walls short, but there were also no defensive facilities outside the city. However, the Carthaginians believed that this direction wouldn't be attacked by the Carthaginians for the time being. After all, this was already within the sphere of influence of the Ionians, and they could receive reinforcements from the Ionians at any time. If the Carthaginians wanted to land here, they would have to take a huge risk. As for the Carthaginians wanting to climb over the mountains, the towering ridges weren't easy to climb, and the Carthaginians weren't good at it. However, they did not expect the thing they were most worried about to happen. At this time, Hasdrubal's army also launched a strong attack on Theridium's walls from the west. The defenders of Theridium were immediately outnumbered. They had a premonition that the situation was dire and hurriedly organized all the citizens who could fight to defend the walls. At the same time, they also sent people to the port to take fast ships to Messina to ask for help. In addition, they arranged for the citizens in the city to retreat to the port. In fact, there were Dionia's fast ships patrolling and observing the situation on the sea near Theridium every day. When they saw Carthage's army appear on the east side of Theridium, they knew that the situation was not good and immediately returned to Messina. Thus, when Theridium's messenger came to ask for help, the governor of Messina, Amicris, had already organized a fleet to send out reinforcements. Accompanying them was the Third Fleet. After Carthage's army divided into two and attacked the east from the north and south coasts at the same time, Sicorian had to divide the Sicilian fleet into two as well. The First Fleet was stationed in Catania, while the Third Fleet was stationed in Messina. As the war progressed, most of the warships of the First Fleet were stationed in the military port Gela. This was to prevent Carthage's fleet from assisting the ground forces on the two coasts and landing at the rear of the friendly city-states of Dionia. At the same time, they could also protect the convoys that transported supplies or refugees. This time, the Third Fleet was deployed for the latter purpose. When Dionia's fleet arrived at the sea near the city of Ceridium, the defense of the east wall of Ceridium had already been broken by the Iberian infantry. The militia had no choice but to abandon the defense of the wall. Some of them retreated to defend the city, while others retreated to the port. Fortunately, when Ceridium was first built, although the port was included in the city, it was separated by a wall. The original purpose of a wall was to prevent slaves and free people from the port from entering the city at will and disrupt the order in the city. Now, the wall had played a key role. The militia of Ceridium set up defenses on the wall of the port in advance. They destroyed the stone stairs to the wall and blocked the entrance to the port. After all, the main purpose of the wall was to prevent enemies from the port from entering the city. They only hoped to buy time for the people to escape from the port. After the ships in the port were filled with the people of Ceridium, they quickly left one after another. Dionia's fleet also quickly entered the port and continued to pick up the frightened people at the dock. Some ships from Tyndaris, Caeliact, and Haluntium also came to rescue. Although the situation was a little chaotic, and there were even collisions and capsizing of ships, at this moment, all the sailors of the Greek city-states on the north coast were working together to rescue the people. There was only one thought in their minds: save the people of Ceridium as soon as possible to avoid being slaughtered by Carthage's people. Ceridium was not a big city and had a small population. Soon, the old, the young, the women, and the children all boarded the ships and began to load the militia who had rushed to the dock. The warships of the Third Fleet were displayed on the sea west of the port to prevent a sudden attack from the Carthage fleet. A fast ship sailed over and reported to the commander of the Third Fleet, Phralios, on the flagship. All the people of Ceridium in the port have boarded the ship. Phralios nodded to show that he understood. He did not have much energy for such a risk-free escort mission. It was not that he did not consider letting the infantry on the Raven warship land at the port to help the people of Ceridium defend the port. However, after understanding the actual situation, he gave up on the idea. He did not think that the 4,000 infantry on the Raven warship would be able to stop the attack of 20,000 enemies who were about to break into the city with just a weak city wall. It was not worth it to lose the infantry that they had trained with so much effort in this unimportant place. After the fleet has left, we will return to the port. Frelios had just passed on the order. Suddenly, the lookout on the mast shouted, "General, there are enemies ahead." Frelios' heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. Through the gaps between the many warships, he saw 2 yellow flags on the top of the westernmost warship. It's Carthage's fleet. The number of warships is about the same as ours. Frelios immediately made a judgment based on the flags. A yellow flag meant that there were enemies. 1 yellow flag meant that the enemy fleet was smaller than Dionia's fleet. 2 yellow flags meant that both sides had about the same number of ships. 3 yellow flags meant that the enemy fleet had more ships than the Dionysian fleet. 4 yellow flags meant that the enemy fleet had more ships than the Dionysian fleet. Frelios was instantly energized. He immediately changed his order. Blow the bugle and raise the black flag. On the flagship, 5 trumpeters blew the curved bronze bugle at the same time. The sound echoed through the sea, and a long black flag flew high on the mast. Under the night sky, there must be stars. Stars in the sky was the most typical tactic of the Dionian navy. It could maximize the power of the Raven warship. It was with it that the newly built Dionian navy defeated the powerful Syracuse navy. But after 10 years of development, due to the change in the composition of the fleet's warships, this tactic had changed again. He needed a big battle to verify its effectiveness. After receiving the order, all the captains and crew members of the warships immediately became excited. The deck operators began to lift the drawbridge from the deck to the foremast. The helmsman adjusted the direction of the warship and began to arrange the formation. The sailors began to swallow their rations and grease their seat cushions. The infantrymen sitting in the aisle at the bottom of the cabin began to put on their armor. Everyone was rubbing their palms and anxiously waiting for the arrival of the naval battle. The fleet coming from the west came from Iberia. To be precise, it was under the command of Governor Margot of Iberia. The coastal terrain of Africa was flat, but there were no tall and strong trees. A famous seafaring race like the Carthage had long used the Iberian Peninsula as an important resource base, not only because of the rich gold and silver mines there, but also because of the rich timber resources there. Most of the wood used by Carthage's ships came from Iberia. After Margot became the governor of Iberia, he did not have the right to command the fleet at first. In fact, in the process of conquering southern Iberia, he did not need the fleet most of the time. But Margot considered that in the future, when he wanted to use the army in other places, it would be a big problem to transport troops at sea without the protection of the fleet. If he wanted to mobilize the Carthage fleet to Iberia, he would definitely be obstructed by the Senate headed by Hanno. So he decided to use the money he earned in Iberia and Iberia's trees to build his own fleet. A few years later, an Iberian fleet consisting of 123 warships, plus small and medium-sized warships, totaling 180 warships, was formed. Its commander was Audiobook of the Maganid family. Half of the sailors came from Phoenicia, and the rest from Namibia and Mauritania. None of them were Carthage's people. The fleet soon traversed the coast of Iberia and near the Pillar of Hercules. After Hanno knew about it, he was very afraid of it. So this time, when the fleet escorted Hasdrubal's army to Lille, Hanno instructed Anubis, the commander of the Carthage fleet, to incorporate it. This was firmly opposed by Audiobook, who said, Lord Margot only agreed to let the army be under the command of Montenegro, but did not say that the fleet should also be under the command of the Carthage navy. Anubis retorted, since they are all Carthage's army, of course, there should be unified command, so that it will be advantageous to the battle. It will be advantageous to Carthage. Audiobook refused to obey, and the two sides almost had a conflict. In the end, the lawsuit was brought to the Senate, and the Senate had to send someone to discuss it with Margot again. In this way, tedious negotiations began again. The two fleets, one docked in Carthage and the other docked in Lille, were in a stalemate with each other. This was why Montenegro had not seen the Carthage fleet appear near the south coast of Sicily to protect his troops. Until Hasdrubal learned of this matter, he asked for the fleet to come and help on the grounds that he was about to capture the city of Serodium and to prevent the enemy from escaping by sea. This was why the Iberian fleet happened to appear here. Chapter 743. At this moment, the Iberian fleet had also discovered the enemy in front of them. Audiobook had also quickly prepared his fleet for battle. He had adopted a single-column formation. This formation was mainly focused on one-on-one combat. It had a higher requirement for every sailor's ability to control the ship. Thus, it could be seen that the Iberian fleet thought highly of themselves. In fact, the Triple-Lord warships were originally invented by the Phoenicians. Even the naval collision tactics were pioneered by them. However, the centuries-old maritime tradition was both the glory of the Carthage fleet and their shackles. Even when the powerful Syracuse navy suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the rising Ionian navy more than a decade ago, it didn't affect the Carthage navy too much. On the contrary, the majority of the Carthage navy believed that the Syracuse navy's handling skills were too poor, which led to the defeat. If it were them, they would never make the stupid mistake of the Syracuse navy. As for the Ionian navy, their tactics had always been improving. This could be seen from the current formation of the Third Fleet. The front half of the formation was made up of Triple-Lord warships with crow suspension bridges. There were a total of 100 Triple-Lord warships, while the back half was made up of 50 Triple-Lord warships arranged in a column without crow suspension bridges. On both sides of the Starry Sky formation were 50 small and medium-sized warships arranged loosely. This was the result of continuous improvements made by the Ionian Ministry of Military Affairs and several high-ranking naval officers after the naval battles with the Syracuse Navy. Based on the flaws revealed by the Crow warships and the problems discovered during training, every fleet adopted a mix of Crow warships and Triple-Lord warships. Basically, the Crow warships made up 2/3 of the Triple-Lord warships, while the regular Triple-Lord warships made up 1/3 of the Triple-Lord warships. The Navy had also modified the structure of the two types of Triple-Lord warships. The Crow warships mainly relied on suspension bridges to lock down enemy ships and relied on infantry to win battles. Hence, their hulls were longer and wider. This ensured that the bottoms were spacious, and the infantrymen inside would not feel cramped. After all, with the expansion of the kingdom's territory, it was impossible for the fleets to engage in battle with the enemy as soon as they left the port. Often, they would patrol for a day or two without finding any traces of the enemy. This was to ensure that the sailors and infantrymen on the ships had a more comfortable living environment, which was beneficial to maintaining their combat effectiveness. At the same time, the Crow warships added some weight to the stern. This ensured that after the suspension bridge was installed, the front and rear of the warships could maintain balance, and the navigation would be more stable. If the Crow warships sacrificed speed to ensure comfort and safety, then the Ionia's regular Triple-Lord warships had to compensate for the Crow warships' lack of speed. Hence, their hulls were narrow and shorter, shaped like willow leaves. Even their masts were shorter, and the number of sailors on each warship was reduced to 150. The Ministry of Military Affairs gathered many of Ionia's famous shipwrights to repeatedly modify and test the Triple-Lord warships. Finally, the Triple-Lord warships were finalized. As a result, their top speed could reach 15 knots, and their agility was relatively high. Hence, the sailors of Ionia called them the fast Triple-Lord warships. Under normal circumstances, these fast Triple-Lord warships would be arranged at the rear of the fleet. When the battle began, they would shuttle between the gaps of the warships, protecting the Crow warships that were boarding the warships and ramming the enemy ships that attempted to circle to the rear. When the enemy fleet retreated, the Triple-Lord warships would use their faster speed to pursue and expand the results of the battle. This was an encounter battle. Neither side avoided the battle. On the contrary, the sailors were very enthusiastic about the battle. Soon, they followed the order of their commander and adjusted the warships in the area of 10 miles around them, lining up. Listening to the piper's flute, they chanted orderly chants and pushed the oars with all their might. As the oars moved faster and faster, the warships broke through the waves and moved as fast as they could, as if they were flying. The warships at the forefront of both sides were about to collide. The commander of the Iberian Navy, Audiobook, who was at the rear, heard the cry of the lookout on the mast and clenched his fists in excitement. The first battle between Carthage and Ionia was about to begin. He firmly believed that victory would belong to the Carthage, who had a long history of sailing. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Raven drawbridges spun and fell, smashing through the deck of the enemy's ship and connecting the two warships together. Hades! 40 infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet rushed out from the bottom of the warships, crossing the suspension bridges in high spirits and killing the enemy ships. These infantrymen of the fleet were very different from the soldiers of the legion that had been loaded on the warships at the beginning. Not only were there 10 fewer people, but they were also wearing leather helmets and armor, holding a completely wooden shield in their left hand, and wearing leather sandals with crisscrossing grooves on the soles. These changes in weapons and equipment, as well as the reduction in weight, were more conducive to their flexibility in fighting on the warships, and it was not easy for them to slip on the slippery deck. When the infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet carried out a massacre on the enemy's ships, Ademica's excitement disappeared without a trace, replaced by coldness in his heart. In the end, he could only give the order to retreat with a bitter taste in his mouth. The first battle between Dionia and the Carthage navy lasted for just over half an hour. At the cost of 5 warships sunk and 6 damaged, Dionia's third fleet captured 18 of the Carthage's 3-decker or warships and sank 4, obtaining a great victory. Hasdrubal, who had just broken through the port, watched the whole process of the naval battle from the lighthouse of Theridium. He saw with his own eyes the Dionysian fleet's unique tactics that led to the crushing defeat of the Iberian fleet. This greatly shocked him, and at the same time made his joy of occupying Theridium vanish. As for the citizens of Theridium who were evacuating from the sea, the victory of Dionia also boosted their confidence to return to their homes. The next day, Hasdrubal, who had yet to wash his dust from the war, received the news that the main forces of the Carthage navy had been defeated on the south coast. Although he was somewhat gloating, he also felt that his situation was dangerous. Without the threat from the south, the Dionia would very likely turn their troops to deal with his isolated army deep in enemy territory. However, it would take some time for the Dionia to move from the south coast to the north coast. In the afternoon, he received a messenger from Palermo's, who had come in a hurry, and at last he made up his mind. As it turned out, the third fleet of Dionia had sailed west early in the morning and landed on the coast near Palermo's. After the thousands of infantry on the warships went ashore, they attacked the main camp of the Iberian army. Although due to the vigilance and stubborn resistance of the garrison troops, they were unable to break through the camp. They still caused some damage to the supplies. Hasdrubal decided to lead the army back to Palermo's and stay there for a while, waiting for the new decision of the Carthage Senate, because he realized that the defeat of the main forces led by Moniaderno was likely to lead to a new political storm. As they retreated, Hasdrubal ordered the soldiers to completely destroy Theridium so that they would not encounter any trouble the next time they attacked. Venosa, a town in the northwest corner of the Pucidi region. It was said that one of Homer's heroes, Diomedes, lived in seclusion here after the Trojan War in search of a peaceful life. He built this town and the temple of Aphrodite to appease the anger of the goddess of love for the destruction of her beloved city of Troy. Hence, this town was also known as the City of Aphrodite, which showed the blood and cultural connection between the Pucidi people and the Greeks. However, at this time, this town that was blessed by the goddess of love was once again ravaged by the flames of war. It was surrounded by the Samnites, and the few militias were tenaciously resisting the enemy's attacks from all sides. Go and urge the tribal leaders to continue the attack. We must capture this town before dusk. Lescock looked at the situation of the battle in front of him and anxiously gave the order in a loud voice. Yes, great leader. The guard received the order and left. The great leader of the Caracini tribe, Contric, glanced at him and comforted him. There's no point in rushing them. Don't worry, I don't think the enemy can hold on any longer. We can definitely capture this town before dusk. I'm just a little worried about the people of Dionia. We must hurry up and plunder more people and resources. We must have more bargaining chips to threaten the people of Dionia. Lescock hurriedly explained. There's nothing to fear from the people of Dionia. Contract saw through the fear in Lescoc's heart at first glance. He said loudly with some disdain, "All your previous defeats against them were due to their tricks. You should know that we have never lost a head-on battle, and we have never lost a battle against the Greeks before. As the great leader of the Zolpini, you can be cautious, but you can't lose the courage and fierceness that the descendants of the Vorthani should have." As a veteran great leader, Contract used his status as an elder in years of battle experience to continue teaching the Martyr Jack. Besides, you've already used a trick to move the main forces of Dionia to the north of the Downey region. It'll be difficult for them to get here in 2 or 3 days. Even if the enemy's reinforcements arrive in these 2 days, they'll be the temporary forces that the people of Dionia have formed in the Pachetti and Misapi regions. There won't be many of them, and they won't be strong either. We can defeat them and boost the courage and morale of our warriors, especially the warriors of Zolpini, Kautini, and Pentine. In the heart of this old Samanese leader, the warriors of the 3 tribes who had been defeated time and time again were not qualified Samanese warriors. Only the warriors of Caracini were the best. Lescock did not say anything. At this moment, the scout hurried over. "Great leader, reinforcements from Dionia have been found in the south." Chapter 744. It had been more than a day since the Samani entered the Venosa region. It was normal for Dionia's reinforcements to appear at this time. Lescock asked anxiously, "How many are there?" The scout was ashamed and angry. "The Dionia's cavalry is the vanguard. They are advancing very quickly, and they are also searching for and chasing us away. Several of my teammates died under their spears, so we don't know how many enemies there are behind us. But these cavalry are all dressed in casual clothes, and they are of various colors and shapes." Of course, Lescock knew that the Pachetti and Misapi regions were rich in cavalry, and he was once envious of them. But since they were not wearing black standard equipment, it seemed that this was a temporary army formed in the Pachetti region. It was impossible to gather such a large army in such a short time. With this judgment, he turned to look at Contract. Contract stroked his beard and said without hesitation, "Our 4,000 warriors who have been resting can finally go into battle. These brave lads will easily drive them back." The guards who received the order immediately rushed to inform the troops that did not participate in the siege, but were specifically used to stop the reinforcements. Lescock roared again, "Go and urge the tribe leaders to increase the intensity of the siege. We must capture Venosa before Dionia's reinforcements arrive again." More than 10 minutes later, Lescock could not help but be overjoyed when he saw a simple Samani flag on the city wall in front of him. At this moment, the scout ran over in panic. "Great leader! Great leader! Not good. Many Dionia soldiers in black armor are coming from the south. The number of troops we send to stop them is too small. We can't hold them back anymore. This is impossible. There can't be a regular Dionia army here." Lescock roared in disbelief. The answer to Lescock's doubt was an increasingly noisy voice coming from the south. "The Dionia army is here. Run!" Behind the Samanized soldiers who were fleeing in panic was a surging black tide. Accompanied by rumbling footsteps and earth-shattering shouts, it pressed towards Venosa in a menacing manner. "Quick! Retreat! Retreat!" His face was also pale, and his voice had suddenly turned hoarse. He was no longer as tough as before. Adoris had already thrown away his spear and shield, and was only holding onto his dagger. That was why he was able to run quickly, rushing to the front of the group. After participating in the last Downey War, he could be considered a veteran. He no longer felt the discomfort of seeing corpses and blood. He only felt the excitement of defeating the enemy. His only regret was that the Samanian people who stopped them were too weak. Both sides had only shot a round of javelins at each other. The Samanian people had chosen to retreat before the battle had even begun. As a matter of fact, it had something to do with the momentum of the Dionysian army. The reinforcements consisted of more than 16,000 soldiers from the 2nd and 4th Cavalry Legions. In addition to the 1,000 reserve cavalrymen from the 2nd and 4th Cavalry Legions, the 4,000 Samoan soldiers, who were responsible for blocking the reinforcements, couldn't stop them at all. Cynthia's judgment was right. Even if they stayed in the 2nd Cavalry Legion, they could still fight a battle. Adoris hated himself for running so slowly that he couldn't catch up with the enemies in front of him who were fleeing like rabbits. He had completely forgotten that he was the squad leader. At this time, his main task was to gather the soldiers under him, maintain the formation of the squad, and not let them run away. He was trying his best to catch up with them, but he didn't see how worried the squad leader behind him was. He was afraid that something would happen to him during the battle, so he kept urging the other squads to catch up with Adoris and not let him face the enemy alone. After a while, the reserve cavalrymen rushed into the routed soldiers from the side, immediately disrupting the orderly retreat of the Samnian people. As the cavalrymen wantonly stabbed their spears and horses, the routed soldiers scattered in all directions. Some even turned around like headless flies, crashing into the direction of the Dionia troops. Adoris was overjoyed. He strode forward and stabbed with his dagger. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, one of them fell. Then he punched with his left fist, hitting the face of another Samnian routed soldier, immediately knocking him to the ground. With his fighting spirit boiling, he continued to face the 3rd routed soldier with his dagger. However, his left foot was hugged by a Samnian warrior who fell to the ground, and he couldn't move. Just as he bent down to deal with the enemy on the ground with his dagger, the enemy in front of him was holding a spear and fiercely rushing towards him. At that moment, his mind went blank, and he felt the aura of the underworld. However, the enemy's roar stopped abruptly. A flying javelin pierced deeply into his unprotected chest. Then, the squad leader rushed to Adoris's side and angrily reprimanded. Before the enemy is truly defeated, no soldier or officer is allowed to leave the main force without permission. This is the rule of the military law. Adoris, you didn't listen to my orders, abandoned your men, and rashly advanced alone. This is against the military law. When this battle is over, go back and accept the verdict and punishment of the military judge. The squad leader finished in one breath. He was a little nervous, but he didn't expect that after Adoris's life was saved by a fluke, the cold sweat on his body had calmed him down. He obediently replied, "Yes." The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He patted his shoulder hard and said, "Lead your soldiers and continue to fight. Chase the enemy." Yes, Adoris and his comrades were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, pouncing on the panicking enemy. This was just a corner of the battlefield. Looking at the whole battlefield, a part of the Dionysian army was chasing the retreating Samnian warriors, while another part of the Dionia army was quickly pouncing on the Samnian who were retreating from Venosa city. Some soldiers followed the reserve cavalry and chased after the Samnian who had retreated earlier. These Samnian warriors, of course, included the 2 tribal chiefs. They were leading their troops and retreating to the mountains in the northwest. They knew that as long as they escaped into the mountains, they would be safe, just like in the previous battle in Ascurum. However, not long after, they involuntarily stopped because a formation of thousands of cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry was in front of them. We've been tricked by the Dionia. They've already set up an encirclement here. At this moment, Lescock's confidence was greatly damaged. He felt weak all over, and his mind was filled with the scene of the fiasco more than a decade ago. On the contrary, Contruk was old and strong. In the face of this predicament, his fighting spirit burst forth. Descendants of Savone, fight to the death with the Dionia. The Samnian warriors who were in a critical situation roared and rushed forward. The Dionia soldiers in front of them shouted the name of Hades and also rushed forward bravely. Just as the 2 sides were tangled together, the pursuing Dionysian army quickly arrived and joined the battle. The Samnian army, caught in a pincer attack, collapsed. "Your Majesty, there's news from Venosa." The herald, Aristyras, rushed into the military conference room of the palace. "What's the situation?" While the Devers were asking, several ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs, such as Helos, Felicius, and Hieronymus, focused their attention on Aristyras. A few days ago, the Samnian gathered nearly 20,000 warriors and raided the Venosa area. Yesterday, when they were attacking Venosa city with all their might, the 2nd Legion and Legio IV arrived in time and launched a surprise attack from the south of Venosa. At the same time, the 2nd Cavalry Legion and the 9th and 10th Legions light armor and light infantry battalions also crossed the Orfano River and went around to the mountains behind the Samnian army, cutting off their retreat. The Samnian army was completely defeated. According to the description of the battle report, this surprise attack killed and injured about 2,500 Samnian soldiers and captured more than 6,000 people, while we only suffered about 1,000 casualties. The usually calm Aristeira's voice trembled as he repeated the battle report. After he finished speaking, he respectfully handed the battle report to the Devers. "This is another glorious victory," Felicius praised excitedly. "Your Majesty, it's because of your wisdom and decisiveness that firmly supported Alexis' bold guess that we were able to achieve such a great victory. This victory is mainly due to Alexis' correct judgment," the Devers said humbly. It turned out that after Alexis won the Battle of Escurum, when she wrote the battle report to the Devers, she also mentioned that because the Downey area was guarded, the Samnian army was likely to change their target and launch a surprise attack on the Venosa area northwest of Pacetti. Alexis would organize the reserve troops in the Pacetti area to enter Venosa city and defend it. At the same time, he would be prepared to immediately send reinforcements if there were any abnormal situations, so as to launch a pincer attack and achieve another Escurum-style victory. After carefully reading through Alexis's plan, the Devers considered it over and over again and proposed a further idea. They would not send troops to enter Venosa beforehand to avoid alerting the enemy. At the same time, he would quickly gather the 2nd Legion and Legio IV and secretly enter the central town of Silvium in Pacetti. The troops in the Downey area would not move towards the Venosa area to achieve the goal of confusing the enemy. After this plan was perfected by the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was fully implemented. In fact, the cunning Samnian army had even sent nearly 10,000 soldiers to the northwest border of the Downey area the day before yesterday to achieve the goal of luring the Dionysian army north and away from the Pacetti area. As Alexis had wished, she had led a large army north. This caused the Samnian army to finally make up their mind and send a large army to attack Venosa the day before yesterday. In the end, they were caught by the well-prepared Dionysian army. Chapter 745. Your Majesty, according to the battle report, the Samni warriors that appeared in this battle belong to the Hilpini and Caracini tribes. In addition to Pentni, who was defeated in Escurum not long ago, and Cautini, who just got back a captive, I'm afraid that the 4 major tribes of the Samni are no longer capable of launching a large-scale invasion. Military Minister Helos said happily after reading the battle report carefully. Looks like we can withdraw the 2nd and Legio IV. There's no need to keep so many troops in the Downey area. Withdrawing a few legions will reduce the pressure on our logistics, suggested Alpines. Don't be too careless. We have to be careful of the Samni attacking other areas again, robbing our citizens, and threatening us to exchange our captive Samni warriors with them. Chief of Staff Felicius cautiously reminded. That's a possibility. However, the areas and cities around the Samni border are all on high alert. They won't let the Samni get away with it so easily. Deputy Chief of Staff Tormid brought up another problem. However, the soldiers of the various legions are eager to contribute to the battle and obtain glory and rewards. Which legion should stay? Which legion should leave? This is a troublesome problem. Withdraw the 2nd and Legio IV. Reduce the number of troops in the Downey area. You can tell Alexis about these suggestions. Let him worry about it. I believe he won't let down his guard against the Samni just because of 1 or 2 victories, Devers said disapprovingly. Your Majesty, the Samni might come to us again for peace talks because of this failure, Felicius reminded. We won't negotiate with a race that has violated the alliance many times and maliciously broke it. If the Samni really want to negotiate, I have already made arrangements for it, Devers said with a serious expression. Divers said with a serious expression. He then changed the topic, but if it's Carthage who wants to negotiate, we can seriously consider it. Felicius hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, will the Carthage negotiate? Devers pondered and said, Carthage isn't Bissamonians. Their country is strong, and losing one or two battles won't affect them too much. However, due to the power conflict between Carthage's Magonid family and the Hanno family, Prososus could be ordered to lead the 8th Army and other troops to continue advancing cautiously to the west while the enemy was defeated. They could attack Carthage's states and the Phoenician city-states to cause greater losses to the Carthage people and increase the pressure on their senate. At the same time, he ordered Sicorian to gather all the warships under his command and advance to the western end of Sicily to search for the main force of Carthage's navy and completely annihilate them, thus cutting off the sea connection between Carthage and Sicily. If these plans can be realized, I want to see if Carthage's people still have the confidence to continue fighting with us. Your Majesty, we will convey your orders now. I believe Sicorian has been waiting for this order for a long time, Tormid replied jokingly. Devers laughed. Even if the Carthage people aren't willing to negotiate, we have Prososus on land and Sicorian on the sea in Sicily. We don't have to worry too much about the war in Sicily. Yes, Your Majesty. Helos praised from the bottom of his heart. Sicorian's ability to command the fleet is unquestionable, but Prososus's commanding ability in the Battle of Minoa was really surprising. The conflict by the river happened suddenly. He was quick-witted and used the defeated soldiers to lure the Carthage Holy Regiment's troops to pursue, forcing the Carthage people to press forward in order to protect the Holy Regiment's troops. He also used the special terrain to restrict the Carthage people from using their advantage in numbers. At the same time, he used the chessboard formation to fully display the advantage of our army, greatly suppressing the Holy Regiment's performance. In the end, we won a great victory with fewer troops than more. Your Majesty, your firm decision to choose Prososus as the commander of Sicily was indeed a wise decision. The Carthaginian commander's stupidity is also one of the main reasons why Prososus was able to obtain such a victory. Hieronymus, the military training officer, suddenly said. Devers glanced at him, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Prososus's talent had even made the diligent and down-to-earth Hieronymus jealous. Of course, this also had to do with Prososus's qualifications. He was neither a mercenary from Persia nor a citizen from Turii, a Mandolan. As a former free man, he could become a commander at such a young age and achieve such a glorious victory independently. This indeed made the veteran generals who followed Devers to Greece feel uneasy. However, Devers would never give up on promoting and using Prososus because of their uneasiness and jealousy. On the contrary, he would put him in more important positions. After all, Devers knew very well that the grand goal he had set in his heart determined that he could not rely on himself to defeat the many powerful forces in the Mediterranean Sea. He needed to know the right people, so as to obtain more excellent subordinates and build a vast kingdom. At the same time, he needed more outstanding generals with different backgrounds to change the situation where the Dionysian army was mainly controlled by former mercenary generals. Divers suppressed these thoughts at the bottom of his heart and slowly said, Sicily has Prosoius and Sicerian. Downey has Alexis, so I don't need to worry about these places anymore. However, the situation in the Latin region is not optimistic. At the mention of Latin, Helos, Felicius, and the others all looked solemn. Now that the Roman army had taken Signia and Allegnia, they were stepping up their attack on Forenum. Although the Hellenigi and Wolsey reinforcements were stubbornly defending from the current situation, the fall of Furintrum was only a matter of time. As long as Furintrum fell, the Hellenigi would be destroyed in a matter of days, and the Wolsey reinforcements trapped in Furintrum would not be able to escape their doom. When that time came, the Wolsey, who had suffered heavy losses and did not have enough soldiers, would not be able to resist the attacks of Rome from both sides. In the end, the Romans would have complete control over the entire Latin region. Therefore, during this period of time, messengers from the Hellenigi and Wolsey kept coming to the palace to see King Devers, asking for reinforcements. Your Majesty, Amyntas only has one legion. Right now, the Wolsey region is under his protection. He does not dare to leave without permission to help the Hellenigi. Felicius defended his old friend. This has nothing to do with Amyntas. He has done his best. Devers waved his hand and walked to the map in the middle of the conference room. Gazing at the flat area in the middle of the Italian peninsula, he said in a deep voice, "I believe we all understand that the biggest threat to the kingdom now is not the procrastinating Carthage who has endless internal conflicts, nor the weak Samnese who can only cause small troubles, nor is it the troublesome Sparta across the Adriatic Sea. It is Rome. Rome has a unified understanding, has strong citizens, and is concentrating all of its power to achieve its goal. If we don't eliminate it now, it will be a big problem for the kingdom in the future." Devers tapped the icon of Rome on the map with his fingers and said firmly, "Therefore I have decided to personally lead the 2nd Legion, Legio 3, Legio 4, Legio V, Legio 6, and the 2nd Cavalry Legion to the Latin region to meet with the 1st Legion and the 1st Cavalry Legion. We will completely eliminate Rome, the strongest enemy in the north of the kingdom." Helos, Felicius, Hieronymus. The ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs looked at each other solemnly. They knew that what Devers said was very important. For a moment, no one dared to express their approval or disapproval. Instead, it was Alpines, the chief of military supplies, who asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the Ministry of Military Affairs cannot provide such a large number of rations for such a large army to fight in Latin." Devers explained unhurriedly, "The 2nd batch of grain aid from the Pharaoh of Egypt has been delivered to the port 2 days ago. It has been stored in the warehouse of the Thurii port and has not been touched yet. A large amount of food donated by the Thurii merchants has filled the barn, and the food donated by the Lygium merchant from the Yoke Galaxy is already on its way back. It is reported that the amount is no less than the Thurii merchants. Besides, I've asked because the people of the kingdom have replanted beans such as peas and lentils, as well as vegetables such as carrots, radishes, pumpkins, and lettuce. These can fill up part of the food shortage. Even so, since some of the food still needs to be supplied to the Sicilian army and Tony army, I'm afraid that the remaining food will only be enough for your army for 1 to 2 months, Your Majesty," Alpines reminded seriously. Devers already had a plan. He said calmly, "1 month is enough. The food will be provided by the Latin people." The people in the room looked at each other again. Of course, they understood what Devers meant. Back when they were fleeing from Persia, the Greek mercenaries often did this. "Your Majesty," Felicius finally asked, "you've taken so many troops with you. What if the people of Carthage reorganize their army, choose a smart commander, and attack Sicily again? Judging from the current situation of Carthage, if their Senate wants to unify again and send an army to Sicily, I'm afraid that it will take more than 1 or 2 months. Also, the intelligence department of Dionia will instigate the atmosphere of peace talks in Carthage and disrupt the order of the people of Carthage." When Devers said this, everyone looked at Aristides, who was standing outside the door. Literature Hall.